All you have to do is poke me with a cattle prod. I'm ready.
We can do that. Jess, you want to throw the welcome?
I got it, and we are live.
Hello, folks, and welcome. It's nice to see even, like a good classroom environment. A couple minutes before the hour, the room's filling up. And we're just thrilled you're here. We're 5 of, and we've already got 29 and growing on the line. I'm Todd Von Dijk, the Executive Director of the AVTE, and we're so thrilled that 36 of you now on the line have already tuned in for today's day 1 of our 2020 virtual conference. Hopefully you can see the slide in front of you. And many thanks to all of the programs who took the time to send us pictures from their learning that we could use throughout the day and we can use throughout the year as we move forward here as an association. We are in webinar mode today, and what that means is that you can see our illustrious panel and speakers. We can't see you, but that doesn't mean we don't feel you, and that doesn't mean we don't know that you're here, and we couldn't be more appreciative of the fact that you're here. We're just in webinar mode. If you have any challenges, technical or otherwise, there is a chat feature, and if you use that, you will get to the production team. We will do our best to help you as expeditiously as possible. When we get going, there's a Q&A feature there, and that's where we hope you'll put the questions. And today's course director, the illustrious Dr. Jim Hurrell down at Penn Foster down in Texas is our chair of the day, and he'll be guiding us through and navigating through your questions. So please put them there, and we'll do our best within each speaker to get to everything we can, and what we can't, we'll send them back and we'll post, and we'll do everything to make sure that the learning is extended and the community grows as much as we can from today. Other housekeeping, while I have a second, we are going to be recording all day. We are recording all today. The recordings will be available the week of August 17th. Our target is by Wednesday, no later than Wednesday that week. Those who are attending will have access to that in a password protected portion of our website. So we want to make sure you can get back to these things. And we'll say it throughout the day to do our best. Hello, Sunim Sorfolk. Words aren't coming out well. It's all good. Evelyn, we're glad you're here. Thanks for saying something. The CEs, we'll mention it throughout the day. The key that you'll need to do is complete the post-day evaluation. The beauty of technology is that evaluation will pop up in your screen right after you log out of the system. So you can do it right now, right then, right now. The only trick is it's not going to show up until the end of the day. We are, we're trying to make sure that this plays out the way it should. But as long as you complete that survey, you'll get reminded when you log off. You'll get a reminder tomorrow. You'll get another reminder in a week. 3 opportunities to make sure you do it. And if you do it, the week of the 17th, we'll make sure you get your race CE for day 1, and we'll repeat that process for each of the days when we get into September's gathering and when we get to October's gathering. I've got about 3 or 4 before the hour, so we have a few more minutes to go. Sit back, relax. We're looking forward to being with you in a couple of minutes.
Hey, Todd, we do have a question already wanting to know if they can mute themselves, and I think, are they already muted?
You are already muted. In webinar mode, you don't have to worry about that. If somehow you manage to get through, we'll find it and we'll mute you for you, just as a courtesy to the speakers. The good Dr. Dennis McCurnin's already on the line. We all wish, I think, that we're with his waterfalls and his backdrop right now.
It's a little noisy here with the water falling behind, but we'll get used to it.
You'll manage?
Yeah.
We're grateful for you getting through all that trouble for our cause. Couple more minutes and we'll get started, friends. Probably about 3 or 4 after the hour, just to give the stragglers a few minutes. It's a little early for my diction. It seems as though the words aren't always coming out right for me, but we'll be back in a couple. Glad you're here. Hello, Nancy from AAVSB. We couldn't be more thrilled that you're here and appreciate your support of the AVTE. Hello, Michigan. Jessica, thanks for coming today. This is the best part in so many ways of this organization. I love every one of our virtual programs where everybody takes a minute just to say hi and where you're from and all of that. It's just kind of neat. Mount Wash. Hello, Tara. I'm not getting Wachusett out right, so I'm just going to say hi, Tara.
All right, so we got another question about, is there a way to turn off the video portion and just listen to it to save on Wi-Fi data?
Oh, I don't know if you're going to be able to shut down the Wi-Fi on this yourself because the feed goes out over the webinar. We'll take a look and see if we can provide a dial-in line into that. And if we can, we'll put it over the chat feature. Hello, Michelle. Thanks for coming.
This is awesome. Everybody from all over the US.
Isn't it great, Jen? It's so neat. Holyoke Community College, Jennifer York, thanks for being here. I'm a huge fan at the Holyoke Mall at Ingleside. And not just because my father's company was involved in building it and I almost lived there for a couple of years.
Yeah, so there's a couple questions about recordings. We are recording this. You'll get the recordings that are password protected the week of the 17th.
Yes, that is the plan. Thanks for giving us a couple of days because we need to go and edit each of these pieces down and do a few things to them and want to make sure we get it right. Robin, your cat added a comment? Okay. Hello, Palo Alto. Thanks for coming, Lori. All right.
Alex from Pima Medical in Montana. One of my peeps. Hi, Alex.
It's a small world. It's part of the beauty of it. Dr. Hurrell, I got about 3 after. What you thinking? I'm thinking maybe it's time to get this party started, but you are the chair.
Oh, I'm excited. And I have to do a quick good morning to Lori up in Macomb Community College in Michigan. Hello, my former partner in crime.
There you go.
Board here.
Yeah,
we can get started, Todd. If we want to do some opening remarks from our committee, we can.
Yeah, let one quick set of housekeeping real quick, if you don't mind, good sir. Just a reminder, we are in webinar mode. Jen alluded to it. I said it about 8-9 minutes ago. That means you can see the panel, you can hear the panel. We can't see you. You have 2 ways of being in touch with us. One is the chat feature, and that's great for technical questions or things of that nature. You'd help us out greatly throughout the day if you have a question, if you would use the Q&A so we can try and centralize everything in one place. We are recording. The sessions will be up the week of the 17th. So if you need to get up, stretch your legs, grab some food, we'll make sure you're not missing anything and give you the opportunity to come back. And on CE, the evaluation will pop up in your screen when you leave later today. It won't pop up until late this afternoon to keep consistent with the appropriate way to handle race CE and make sure that folks are doing it. And if you fill that out, we'll get you your certificate again the week of August 17th. Anyway, it's been a thrill. This is when I turn it over to the course chair or the day chair down in Texas, who I think is going to introduce the committee. And we're going to get started with with today's speakers and about 95 of our closest friends already.
I'm just delighted and honored to have worked with this tremendous group of leaders that now represent the board for Association of Vet Tech Educators. And we have done a lot of hard work behind the scenes. Thanks to crazy Corona thing, we have gone virtual, but we're going where no man or woman has ever gone before, to use a Star Trek quote. We're going virtual, and I'm very excited about this. The speakers we have on all 3 days of our conference are going to be tremendous, and I'm just delighted. And we have a tremendous committee that has worked well and hard to put together this awesome conference for all of you. We hope you take advantage. You want to get your snacks and food ready don't miss a moment of any of the speakers. They're going to just really bring tremendous information on all 3 days. I want to start out just by introducing our esteemed president, Paula Kirkwood. Paula, want to say a few words to everybody?
Sure. Is this my opening statement, Jim?
Sure.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. And for those of you who are in the West, a very, very, very early good morning. Thank you for being up so early. We're very excited about offering this virtual conference to the AVTE family. In March, April, when all this nonsense came down, we all floundered and didn't know what to do for just a couple of days. But interestingly, almost synchronously, all of us said, wait, what about virtual? And so we realized we could potentially do this. And we were excited about it. And we were also terrified because we'd never done anything like this before. And so, but it's because of this committee's, and I'm not part of this committee, I just kind of floated in and out, but this committee in front of you, their extremely hard work that made this all come true, as well as our executive director and his company. So we hope that you will share with us, all the participants will share with us if there's anything that's not fitting right. We've got to make sure that going forward in our next 2 conference days, that things are going to fit your needs. And so we want to hear from you.
Yes.
So the conference, as you know, is divided into 3 separate days: past, present, and future. And so today we reach back into the past to see where we've come from. I think that you would all agree we've come leaps and bounds from the good old days. So it's kind of like remember when we were kids and we used to play with lawn darts and there were no seat belts. Well, there probably were, but we didn't use them. And what the heck was a crosswalk? You just darted into the road, that kind of thing. So we've come a long way. And it's because of remembering and understanding our past history that we are going to understand better our present, and looking into the future, we're going to be able to see our future. We need to discuss our mistakes, the hurdles and the triumphs that we had in order to understand what our previous errors and triumphs were, to understand how to be more successful in the present and going forward, continue that whole forward movement into the future. So let's look back and ponder on our previous endeavors and honestly wonder, how on earth did we not stick ourselves with needles, taking the needle cap off the needle, and how did we not stick ourselves in the eye? No such thing as, safe needle exposure and safe needle, recap. So I think that basically I'm done with my introduction. I'd like to get this proverbial virtual conference on the road. Housekeeping announcements, Todd did most of them. If you have any challenges, we ask you to go into our chat site, and the technical staff will help. It's all being recorded, so if you need to get up and have a bio break, don't worry about it. The race approved credits, the key is to completing the survey at the end, and when you log off. We'll resend this link to evaluate only those who logged into the event tomorrow. You can expect to receive your CE certificates the week of August 17th. And in one final note, this conference is possible because all of you are with us today and because of our sponsor support. I wanted to take a moment to thank our sponsors, because as we all know, without our sponsors, we can do nothing, or at least we can do very, very little. So as presenting sponsor, the National Association of Vet Tech in America, NAVTA, we have Vet Tech Prep with us, we have Sindaver with us, we have Hippo Manager supporting us, and we have the American Association of Veterinary State Boards, AVSB, supporting us. And that's just amazing. And we thank you all for your amazing support for this virtual conference. And with that, I will turn things over to the Honorable Jim.
Thank you so much on that, Paula. And again, we have two more wonderful panel members, committee members that have helped put this awesome webinar conference together for all of you. President-elect Jen Serling from Tucson, Arizona. She's actually been the chair for the entire 3-day conference and came up with a tremendous vision to have us talk about this magnificent profession, past, present, and future. And I'm just delighted to turn it over to Jen for a few remarks. Jen?
Hi, you guys. I'm just so excited that we were able to launch this 3-day event and have all of you guys in this like amazing amount of support, and seeing now there's 114 of you guys on here. To all the speakers, we've just lined up some amazing speakers, and I so appreciate them being supportive of AVTE and being willing to kind of switch from normal conference to now this virtual conference. And to the committee and to TVD and Associates and all of our management firm help, you know, everybody, I'm just so proud of all of us, and to, you know, AVTE and to all of you guys as faculty that have really stepped up during this crazy pandemic. And we, you know what, we all rock, and I'm just so proud of everybody. So thank you for joining us today.
And last but certainly not least, the amazing Tricia from St. Pete's College in Florida. Oh, Trish, I so thank you for all of your hard work and efforts behind the scenes to make this all happen today. Want to say a few words to the gang?
Hi, everyone from Florida. Thank you guys all for attending. The amount of registration we have for this virtual conference in the last 30 days has been amazing, and we thank everyone for the support. I'm looking through the list of participants and wish we could be all face-to-face, but clearly that's not happening this year. So I think we've worked really hard to bring as much interaction and engagement to you that we possibly can without us being face-to-face, but we look forward to hopefully seeing you all next year. And again, September and October timeframes. If you have faculty that want to join us for the next 2 days, make sure they connect with us. So thank you again, all the speakers. We have an amazing lineup of speakers. So let's get started, Jim.
Thanks, Trish. Well, I'll tell you, gang, this is going to just be an awesome, awesome day. One of 3 awesome days. And the speaker lineup is phenomenal for all 3 days. Just a couple of quick things. We have keynote speakers that will be speaking for 45 minutes with 10 minutes to have questions and answers at the end of their time. We have breakout sessions where those speakers will be speaking for 30 minutes with question and answers, 10 minutes at a time. And we'll have some great breaks in between speakers to promote our wonderful sponsors that have helped us to put this all together with their sponsorship of our conference. So this is not totally the gong show, but I know that we will gently be able to tell speakers if they're running over. That's more for me than anybody else that's speaking today, I think. But I'm just delighted to start us off with some wonderful, wonderful speakers this morning. And let's kick it off. Our very first speaker is Dr. Dennis McCurnin. And I've got a little bio I can read, but I want to say a couple of words about Dennis before Dennis starts his presentation. Here's his bio. Dr. Dennis McCurnin started his career working for a local veterinarian at the age of 11. Upon graduation from Iowa State, he served in the U.S. Army for 2 years, followed by teaching in 3 veterinary schools, Iowa State, Colorado State, Louisiana State, for 39 years. Since 2013, he's taught veterinary technician students at Penn Foster and Pima Medical Institute in Nevada. So I just have to say this about Dennis. He knows this great profession. He's been passionate about this wonderful profession for years. And he has been sort of the North Star for everybody to move forward in a great direction. McCurnin's clinical textbook for veterinary technicians has been an awesome resource. Many have called it the Bible for veterinary technicians. And I have personally found Dennis to be a wonderful mentor and friend and great hero of mine. And I'm just honored to be able to introduce him. He's going to talk about the history of this magnificent profession. So with no further ado, Dennis, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Jim. We'll get the first slide up there, Jess, if we can. We hope everything will work as we had previously. So hopefully there's no issue here. I'm delighted to be here this morning, and it looks like we have a very large gathering of participants here today, which is outstanding since this had to be shifted to a virtual type of conference. And it's very difficult to move from face-to-face kind of meetings into virtual meetings because of all the technology. And whenever you use technology, obviously it can get screwed up. And so hopefully this thing will work. Jess, are you working on our screen?
You need to share screen at the bottom.
Okay, you were just waiting to tell me what to do. Thank you, excuse me. All right, and now let's see what that does. Is that where we want to be?
That's where you're at. Looks good.
Perfect, perfect. All right, my title this morning here is going to be the magnificent history of our great profession. And I've been fortunate to be able to be in this profession a long time. Maybe that's why I was asked to do the Jess, I don't seem to have, oh, there it goes. I didn't think I had control over it. Looking back, what I'm going to try to do is combine a little bit veterinary medicine as a whole and sprinkle it with veterinary technology as a whole. And so we look back on veterinary medicine, the longest continuously operating school of veterinary medicine is in Lyon, France. I have a little map up here on the upper left-hand corner that shows Paris up there at the top and Lyon's down in the southern part of France. But this school is still operating and it's 259 years old now this month or this year. Veterinary technology, on the other hand, started in the US in 1961. And so it is 59 years old, and it started in Delhi, New York, as part of the SUNY system in New York, the State University of New York. And it, of course, is operating yet today. James Herriot, who is, I guess, all of our heroes, produced 8 books in his life. And I had an opportunity one time to meet James Herriot, very mild-mannered, polite, and very professional individual. And with his 8 books that he wrote, and probably the most famous is All Creatures Great and Small, that was made into a movie as well as into a television series. And he practiced up in York. And again, I got another little insert here. You can see London down at the bottom of England, and York's about 2/3 of the way up toward Scotland there. And he practiced in the Yorkshire Dales in a town called Thirst. And he's probably done more for veterinary medicine than any other person, to date. And he is credited with saying, if having a soul means being able to feel love and loyalty and gratitude, then animals are better off than a lot of humans. And I think that is extremely true. You heard a little bit of my history. My mentor, Dr. Don Seeley, over here on the right-hand side of the screen, he lived across the street from me in central Iowa as a mixed practitioner. And when I was 11 years old, I went out on a call one night to help him with a sow that was in dystocia. And that one trip out to that farm, Don Altman's farm out north of the town that I lived in, sent me off on this path. And I was 11. I couldn't find a picture when I was 11, but here's one when I was 13. And Dr. Seeley was my mentor. Even though he's not with us, he's still my mentor inside. And he's the one responsible, good or bad, for whatever I've been able to do. When I finished veterinary school, Dr. Seeley and I went into practice together in Phoenix, and we owned 3 practices in Phoenix for 6 or 7 years. And then I returned to teaching, which was really where I wanted to be. I finally found out, and he told me, Dr. Seeley told me when I first came into practice that you're not going to stay in practice, you're going to go back to teaching. And I said, oh no, I've had it with that. I don't like all the red tape and so on. And that just didn't, it didn't come about. I ended up going back into teaching because he knew better than I. So after practice, I spent time at Iowa State, Colorado State, and LSU. And then in 2013, I moved to Las Vegas. I've been very involved in the Western Veterinary Conference here, and I knew a lot of veterinarians here. And my immediate family today lives in Colorado, which I spent time, and I didn't like the winters, so I decided this was a better option for me. So here in Las Vegas, I have been teaching for Pima Medical Institute on ground, and then I've been doing work with Dr. Hurrell at Penn Foster. And so I've been doing that for almost 7 years now, and I really like that. I enjoy working with Dr. Hurrell and all the other people that I've had a chance to be involved with. I went to Iowa State University, and this is the oldest continuous school of veterinary medicine in the U.S. Started in 1879. This picture was taken in 1913, and you can see this is pretty much a large animal-oriented profession at that time, because we see the ambulance here, who was primarily made for horses. My first introduction to veterinary technicians was when I served in the veterinary corps after veterinary school in the Army. And I spent 9 months in Vietnam, all expense paid trip. I did the best that I could, made it work in my favor. I learned an awful lot while I was in Vietnam about people, about myself, about life, and was fortunate enough to be able to come back and continue my life afterwards. But I worked with some great veterinary technicians while I was in the Army. And when we look back at the history of veterinary medicine, we go back a long ways, back to the period of time when there were a lot of hieroglyphics, and we've found a lot of history of veterinary medicine in hieroglyphics from Egypt, from Greece, from Rome. And this picture I have up here is part of a hieroglyphic. It's too large to show all in one slide, but I put a little red arrow down here that you can see some birds here. And if you look up here at this other red arrow, you see a cat, or excuse me, another bird lying there. And then if you look down to the lower right-hand corner, I've put another arrow. There is something that's lurking behind this chair, and it's cat, and it's eating a fish. And so we go back a long ways for our for our history. Archaeologists excavating a 4,500-year-old tomb near Cairo found dozens of mummified cats that you see there in the right-hand picture. And these cats were buried. They were wrapped just as humans would be wrapped and buried in the same tomb. And so cats were revered in the Egyptian culture. And here over on the left-hand side is the cat goddess Bastet. You can Google Bastet online, and there are all kinds of figures that you can purchase. This is a silver with some gold tint on it. I looked at there yesterday. I think it's about $300 for it. You can get a large one, which is about 20 inches high. That'd be a pretty good sized statue for about $500. So they are available. They're all different shapes and colors. Animals have always been with humans. There are many accounts from the beginning of time with cats and dogs and all different species. Cats, dogs, and horses we've pretty much accepted here in the U.S. Certainly cattle are revered in India, birds, fish, and buffalo, the American Indian, camels in the Middle East, donkeys in Mexico, elephants in India, and so on. Every group in the world, area in the world seems to have their favorite animals. And we, involved in this profession, veterinary medicine and veterinary technology, have been given the charge of caretakers and healers, and very few people have that honor. If we look back 1800 BC to 1500 AD, again, the Egyptians, the Greeks, and the Romans, lots of recorded information about treating animal diseases, even back then of 1800 BC. If we look to China, acupuncture, of course, we're all familiar with, and this has been around, acupuncture has been around a long time, over 3,000 years. I don't necessarily understand acupuncture, but there must be something to it. Otherwise, it would not have endured 3,000 years and is still practiced today. And more individuals, both veterinarians, technicians, physicians, are practicing a blend sometimes of Eastern and Western medicine. And there certainly have been a lot of physiological parameters established with acupuncture and how acupuncture can alter those physiological standards like respiratory rate, heart rate, and so forth. In the 1600s, if we move now to the US colonies, in the 1600s, we had livestock doctors that were present in the colonies. And since this was before veterinary schools really got started, we believe most of these livestock doctors were MDs that had a love and interest of animals. And then as we moved into the 1700s, the European veterinary schools started to become established. The oldest veterinary school now in continuous existence is Lyon, in Lyon, France. And it is still producing excellent quality veterinarians 259 years later. As we already learned, Iowa State is the oldest continuous school of veterinary medicine in the US. So where have veterinary technicians come from in the US? Well, pre-1960s, there were no programs, formal programs, and it was military training programs. And the Air Force, back at the start, in 1951, established the Veterinary Corps in the US Air Force. Today, as probably most of you know, the Veterinary Corps of Reservists. And so that's where we really started, was these programs that started because of the U.S. Military. Back in those days, in 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, there were a lot of veterinarians that were in practice by themselves. Technology was not there. I mean, we didn't have, radiology until, the mid to later 40s. And so I remember when Dr. Seeley told me early on when he graduated in 1944 from Iowa State. And I remember he told me, well, when I graduated, we did not have radiology. We did not have, of course, inhalant anesthesias. There were so many things that he didn't have, and he saw all those things come to fruition in his life. But when he started out in practice, like most veterinarians in that era, he was a solo practitioner. He was in mixed practice and had usually a pickup truck, but eventually we went to station wagons, but we had a pickup truck with a two-way radio, a Motorola two-way radio, and that's the way you practiced veterinary medicine. His wife was at home, and she answered the phone and raised their 3 kids, well, maybe 4 kids counting me, over the years. And so the veterinarian was primarily working alone out there. There are other things. They worked with their spouses. We did have some OJTs, on the job trained people, as we got in the 70s and 80s. I mean, we still use OJ training today. And then back then, we used a lot of veterinary students. And I remember a number of my classmates when they got to their junior year, and we finished our junior year, which was all of our didactic information. And then the senior year was pretty much all clinical. And between the junior and the senior year, we did not have, in fact, between each year, we didn't have anything in the summertime. You were free. And today, there are many programs that people or students are involved in the summertime. And certainly most schools go straight through from the 3rd into the 4th year. Now, that wasn't the way it was back then. And so students went out and worked for practitioners. And back then, we didn't have near as many attorneys. We didn't have as many laws and regulations. The practice acts were a little looser. And so it wasn't uncommon for a 3rd-year veterinary student who had limited amount of clinical experience but had the didactic information to go out and work for a practitioner. And after kind of learning the ropes for a week or two, the practitioner would say, I'm going on vacation. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Good luck. And, you moved into their house and you answered the phone and you went out on calls, and the learning curve was absolutely straight up. And we don't do that today because it'd be illegal, first of all, to do that, to leave a person there without some kind of supervision. So we've come a long way from the 60s and 70s when we first got started with this in assistance. The 1960s, again, our first program was launched at Delhi. And Dr. Walter Collins, a 1961 graduate of Cornell, is truly the father of veterinary technology. And, unfortunately, he passed last year, but his legacy, his establishment in this profession will be felt forever. And we're indebted to him for what he has achieved. In 1963, 2 years after the program started, we had 8 veterinary school-trained graduates from Delhi. And of course, Delhi continues today. 1967, the AVMA, was looking around and thought, maybe these technicians might stay around for a while. Maybe we should establish some guidelines for programs. And so they did. And then between 68 and 69, we had 7 new programs, veterinary technician programs initiated. So by the end of the 1960s, we started out with 0 programs in 1960. And in 1969, we had 8 programs altogether. Also in 1969, Nebraska, believe it or not, out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I'm from Iowa, so I can say that. There's nothing but cornfields. You could get in your car in Nebraska or Iowa, go any direction you want, drive for 7 or 8 hours and still be in the same place that you started with cornfields and alfalfa fields and so on. It's a great place to raise kids. I enjoyed growing up there, but Nebraska, who would have ever thought they would be the first to give a credential to a veterinary technician? And of course, they were called animal health technicians back then. Today, we have 3 different terms, and we're trying to get those condensed down to 1 credential. But today, and depending on which state you're in, we have certified technicians, licensed technicians, and registered technicians. And I can tell you it's confusing, not only to the general public, it's confusing to veterinarians. They don't understand it completely either. So we moved out of the 60s into the 70s, and we saw a growth in the number of veterinary technician programs as well as veterinary schools. And this came about by the federal government recognizing the value of veterinary medicine. We were very involved in producing food in this country, making sure that it was wholesome. And we also were involved in pleasure type animals, pets, horses, chickens, you know, you name it. And the federal government finally recognized that, you know, these veterinarians and veterinary technicians are probably a pretty good addition to our country. Maybe we need to support them. So we finally got some federal dollars, and that's when the programs expanded. In 1972, we held our very first National Veterinary Technician CE, continuing education meeting at Western Veterinary Conference. Western Veterinary Conference is now known as the Dickerson group because they teach not only veterinarians and technicians, they also teach MDs and nurses. We're a full medical support organization today. In 1973, the beloved Association of Veterinary Technician Educators was formed. So it's been around a long time. In 1976, we had our first scientific journal, the Journal of Animal Health Technicians. And as we moved into the 80s, we had a second journal come along. Unfortunately, both of these journals have now passed into the twilight, but the Veterinary Technician Journal was published in 1980. In 1981, NAVTE was formed and organized, and it's now 39 years old already and has about 14,000 members today. In 1985, the AVMA formed the Animal Technician National Exam. So our national exam started for technicians in 1985. And in 1989, finally, the AVMA changed the terminology from animal health technician, which never made any sense to me. I mean, it's like calling someone that works with a dentist a tooth technician, but an animal health technician to veterinary technician. And before that happened, there were a number of changes that were made pushing us toward veterinary technician. When I published the first McCurnin in 1985, we called that book the clinical textbook for veterinary technicians, even though that was in 85 and the AVMA didn't come along until 89. Now we have the same thing going today, trying to get the more modern version of what we need to use as veterinary nurse. And you see 2 of the publications that are pictured here on this slide, the one that NAVTA has, which is veterinary nursing in action. And then we also have today's veterinary nurse. We're using that terminology, and I think it's extremely appropriate, but it's going to take a while to make this really official. In the 1990s, the AASVB, the American Association of State Veterinary Boards, then took over the national exam. And of course, in 1995, it was called the Veterinary Technician National Exam, or the VT&E. And for those that want more information, you can go to AASVB's website, and there's more information explained about the national board. In 1997, the first distance learning program was approved in our profession, and that was at St. Petersburg. And Dr. Guy Hancock, again, another pioneer in our history. I remember I was on the CVT at the AVMA at that time, and we were the group that was approving technician training programs. And I remember Dr. Hancock coming in with this crazy idea about he was going to teach veterinary technicians from distance learning. And I remember he came back, I believe, we had him come back 3 different times. He never gave up. He always had more answers than we had questions. And finally, we decided that, gosh, he's got this all figured out. And so today, of course, we have 10 distance learning approved programs in the profession. But he was the pioneer. He laid the groundwork, and he kept the bar very, very high. And that's why we are where we are today in distance learning. Where are we in 2020? Well, just last month, the CVT newsletter said we have 211 now AVMA approved veterinary technician programs. 186 of those are 2-year programs, and 25 are 4-year programs. And as we've already said, we have 10 distance learning programs. The number of veterinary technicians that we have today, it's interesting. If you go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that's the government, of course, and if you believe what they say we have 107,000 veterinary technicians. Well, they don't know the difference, I'm feared, that between the credentialed veterinary technician and the veterinary assistant. And so I would tend to believe the AVMA, which says we have about 56,000 credentialed veterinary technicians in the U.S. today. We graduate about 8,000 technicians per year out of these 211 programs. And in 1989, as we talked just a minute ago, terminology was changed, but we still don't have a very clear understanding about what this terminology is and means. I hear veterinarians all the time in practice calling their staff, they're all technicians. Well, they're not technicians if they have not completed at least a 2-year program, approved program, and they have and they've been credentialed somewhat. AVMA came up in '89 with these terms. A technologist is someone that has a 4-year training program, a bachelor's degree. You'd call a veterinary technologist, a veterinary technician, would be someone with a 2-year degree. And the assistant is everybody else. And we don't even know how many assistant programs there are in the country, but somewhere around 1,200 has been, it's been estimated. Comparing what we're doing here, again, still using this term veterinary technician currently, the British Veterinary Nurses Association started to use the term nurse when they initiated their organization back in 1965. And most of the profession that I can find call their individuals nurses, veterinary nurses. Everybody knows what a nurse is. Nobody knows what a technician is. And we've had Ken Yagi, who's the president of NAFTA right now. I know that he did his man on the street thing a few years ago and just went out and asked people, you know, what is your understanding of a veterinary technician? Well, most people have no clue, and I would include at the top of the list that don't know the terminology are veterinarians. They call everybody technicians. They have no clue, and it's demeaning, as far as I'm concerned, to someone who has spent 2 years in a rigorous program to become a credentialed veterinary technician. They should not use that title unless they've gone through that program. And so, anyway, the British Veterinary Nursing Association has been going since 1965, and the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, which is like our AVMA in England, now oversees the British Veterinary Nursing Association as of 2015. And again, I'd put a plug in that we need to change in all 50 states. And this will take a while because it has to be included in every practice act in all 50 states. You start using this term, registered veterinary nurse. Another thing that is happening, and it's kind of crept up on us, is this corporate veterinary medicine. And I am estimating, I have tried to follow this as closely as I can. It's very difficult to find specific numbers on this, but my estimate is now corporate veterinary medicine owns about 22% of all veterinary practices in the US. And we are seeing exactly the same thing of corporate buyout. We're seeing exactly the same thing in dentistry, and we're seeing the same thing in human medicine. So it's not just something that's peculiar to veterinary medicine, it's in all the professions. And I'm not sure whether this is good, bad, or indifferent, but I am concerned that the profession will have less control of its direction, the fewer owners that there are. And there's been a lot of consolidation in the corporate side of things. Example would be the Mars Candy Company that owns more veterinary hospitals or veterinary practices than anybody else in the world. Now we're getting Petco and PetSmart and Walmart. They're also getting into the business. Petco opened its first Pet Coach in 2018 in San Marcos, California. And this is a kind of a new approach where they're going to have pet supplies and a veterinary practice combined into one large store. Walmart in 2018 announced they were going to start 100 veterinary clinics in Walmarts, and they'd have 100 by 2020. I don't think they've quite made that, but they're moving along. And they're going to continue to sell veterinary drugs. They're the largest seller of veterinary supplies and drugs in the world. Comes through Walmart. And they are now, Walmart is now going to launch Walmart Pet Prescription.com. And they're going to start competing, I guess, with Pet Meds. 1-800-PET-MEDS. And so there's a lot of competition now going on that is starting to develop. I don't know where all that is going to head. As we move into looking at the value of veterinary technicians in all this, there was a study done more than 10 years ago now that showed in an AVMA business practice business measures study that each credentialed veterinary technician if properly used, if they are properly delegated to and utilized to the extent that is legal, they could increase revenue by $93,000 per veterinarian. That doesn't mean if you go hire technicians, you're going to make $93,000 a year or more for each technician. You've got to know how to utilize them. And most veterinarians today don't know how to fully utilize a veterinary technician. If we look back, AVMA gave us this information. In 1931, our profession was 76% large animal and 24% small animal. If we fast forward to 2016, we're now 60% small animal and 15% large animal. That has just completely turned around in those 40 years or so. Currently today, we have 54 schools of veterinary medicine that are approved or accredited by the AVMA in the world, okay? 54 in the world. We have 33 in North America. We have 5 in Canada. And then we have 16 schools approved outside of North America and Central America, in Europe, in Asia, in Oceania, Australia, New Zealand. So we have schools all over that are approved by the AVMA. So we're getting a more constant control and quality product, quality control, I guess, of the veterinarians that are trained and produced today. There are 3 new schools of veterinary medicine that are going to be opening this year and next year. One on Long Island, University of Arizona in Tucson, and Texas Tech in Amarillo. You see the numbers here, 100 students in New York, another 110 in Arizona, and 60 in Texas. So we'll be adding another 270 veterinarians to the number that we're currently producing, which is about 4,500 already. And I think we have plenty of veterinarians. In fact, we have too many veterinarians if veterinarians would use support staff properly. Women in veterinary medicine is the most rapidly changing profession from male to female that there is today. We currently are about 83% in veterinary schools female. And when did all this take place? Well, it took place in about 1985 is about where we made the crossover, where females continued to increase as they do today, and males continued to decrease as they do today. I don't have the answer as to why, other than the female may be a better communicator, probably is, than males. They're compassionate, they love animals. So there are probably a lot of factors that have changed this. Specialists in practice and teaching. When I became a board certified veterinary surgeon in 1973, there were only 75 boarded surgeons, veterinary surgeons in the entire US. And there were only 5 of us at that time in practice. And this is when I was in practice in Phoenix. In 2020, the American College of Veterinary Surgeons now have 2,200 specialists, surgeons, veterinary surgeons, and 1,800 now are in practice, and about 400 are in teaching institutions and research. They approved 94, more than we had after 5 years of getting the American College of Veterinary Surgeons started. We got up to 75 after 5 years of this. This last year, 2020, we approved 94 all in one time. We have a shortage of specialists, according to the AVMA. And we look at the demand for veterinarians. You see the green line shows the demand for general practitioners is going down. The dark line we see up here toward higher toward the top, this dark line here is the number of referral and specialty practices. So it is, specialties are increasing, general practice is decreasing. The most common specialty now, or the most popular specialty, is emergency and critical care. We are, when we look at the workforce today, 33% and falling rather rapidly are baby boomers in the workforce. 25% are Gen Xers, and they're pretty much flat. They are not increasing or decreasing at the moment. Millennials are still increasing, and they're the largest segment of the workforce, and that's what is going to control the way that we practice veterinary medicine, have a profound effect as we move forward. Today, among veterinarians, only 20% of veterinarians are practice owners. So obviously, these veterinarians own more than one practice, many of them. And in practice today, we're 62% female, even though we're 83% female in veterinary school. In practice, we're 62% as the baby boomers phase out. Now, veterinary technician specialists, as most of you know, we have 16 specialties that have been developed over the last few years. And I just noticed the other day that zoological medicine, zoo medicine, nursing is now fully approved. We just recently added diagnostic imaging and laboratory animal nursing. These have all been a huge success, I think, to the profession, to have our support staff, specialty trained. I can't just talk about the past. I just want to give just a couple little quick things here about where veterinary medicine looks like it's poised. This comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They see opportunities for veterinarians to rise 18% by 2026. And for veterinary technicians, they see a rise in opportunities of 20%. The U.S. News and World Report analyzes job market and future markets, and they rank the 100 best jobs each year. And in 2020, veterinarians made the list at number 10. So we have a lot of interest in this profession. These are some of the changes. If you don't think things are happening in veterinary medicine, they are. We've switched from a large animal male-dominated profession to now a small animal female profession. We have not improved our efficiency. We still practice veterinary medicine today. Most people still practice veterinary medicine, one veterinarian, one client, one patient in a room at a time without the use of support staff. They may use them in the back of the hospital and do other things, but we're the most inefficient profession out there. We have plenty of veterinarians, especially if we start to become efficient, we probably have too many veterinarians. The salaries of veterinarians continue to increase slowly, but the debt has outpaced the ability of veterinarians to be paid. And so the mean salary today is about $83,000 for a veterinarian in practice, but their mean debt is $183,000, and many of them will never ever be able to pay their financial debt off because they'll not make enough money. Veterinary technicians starting salary somewhere between $32,000 and $38,000, depending on where you practice in the country. I think that our profession has done a really good job in technology, the internet, website development, social media. I think we've done a really good job of assimilating all that information. And again, we've talked about ownership of practices moving more toward corporations. We have increased the quality of our practice. And to do that fully, we have to utilize veterinary technicians. We've increased specialists. We've increased emergency service. Student debt, however, though, is the largest debt that we have now in the U.S. I'm talking about all student debt, not just veterinary medicine, veterinary technology. It's now the second largest underneath real estate. Real estate's #1 debt at about $8 or $9 trillion. And now student debt is the second above credit cards and above automobile loans. It's the second at 1.6 trillion. And all of this has led toward stress in our profession. And we've heard a lot about this. The suicide risk for veterinarians is twice the general population. And we find that this is true for veterinary technicians now as well in this study that was published about a year ago in JAVMA. And for veterinarians, the drug of choice for suicide is pentobarbital, and for technicians, it's opioids. And that's because of the access that we have. And we need to continue to work in this area that we don't become victim of drugs and suicide and depression. There are 11 states that currently do not recognize veterinary technicians, at least as of the most recent publication I could find, November of 2018. These 11 states, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Montana, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Utah, Vermont, and Wyoming, do not recognize veterinary technicians in their Practice Act. Therefore, they're not paying technicians. And so I always make sure that our veterinary student or veterinary technician students know that they need to be careful if they're thinking about entering those states for that reason. This is information from NAVTE, and I just read some things just yesterday about the mean starting salaries for in veterinary nursing in action, the August-September issue, which I just got yesterday. The mean salary now is $36,670 plus benefits for full-time technicians, which is, almost $18 an hour. Better than it has been, but not probably where it should be. For those technicians that work part-time, they're paid about $17 an hour, so that's reasonably close. Again, we're a profession of 95% females in veterinary technology. People are staying in practices a little bit longer than they used to. And there's certainly recognition in the last few years that veterinary technician specialties will allow an increase in salary to near 50,000 or more, rather than that mean salary of 36 or 37,000. So that's a quick review. I want to stay within my time limit so that Dr. Hurrell doesn't jerk me off with the hook. But I've had a wonderful career, and I still enjoy veterinary medicine every day, and I feel blessed. I really do. After being in this profession for 54 years, and I still thank Dr. Seeley for getting me in this profession. The difference between just working in a clinical setting or just working in a job and enjoying a professional career, I believe, is the proper use of credentialed veterinary nurses. And they've always been my savior. And I truly believe that, and I appreciate that, and I thank all those technicians that I've been associated and worked with over the years for helping me. So with that, I think we have about 5 or 10 minutes for questions, and I'm not sure how we get questions. Jess or Dr. Hurrell, are you going to expect any questions?
Dennis, this has been awesome information, and I'm so glad that you have kicked off everything for us in the way of looking at the tremendous history of not only the veterinary profession, but also this magnificent veterinary technician / nursing profession. And, it's interesting. I will tell you that basically what you'll see We are an amazing group, us Association of Vet Tech Educators. We probably have some 20-somethings, 30-somethings, all the way through 70-somethings who have been doing this for a little while. And I'm just so glad to have your wisdom and your history to be shared, because many of perhaps the younger educators may not have known about some of the trends you talked about today, Dennis. I wonder if all of you could do me a favor into the webinar chat. If you guys could type what age category you guys are in, 20-something, 30-something, 40-something, and so on, I think it'll just give us a good little survey of a look at our wonderful professors in all of our programs in the country. Could you do that for me? That way we can kind of take a look and see what we've got. I'm mentally 26, but my body says I've had that birthday a few times. So wow, look at this. This is awesome, you guys. Thank you so much for sharing. I see some, Mary, I see some seasoned folks like myself and Dr. Dennis, and it's just good to see you all here. And again, I so appreciate you sharing that. And once again, I think what you're really going to see with today is not only celebrating the past, but also moving forward to present and future with the next 2 days in our webinars. And I want to tell you right now, Dennis did a great job. I just loved everything that he brought to the table. I know Nancy Gritman had shared that Utah has now officially put into their Practice Act veterinary technicians. They're working out the details now. So thank you for that, Nancy.
That's great.
Yeah, we need to see all of the states do that. And I would love to see all states recognize the national credential. I think that's going to be so important in the future here. So I think a question that did come up from Alaya earlier, could you maybe share a little bit about that change from more men than women in the profession, Dennis? That seemed to cross over about 1985. Any thoughts on why that happened?
Well, I've been asked that. I've been asked that a lot, and I don't know that I know any more about it than anyone else, but I think there was a pent up demand. I believe that women were discriminated against back in the early days, thinking that, well, this is men's work and women have women's work and so on. And I think that was pretty well dispelled then in the 70s and 80s. And as women got into the workforce more and more, although, you know, today our veterinary students are 83% female. And if you look at medicine and you look at dentistry, both of those professions are about 51% female. So I am not sure why, other than maybe the love of animals and the ability to communicate their love of animals, more and more women got into the profession. And I think we have to agree that it's been a positive, move. I think that we're a lot more compassionate now. We take care of one another and each other better than we ever did. We take care of our pets better. And I think a lot of that is because of some of these changes. So I think it was demand and maybe the time that was right to make this happen, and it happened.
And Jamie brings up a good point also, Dr. Dennis. Jamie says maybe the shift from large animal to small animal as well. I know that
yes,
right after World War II, that watershed movement towards every household had 2 kids, a dog and a cat. And they started paying better attention to the health of dogs and cats, not so much large animal after the war. Seems to be my impression of when that started to change. And again, maybe that's a good theory. I think your thoughts on Jamie's idea there?
Well, I think that definitely had a role to play. We certainly went from a large animal profession to a small animal profession. And, you know, this all went along with our acceptance of pets in the family. You know, you go back to the 40s and 50s, animals lived out in the barn, in the chicken house, and other places. They didn't live in our home. And then in the 60s, they started moving in on the back porch of the house, and you'd feed them there and they'd sleep there. And then pretty soon they moved into the house itself. And now in the 80s and 90s, They moved into the bedroom, so they were sleeping at the foot of the bed. And now in the 90s and the 2000s, they've moved into the bed. And so there've been a lot of changes. And today, most people, not all, but most people consider their pets part of the family. And this is why the quality of veterinary medicine has gone so high that this is what people expect. Now, sometimes their expectation is more than they can afford, but most of the time we are able to meet most of their expectations.
Boy, you're so right. And the human-animal bond has become more and more important than ever before. I know, Dr. Dennis.
Yep.
Here's a good question from Elsie in Michigan. Hey, Elsie from Michigan, great to see you here. What would be a good way to get the process started for recognition in the Practice Act as educators? That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know that I have a quick answer off the top of my head. Obviously, we need to communicate better. And some of this has to fall as a responsibility on veterinary technicians. They have to educate veterinarians because I've long supported the idea that where veterinarians need to learn about technicians is in veterinary school. But the problem is most veterinary schools have technicians. When I was at LSU, we had, I think, 10 credentialed technicians, but they're not technicians. They're teachers at the school. And so the student never sees them as an assistant or as a support personnel. They see them as their teachers because they teach anesthesiology, they teach radiology, they teach clinical pathology and so on. And so the students, the new veterinarians really don't know the value of technicians. And so I challenge every veterinary technician student, you need to pick the right time and try to educate the veterinarian as to there are things they're doing every day that you are well qualified to do. And in the right setting at the right time without, getting them their ire up, carefully explain the things that you're able to do. And, could I do that for you? And you want to watch me do it? And hopefully we do the same thing with education, that we educate those people involved in the state board, the veterinarians that serve in that area about the value of veterinary technician educators.
Good stuff. Here's a thought from Sue in Texas. The USDA is still using the term animal health technician. Golly, let's, and I so agree with what you just said, Dr. Dennis. Leadership from veterinary technicians to educate their bosses. And that's two of our topics today, leadership. Don't miss those. I think it's so important that technicians step up to educate their doctors to what technicians can do and can be utilized for.
No, I think we all have that responsibility to educate our counterparts. And, I've tried to educate veterinary students and other veterinarians all my life. And that's just part of my daily routine, I guess. And I think we all have to be that way. And I wish the USDA would change that terminology. I mean, that's been outdated since 1989. So we need to get to those veterinarians that are in USDA and get them to speak to the USDA people to get this changed, get it updated.
And this will be our last question here, Dr. Dennis. This is a great one from Natalie. We see a number of technicians leave veterinary medicine for human medicine, especially because of the pay.
Yep.
What do you think we can do to increase wages of vet techs to keep our seasoned people in our field? Oh, my goodness. Such an important question.
It's really an important question, but it has quite a simple answer. Veterinarians need to learn to charge a reasonable fee, and I mean reasonable to them and their client, a reasonable fee for everything they do, because the fees we charge then relate back to the income that we're able to pay ourselves and our staff. And until we become better, more efficient in that ability to run a practice, we're not going to be able to pay much more. I think most veterinarians are paying everything they can. They're just not practicing veterinary medicine smarter. They're just practicing it harder.
Yes.
For more time, more cases. They try to work harder and harder to make money. And we need to charge for what we do. And we need to then share that with our staff. And they certainly deserve more money. Veterinarians deserve more money. So we've got to get our fees at a reasonable level, but we also have to increase our efficiency.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Dennis. This has been awesome. Awesome information from the man. For those of you, if you'd just like to say a little thank you to Dr. Dennis in the webinar chat, that would be great, because he's done a phenomenal job. And if anything kind of struck your fancy in his talk, just share that in the chat, if you will.
Thank
We're
you
going
so
to,
much.
and thank you again, Dr. Dennis. You
Yeah.
certainly rock. Good stuff.
Well,
We're going to move.
I'm
I'm
looking
sorry.
forward to the rest of the day, man.
Yeah, we got some great speakers.
Yeah.
And let's segue right into the next speaker. And I'm really excited because we had a doctor's view of the changes in this great profession. Now we get to have a technician's view. And I'm going to read real quick Melissa Supernor's a bio sketch, and then I'm going to say a couple quick words, and Mel, then it'll be all yours. Melissa Supernor is a lecturer and consultant specializing in practice development, professional and career development, and internal medicine topics at a variety of venues, including local, state, and national levels. She holds an AS degree in veterinary technology, a BS degree in psychology. She earned her CVT in 1990 and her veterinary technician specialty in small animal internal medicine in 2008. In 2009, Melissa started her own consultant company, Educational Advocates for the Veterinary Team, where she and her team bring awareness and education to the personal and professional development topics within the veterinary team. I love seeing entrepreneurial vet techs, by the way. Currently, Melissa is the Director of Learning and Development for Rare Breed Veterinary Partners located in Portland, Maine. And I'm just really excited to know that Melissa will be our second speaker. She's a great friend of mine. We've had a blast putting stuff together for this and some other things. And she's going to bring it from the technician view. Her title is 30 Years of Lessons from the Veterinary World. With no further ado, and we will not do the gong show today, Mel, so if you go a little over, cool. With no further ado, the awesome Melissa Supernor to come and visit with you.
Thanks, Jim. I so appreciate everything that you, Dr. McCurnin, it's so wonderful to hear him. He's one of my heroes, just like you were saying. And we'll talk more about that as we get through this, but I'm so excited to be here. One of my goals was to lecture for AVTE. And so I'm so privileged that I was able to do this with all of you. And as an educator for most of my career, I applaud everybody that educates in the technicians, in the veterinarians, whoever they're doing it for. So applaud yourselves for that. So as we go through this, I'm kind of having to change a little bit, not badly, just that Dr. McCurnin actually summarized everything so eloquently. I want to kind of skip through those those lecture slides myself, because I did the exact same ones that he did in its own sense. So where we started, looking back, I think the titles are really cool to really look back. And when I was putting this together, I really started to have all these memories that came flowing back. So when I say lessons, is every place that I was at, everybody that I met has always taught me a lesson, good and bad. And we'll go through a little bit. I tried to stay a little bit more on positive, but I think some of the negative lessons, as we would look at, actually have taught me motivation and positivity more than some of the positive ones. So I won't go through all of these in particular, but I just think seeing the programs and where they really have the growth of the programs is just amazing. And I like this slide for the fact of, you know, I didn't go back all the way to the 8. I mean, back the last slide did say about the 8 programs back in the 60s. But just looking from 1999 to even today, look at the growth of programs that we have for vet techs out there, and anybody and everybody that wants to be part of the veterinary field has some place to go, be able to educate themselves in any fashion, if it's brick and mortar versus an online, if it's a vet assisting program, whichever way it is. We'll talk more about specialties and down the road, but this is amazing. And this is a tribute to all of you that are educating our, and I say youngins because I'm one of those 50 somethings that Dr. Hurrell was asking about. But just to look back of where we were in the 1990s when I graduated to now.
Mel, you're kind of fading in and out a little bit.
Okay.
There,
Sorry.
perfect. Oh, that's
Better?
okay. Thanks.
Okay. So just to see this is just amazing. And I did a little bit of the history behind the associations, and I picked associations that were either one to this group itself, but also to my journey. And we'll talk more when we get to my journey about that. But the national associations, I know Dr. McCurnin talked about it, but the AVTE obviously was born in the 1970s. The New York State Association, which is one of our most active associations right now, they were also born in the 1970s, and where he actually already stated this, but where we were actually educating vet techs or animal technicians at the time in the first Western states, conference back in the 70s. And again, our neighbors to the north, which is also, I think when I see it, is one of the most active associations in Canada, and an amazing association, and a lot of people that friends and colleagues that are part of that association, and it's just fun to watch the growth. Other associations, of course, NAFTA, but the VHMA, which was born in the 1980s. Again, Dr. McCurnin talked about it, but the vet tech journals that were born so early actually in our career, and really understanding their growth and where we are today as educators, but also writers, speakers, and that type of sorts for all of us. And again, it's endless for us. We can send ourselves, our students, everyone else can go to the limits of their careers and do everything they want to do in their careers. I do like the two stats in 1988 that the AVMA voted no to changing the term to veterinary technician. It's not a negative because 1989 they actually approved it. I was in school from 1988 to 1990, and I went to school as knowing I was going to get an associate's in veterinary technician. So we were already streamlining that terminology before it was actually legalized by AVMA. So quickly through this, NAFTA adopted their mission and started their planning process. This is when National Vet Tech Week was born, which we all know that that is really, to me, is probably one of the highlights of my year, is to just, if I don't, I celebrate it every year, but if I'm not part of a hospital or whatever the case would be, is watching my friends and colleagues celebrate that week, and really understanding and making sure that the public and our colleagues know what a veterinary technician is. Again, in 1990s is when our first VTSs started to show themselves and really started to grow and form. For myself, I'm part of the internal medicine specialty, so we formed in the 2000s. NAFTA, even though it's actually pretty young, celebrated their 25 years in 2000s. And my VTS, we did pin our first charter members. So we actually became a VTS at that point. And then of course now growing, I'm not going to look to the future because we're talking about the past, but to look to the future is right now we have 16 academies and we're growing fast. So it would be fun to watch that along with all the schools that are growing so fast. So I'm going to start talking about my journey, talk about the lessons from the front lines. And what you can see is Crackle, my favorite little girl right now, is part of the front lines. And, you know, we took this a while back, but, you know, really summarizing, you know, what we're going through with the challenges. And I think that Paula said it the best, is talking about challenges are, you know, what we need to do and how we get there going forth. So this is me as a toddler. I actually love this picture. I only found this picture while I was looking for the slides for this lecture itself. I'm sure I remember it from way, way back, but as far back as I can remember, I told everybody that would listen to me that I want to help animals. I want to work with animals. Back in toddler, 5 years of age, 6 years of age, I didn't know what that meant. All I know is I loved animals and I wanted to help in any way I could to be part of veterinary medicine, again, not knowing what veterinary medicine really was. So making a plan, lessons from this time frame is making a plan and going after it. And the one thing I don't ever have is a box. So I can't even say that I think outside the box. I just don't have a box to ever think outside of. I just go for the flow and just keep going. And I think big ideas and figure out how to actually get there. So I always make a goal and I achieve that goal in my own, what the sense of my goal is. And then I make another one. I never stay stagnant. And anybody that knows me, friends and colleagues that know me, that knows that that has been a plan of mine throughout my whole career. So this was actually probably my most negative statements that actually were motivators for me. The high school days that I had is, there was a lot of negativity around in the 80s in the way that I grew up. And these comments that are on this, never make it out of high school, never be accepted to college, never make it in vet med, and I'll have a short career. Those were actually comments that were said to me from my guidance counselor. And it actually was a motivator to prove her wrong. And obviously I did in most senses. And I have not, and I will not go back to her to say anything of this negativity to her. But on the other side is, it was just a motivation. And sometimes the negative comments that we have had early in our careers or early in our days have actually been motivators. And all I can say is, and I say this to my students and I say this to my mentees all the time, is don't let anybody stop you from what your vision, your plan, or your passion is. You just do you and you work your journey. And that's the best advice that I got and that I can pass on to others. So in 1988, August of 88, I was going off to Becker. Never been away from home. And the only reason why I put this picture in is because it's the only picture I could find of the day I actually left home. My parents actually became empty nesters at that point, only for a couple of years because I moved back in. But if you can see my face, it's very fat right there, is right before I went to Becker, 2 days before I went to Becker College. I had all 4 wisdom teeth taken out. So I was going there with not only the most pain that I ever had from a surgery, but I was somewhat happy going away. And this was just a picture that I thought was actually entertaining to see back in that time frame. So I wanted to explain a little bit, and Dr. McCurnin, I already said that Dr. McCurnin was one of my veterinary heroes for many years. I am a book geek. A lot of people don't know that about me. I collect signed books. But one book that has actually been through my career with me is the McCurnins. And I have every single version of the McCurnin, and you'll see them throughout the slides, because I think that that is one thing that I can say that I have utilized in every single job that I've been at. And at some day in my life, I will get to have Dr. McCurnin sign actually this book, because this was the book that I actually had in school, which actually was about the thickness of a regular size book. And now we all know how thick the McCurnin is. And my favorite quote from the book, and there's many, but my favorite quote is right at the beginning, is no crack, front or back. And I know that as educators, you probably have seen this. I just say it all the time to my students as we go through, the first clinical practice classes that I had. So at Becker, and a lot of things actually happened at Becker. These were 4 things that actually stood out to me during my time. We had a Greyhound pup that had 13, or Greyhound mom that had 13 pups. And we actually had to go through and work really closely together. The 2 years, it was a junior college, so we only had 2 years. So the second years and the first years had to work together to feed these guys and to keep them healthy. The mom did not want anything to do with them. So we raised these guys from tube feeding to bottle feeding. And as a freshman in college, this was the most active that I've ever seen. Like, it was the coolest thing that I ever saw. And I think just to watch the human animal bond and how these guys really bonded with us as students, and we got to keep some of the pups there to help educate us as we went through. And then the mom did stay with us also at Becker, to educate us throughout our clinical time. You can't see it, but on the screen itself, I have the little baby kittens. Those little kittens came to us almost dead, frozen. The people that found them, Becker is actually in Western, or basically Western Mass. And these guys brought it to us in their truck that was probably older than I was at the time. And they trying to, as they say, defrost them on the heater in the truck. And they came to us very young, and this was my second year at school. So I adopted them, fostered them, I should say. I fostered them, and my roommate and I bottle fed them, or tube fed them and the bottle fed them, and raised them until they were actually adopted from another student of the vet tech program. And those guys lasted till about their 20s. All 3 of them went to friends or family of the student. So she actually got to see them grow from that. And one of them got very sick at one point. And as a second year student, I felt that I knew what I would to do. So the lesson learned from that is really trust your training. And I've used that throughout my career. And again, I'm hoping not to go through, I don't want to go too far over, but this little golden puppy, I don't have a picture of him, but he came in during my internship, and because he had a heart condition, the breeders wanted to euthanize him. And it was my first experience of what I thought it was going to be euthanasia, technically, for an internship. So I was a freshman in college, but somebody at the practice adopted the puppy, even though it was really given 2 years to live. And it did live until about 6 years of age, even with the heart condition, and did very well and really thrived through that time. So it was another lesson that money is a concern to our clients, but what can we do as technicians to help out, or veterinary professionals to help out? And if they do, and I've seen this a lot in my career, if they do sign them over to somebody that will take care of them, any amount of time that those guys have life in a nice home even if it's a foster home or if it's a forever home, is time for them. And that's what I think I've learned. I've had cats that only lasted a couple months because of sicknesses that I have, that they have had in my home. And I gave them the best time frame I could give them as an owner. So from Becker student to graduate, and the picture above is my first picture going from graduation to my first job. And actually, I felt like I was actually looking like a nerd once I saw it, because those stethoscopes actually went everywhere with me. I went to McDonald's, that stethoscope went with me. I wanted everybody to know that I was a veterinary technician and how proud I am to be a veterinary technician. Even though people really didn't know what that was. And at that time of my first job, is my McCurnin going back again, my first job was, I was basically a glorified restrainer. Here I am with one of my friends at the practice, and this was a zebra that came in, and we took care of it, but the doctors actually did all the medical part. They put the catheter in, they did all the fluids, and they just had us really cleaning up, restraining for them and that type of stuff. This is actually us cleaning up. So it really is a lesson to myself and everyone else, is really back in the 1990s, we were basically glorified restrainers and kennel work for when I started. We didn't get to use the skills or the knowledge that we were able to, that we were educated on. Some of the lessons that were, I actually thought they were funny, because I think it happens to all of us educators. Every semester we have a student that passes out in surgery. I actually did pass out my first surgery case. So lesson learned is before surgery. But on the other side is the nervousness and the fear, we have to kind of work through that. And I brought that back to the students, because I had a lot of students that were going to pass out or felt that they were going to be sick because of the nervousness. We had this one time that my doctor was trying to, I actually don't know what he was trying to do, but he seemed to want to see how my knowledge base was from my education. They were a group that didn't really believe in educating technicians. They did hire me as a CVT, but they didn't, they hired, on the job trained technicians at the same rate as the CVTs or the educated technicians. So they didn't really believe in education, and they told me that. It wasn't a secret. So he kept asking me this question about Big Fours. What is a Big Four? What is a Big Four? And I kept missing why he was asking it, and I kept just answering the question and not really listening to what he was asking. And that was a huge lesson for me, is really to listen, especially to clients, what they're saying, and to hear them and not just respond to respond. And this other Beagle hit by car is I was there by myself at the practice, and a hit by car came in, and I called the veterinarian, of course, and he, told me what to do. He was on his way in. It was 7:30 in the morning. He was on his way in, and I put the catheter in by myself, and I felt that I did what I could do to help this little pup. He did survive, to help this little pup. And the first thing that was said by the veterinarian, who wasn't, my biggest fan, I guess, or I wasn't his biggest fan either at that time, is basically, he said, "This catheter sucks. And, I don't know how you even got through school with how you actually have skills like this." And I looked at it, I didn't look at it as really a negative. I know he was saying it in negative, but I looked at it as a positive, that I got the catheter in. I started shock fluids for this little guy, and I was alone doing it. So that was a lesson learned. But yet on the other hand is, I have to look at things in a positive sense of what I can do and what my abilities were, and not listen to the negative people. I wanted to put this in because this is my first owned pet. Flasher was my cat that I had from when I was in elementary school. But when I had to euthanize this cat, it was my first time as a client of a euthanized pet. So really to be, to really take this lesson and turn it around and understand how our clientele feels about euthanizing their own pet, and how I needed to be more sympathetic and empathetic to them and during these life experiences, even if it wasn't a euthanasia, but a critical case or a chronic illness in their pets. So in the 1995, finally ready to leave what I consider as a negative environment in some sense, but to open the door and move into what I wanted as my dream. I started in 1993 trying to get into Tufts University, and at the time it was a very difficult way to get in. It was very hard to get into, to work there as a technician. I put this picture up for many reasons. This dog on here is Bowie. I met Bowie right after probably like 1996 timeframe. She came in as a puppy at 6 months of age as a chronic UTI, as a UTI. She wasn't chronic yet, but she was a UTI. But starting at 6 months of age and going through to about 13 years of age, I was seeing her on a monthly basis to either do treatment, to do urines to check for UTIs, to do general medicine for her. But most times she was our teacher. She taught a ton of us as technicians, a ton of us as, or a lot of veterinary students. And really to me, she and her owners were the best of the best. Her mom was a client that we all wanted, and we always want, is the ones that never disagreed with our treatment. She just wanted to learn, and she wanted to learn how to help her love her pet and the love of her life, as she says it. And this dog is the most patient dog I've ever seen. And there's a few lessons here for the job at Tufts, but one of the big things was really the patient care aspect of Bowie and a lot of the other ones. And the other thing is the goal of writing, which I absolutely love to write. And I always like to write even in high school. I wrote a lot of articles and stuff in high school. In college, when I was in my bachelor program, I actually, a lot of things that people don't know is actually did publish a article back in college on AIDS and in humans. I was in human psychology and AIDS and the AIDS epidemic that was happening at the time. So around 2007, I got the bug for education. I had already been lecturing, but I got the bug and I went back to my, back to Becker, where I was alumni at. And I had a lot of fears of educating our youth, as I could say it at the time, is imposter syndrome was really at a height for me. And I did go through a lot of negative stuff in some of my parts of my career, but a lot of imposter syndrome was happening, and I felt that I was not, really up for the job to educate veterinary technicians. So when I actually took the job, I took the job as a clinical professor, so working in just the exam room and not in the educating in the classroom itself. That was in June when I started, and in in August, one of my colleagues left, and they handed me her classes, which were the freshman classes. And I was scared to death the first day of class, and a lot of my students are actually educators now, so they actually will get a kick out of it. I almost fell off the stage, and I had to laugh at myself. So it was really that, the fear was taking over my body and almost had me off the, as I say, off the ledge. But I also could laugh at myself. And even though they were laughing, I always say they were laughing with me and not at me. But I always found that laughing or having humor would actually stop a lot of that negative self-talk. As we expanded, I expanded when I left Becker, not till 2000. 14-ish time frame. So I was working at Worcester Public Schools and Becker too. But moving into the Worcester Public Schools in an inner city school, I really did expand my horizons a lot. And the one thing about expanding your horizon into an inner city school, it was a vet assisting program, is I grew up in a very small town. Diversity was not even a word that we used. It was very white middle class or upper middle class. And to be able to learn other cultures was just amazing to me. And my students at the time, both at Becker and Worcester Public Schools and then Quincy, all taught me more than I think I ever taught them. So it was really important to see these guys expand their horizons, myself expand my horizons, but also to see where their careers have gone, and watching them still to this day is amazing to me. And I keep in touch just so I can watch their careers. So a couple unexpected turns, twists and turns. These have nothing to do with the corps that are here. Those are the ones that I worked at. I worked in corporate medicine for about 9-10 years, actually still in corporate medicine, but it's a little bit different right now. But and I really enjoyed my time in corporate medicine. So again, some of the negative things that happened at this time was more due to financials than anything else. All three of these jobs were ended because of financials within the corps, that the position itself was eliminated, and it had nothing to do with myself or the corporations. But I figured that I found that even the small amount to make a difference wherever you go, no matter how long you're there. Even if I was there a day in a hospital or 6 months or a year, I always want to make a difference. And I find if I can make a difference, they make a difference in my life too. So it's a win-win on both sides. So as I always say, I finally find my family. And I did say it in some of the other positions. I loved all the positions I was in, but I found a rare breed. And we are called rare breed, but it's a rare family. Disgruntled at times, or, sometimes being a family, you don't always agree. But I do feel that this is where I found my happiness. I took everything I learned in my career, everybody that I learned from, all the lessons, and I bring it to this one job. And it is the most amazing group of people, and it's the most amazing job. And our practices from our leadership and everything else. Our model and our has always been love, respect, and fun. And every day we live that. So every day we love who we work with, we love what we do, we respect the people that we work with, and we have fun. Sometimes we put fun first, and we have our happy hours and everything else like everybody else is doing on a virtual level. But, you're bringing the lessons you learned to your classroom every day or your practices every day. And I always say, and this has always been a part for me, a vision for me, is always do what you love or love what you do. And I'm saying it in that way is I can have a job that I can say that it's really hard, and some days I don't enjoy it, but I always have to love what I do, because if I don't love it, and I love veterinary medicine, I love animals, but if I don't love it, then I feel that it's time to leave, to go to something different. And I can never imagine myself not in the animal field. But I also have to, one of the lessons I bring is I always bring passion back to my own jobs or my own positions or my own life. And I look at one thing I did not put in here is always be strong and never know who you're inspiring. And I have some of my mentees that, tell me years after really getting to know them is that I was their mentor and that I did inspire them to go through their career and stuff like that. So that's big. And Dr. McCurnin touched on the mentor-mentee relationship, but as educators, you just don't know who you're actually inspiring, and you inspire people every day. And again, I want to thank And some of my earlier teachers and mentors are on this call. And I just want to thank you. I'm not going to call you out in person, but I want to thank everybody that educated me throughout my career. And a lot of you are on this. So as I try to give back, and I'll get through this quickly so we can get to the questions and answer, but I want to give back. And this is how I give back. So we know, and Dr. McCurnin touched on it a little bit, but we know the suicide rate, and we know the burnout rate and the compassion fatigue rate in our profession. And the way I can give back is my own company, Educational Advocates for the Veterinary Team. And what I really do is I want to bring awareness, and I want to take away the stigma of talking about mental illness and suicide, and bring it back to, let's talk about it, and bring awareness to that particular, those particular personal and professional development topics, because it's so important that we can help each other through these difficult times. We know that they're there. You know, being euthanizing pets every day, working with difficult clients, and working through difficult cases and stuff like that. We know that people are getting burnt out, and especially during this crisis, the pandemic, or the challenging times, as I say. I don't like to say the crisis, but the challenging times that we're going through now in the world is we have to be here to help each other. And I challenge myself every day to help my colleagues and my friends in the field. So with that, and I'm sorry I went through it fast. I just didn't want to miss anything, but you know, with that, I would love to be able to move on to the question and answer. But before I do that, I want to thank Jim and the AVTE for having me. This has been so special for me, and I just love the program that you put together for the past, the present, and the future. And to thank again all the educators out there, because you guys are making such a huge difference in, you know, our lives as students and colleagues, to put out the best students you can. And we thank you all for that.
Wow. Mel, thank you so much. You got me almost teared up there.
I was getting there too, Jim. Sorry to say, but I was getting there. Sorry, that was like hitting him.
I love your passion. And I just got to give you a couple of quick quotes. And there is a great question for you also. Casey has said, I so appreciate your determination and passion. We need to hear more of this in our field. Quote, a person who feels appreciated will always do more than what is expected, end quote. This is so true when it's recognized appropriately. We need more of this. Great lecture. Jen has said, love this. Thank you, Melissa. Virginia, we appreciate what you do. Robin, thank you so much. Paula, we are honored to have you as a speaker. Michelle, thank you. So here's a great question from Jamie I want to throw out to you here, Mel. So got your thinking cap on?
Yep, absolutely.
Jamie is saying, what do you think as an educator to help students have that same positive attitude to feedback, positively or negatively presented? I have so many externs that feel feedback is criticism and take it personally. I keep trying to assure them that feedback, even when presented negatively, is to help the individual grow. Your positive mental attitude and resilience are exceptional. So, question on how do you give the feedback?
So, first of all, thank you to everybody that gave me such kudos out there. I love you all. I wish I was back educating again. I am educating, but back into the school situation, because I love that. It's one of my favorites. And I can't say it enough without tearing up. I can't say it enough on thank you to all of you for educating our students. To get the answer for the negative is, I don't have the best answer in the world. I had students the same way, that anything that was even, you know, criticism, even trying to give it in the most positive sense, they always took it negative. I do find I'm the same way. Sometimes if somebody says something negative, I still have sometimes a negative mind, or as I say, imposter syndrome, that everything's a critical thing to me. And I try to reassure in both. And when I deal with this in a clinical setting, in a hospital, is I try to always give positive and negative together. And I say that where they're not continuously getting negative. And I work as closely with, and I do have students that, that I always sometimes made mistakes with them, and saying that I always seem to give them more criticism than a positive feedback. But I think if you can give them both positive and negative, and stay with it, because that's the only thing I can say is we don't know where that student has grown up, and what their life was like before they came to college or came to clinical practice or anything like that. And I'm saying that where they might not have had a lot of positivity in their life. I have had a lot of negativity in my life. I did not have it in my childhood. My parents are amazing. They treated us kids in amazing ways. I mean, there was negative feedback. There was critical stuff that we did. We did get, punishment and that type of stuff, but they did it in the most kindness that they could. And they taught us how to be true adults in that sense. But I found that throughout my career, when my negative thoughts, and I did hit, I say rock bottom, I did get compassion fatigue, and I was going to leave the profession at one point. And I found that my passion back, and I went through somebody that helped me, that coached me through that. But I really look at it as, if I can't stay positive for the people around me, that negative vibe isn't going to help any of us. And I look at it as, it's not going to help our patients. And how can I stay positive for that patient? Because that energy that's coming off of us is so important. So if we keep a positive energy, it helps our patients heal better. On the other sense of that is, and this is proven fact, if you want to look back to energy and behavior issues in pets, that is actually out there. But what you can see is any of the negative energies in a practice, your patients actually respond in a negative way. And sometimes the most patient dog or cat, or has been patient before, it has been very nice before, might turn negative. And those of that know me know that I love calicos. This is the sister to the one that was at the beginning. I'm a huge calico fan, which sometimes know that those are the feisty ones in the world. And I did have actually pretty nice calicos as patients, but when they had negative energy in the practice, I always felt that they were more negative or they were more feisty. So I tried to stay positive, and I feel that positivity and gratitude has to be shown every day. And it's hard to get somebody else to change, but it's about how you respond to it, and then continuously with positive. And sometimes that will turn around somebody's negative attitude or the critical thinking that they're having. I hope that answered your question.
Good stuff, Mel. Thank you so much. A couple quick also thank yous for you. Janet has said, as a 30-year technician, I started teaching 3 years ago. I cannot wait to hear my students say that about me. Great talk. Oh, I'm getting so emotional here. And
yeah, so anyone that wants to, have the talk, let me know. I'll get on any virtual reality talk at this point to get into any schools and do that for you guys. It's totally fine. I think students need to sometimes learn from the field, and
yes.
I know that Penn Foster does panels too, but any school that there's a lot of us around, and I think that to be able to show students positivity in the field is so important. And as educators, I know you guys are in it every day, but to hear it from somebody else in the field, sometimes I did it all the time at Becker. I brought in my last month of clinical or the Clin 1 class, I brought in educators from around the globe, as I say, mostly people that from industry, for them to hear it on different positive message from them. So, anything you guys need, please let me know. But I think that I do hear you, Janet. I understand. that positivity has to be there, and they have to hear it from other people to get them to understand that that's what it is, because they are now hearing, especially in internships, they may be hearing a lot of negative about the field or about themselves. Some of the stories I hear out there from interns are just, it just makes me heartbroken to hear them being told that their education is not worth it. There's no reason they can be on the job trained and stuff like that. And I hate to hear that, because then they leave the educational aspect and not finish their education. And I hate to hear that, because I think that we really need to have those educated techs out there to be able to bring our profession to the next level.
Two more quick kudos for you, Mel, and
Yep.
then we'll get moving here. Evelyn
Yep.
says, thank you, Melissa. Great sharing. I like the statement, give back to your community. We as educators give back by educating the next generation of veterinary technicians. I love that. And
I do love that too.
Jamie has said, thank you for the insight. I had a beautiful tortie cat with a lot of attitude, so I know how great they can be. Thank you for your great answer. I'll keep bringing the positivity. Now with that, gang, oh my goodness, all sorts of great stuff, but we got to take a break. We ran a little bit over, but passion is okay, and it's okay to have passion like we had from Mel here. And thank you so much for your wonderful insights, Mel. If you could type up a thank you to Mel in the chat and tell her what you learned, that would be great. And we've got a little break here. I'm going to pass it back to Todd and Jess. How would you like to handle the break? And I'll be quiet.
How about we plan to regroup at 10 after the hour, knowing that we'll do a couple minutes of housekeeping on that. That'll give everybody 10 minutes or so. Get up, stretch your legs, grab a bite if you'd like, and whatnot. And we'll be back online about 10 after, with the programming starting a few minutes after that.
Sounds great. Take a break, gang.
Well, hello, everyone. I think we're just about at that appointed time to get back together. Jen's here. How about Dr. Hurrell? Is he back yet?
I am back.
Wonderful. Well, before we get going again and hear our lunchtime speaker, we do want to take a couple of minutes to pause and thank and recognize one of our partners in making today happen. And I think Jen is going to set this up a little bit.
Yeah, so we wanted to thank NAFTA for their sponsorship, and AVTE and NAFTA, we go way back. They've supported the AVTE conferences for just eons and eons, and they've been a huge presence at our conferences for many, many years. And they've really stepped up anytime we've asked them for any type of support. They've been absolutely, 100%. So they've been a really great partner for AVTE and our members. Ken Yagi's not able to be here today with us live, but he did record a short video that we're going to show to you guys now. Take it away.
We're having some sound challenges. Jess, we may need to check on the patch on that. Ken, are you there? I have a feeling you may be lurking in the shadows. Just turned his mic back on, on. Chance to talk if he's here.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Hey, Ken, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but that's the fun I get today, to put you on the spot. I can't call up your video, but I wondered if you wanted to jump in with a little bit of that video, and then we'll make sure to share the video out with everybody as well.
Oh, God.
Or tell me we're going to play the video. This is live TV, folks.
Yeah, I think if you can play the video, that would be the most concise message that I can provide. And also, we wanted to recognize the student chapter that won the NAFTA Student Chapter of the Year Award. And so I think that would be the easiest, but
we will absolutely do that. Then you can look for that video in a few minutes. But while you're on the line, it's a chance for everybody to say thank you, express some appreciation, and note that I think this is just the first of many more collaborations to come. So we're happy to start in the virtual space, but looking forward to getting back to the in-person in 2021 and perhaps headed back to St. Louis. Stay tuned maybe for an announcement at the end of the month, everybody. Thanks for playing along, Ken. Enjoy the rest of today.
Of course, I've been enjoying the sessions very much and all the information that's coming through. So thank you.
All right. Jim, this is where we go back to you.
All right. I think that our next speaker coming up will be Garnetta Santiago. I think I saw Garnetta is there. Oh, Garnetta, hello. This is like such a wonderful reunion day for me. And let me just say a few words. I have Garnetta's bio sketch, and then I want to say a couple words to introduce her. Garnetta, oh my goodness. She's not only has a master's degree in an LVT, but she's manager of academic and professional affairs for Zoetis, where she helps lead corporate engagement with colleges of veterinary medicine and veterinary technology programs in the United States and Caribbean. Garnetta is a licensed veterinary technician and has worked in mixed animal practice and shelter medicine. She holds degrees in political science, international relations, and veterinary technology sciences. And she is president of the New York State Association of Veterinary Technicians. And Garnetta, I remember the first time I ever met you, I believe, was at an AVTE.
Yeah.
And we had a chance to chat, and you came out to Michigan to share some things about nutrition with our students. And what a wonderful relationship I've had with you over the years, to watch your journey of professionalism. And I know you're talking on a great topic today. I can hardly wait to hear you talk about leadership, part 1. I'm part 2 after you, but I know that you're going to bring it. And I have some things to share afterwards that too. But I'm just excited to have you share with everybody today. You are one of the great national leaders in this wonderful profession. And I'm so honored to have you and introduce you today to speak for us. So with no further ado, Garnetta, you go, girl, do your thing.
Me okay?
A little closer to the mic maybe, and then you're good.
Okay. All
Cool.
right. I will turn something up. One of these buttons I'll turn up, and hopefully that fixes it. Let me go ahead and share my screen and share that. There we go. Okay. All right. Are you guys able to see my screen? Okay. So I was, when Dr. Hurrell reached out and asked me to, if I'd be interested in speaking at the symposium, of course my answer is always yes, because I kind of feel like it's our own little family reunion. And when we talked about the scope of this year's symposium, looking at the past, the present, and then looking forward to the future, the first thing that came to my mind was leadership. And you know, there's so many sad things about where we are today, as you know, going with the pandemic and with economic and racial unrest and whatnot. But one of the things that is saddest for me is that we don't get a chance to be in person. And I always look forward to this conference, and so it's a little bit of a disappointment, but I totally understand. This is the new normal. One of the other interesting things is that one of the most important lessons that this time has taught us is the importance of leadership. And we are sitting in front of and preparing the pipeline of our profession. You know, at some point we're all going to retire from this field, but this field is going to continue on, and it's our job. A big part of our job, in addition to conveying the clinical information, is also preparing them to lead going forward. Now, there are a whole bunch of funny memes out there. I'm trying to move the little image thing out of my way because I have too many things on my screen here. The truth of the matter is that as awesome and as noble and as profoundly important as our profession is, it's not without its challenges. And the truth is that veterinary medicine as a whole, let alone our component, our area of veterinary medicine and veterinary technology, has challenges. And we are very good at enumerating them. We are very good at writing about them. We are very good at sort of chewing them over and mulling them over and over. But the fact of the matter is that in some ways, and I'm preaching to myself here as much as I am to anyone else, in some ways, we celebrate the problem. We say, oh, that problem has existed forever. We've been going around and around and around and around on this issue over and over again. And in essence, we sort of become celebratory of, not celebratory, but we celebrate the problem. And my challenge and the challenge that we have as educators, as well as seasoned professionals, as well as, you know, voices for the pipeline of our profession, is a challenge that one of my favorite radio personalities talks about all the time, and that is, what are you going to do about it? It's not enough to know that suicide is an issue in our profession. It's not enough to know that technician underutilization is a major driving force in attrition in this profession. What are we going to do about it? So when I think about who this we are, who this we is, you know, we potentially have the ability to impact over 144 or upwards of 144,000 individuals, 109,000 technicians, almost, you know, a little over 35,000 in the profession or in the academic pipeline, organized veterinary medicine through the state associations, through the vet tech specialty groups. So we really do have an opportunity. We have the people who we need to move our profession forward, to step up into those areas of lack or those areas of challenge and say, let me try and do something to fix it. Now, when I was putting this presentation together, I spent way too much time trying to define leadership. It was ridiculous, honestly, because there is no one definition. It looks different to different individuals, and it looks different at different times. But one of the important things about leadership is that regardless of how it looks, there's a common thread that runs through all opportunities for leadership. And that is that it's all about influencing one another. And we know, you know, good leadership can influence in a positive way, and bad leadership can influence in a negative way. So our job, one of the most important things we can leave each of us individually is influence in a positive way on people who are following us in the profession. When we think about leadership skills, so it's difficult to define leadership, but when we think about leadership skills, there's some things that are common, okay? No one is born a leader. No one woke up or came into the world and said, I'm gonna go take this bull by the horns and I'm gonna change the world. They really do emanate from innate qualities as well as cultivated qualities. The leaders that each one of us is today, who we represent today, who we reflect onto the world today, is an amalgamation of things that are inherent to who you are, but also things that you picked up along the way. And I think, to Dr. Hurrell's point, the first time I met him, it was at an AVTE conference, and I reflect back on all the relationships and all the things and all the nuggets of wisdom that I've learned from people along my journey in veterinary profession that have contributed to the opportunities that I've had and the pathways that I have taken and opportunities that I've undertaken in the profession. Leadership skills are sharpened through repetition. You don't get up there and lead an organization and your work here is done. You do them over and over and over again. And I think that's a really important point to convey to students, because it's very easy to get discouraged when a student starts out and they step out onto that leap of faith, they take that leap of faith and decide to step out and address a particular issue. If it doesn't go the way that they expect it to, or they don't have the outcome that they expect, it's important to let them know that this is something that this is like a muscle. It gets stronger with use. It does manifest itself differently in different situations. Sometimes leadership is very silent, and that silence can speak volumes. Sometimes leadership really is jumping in completely and completely upending the apple cart. Helping people to understand that any step in the direction towards a positive outcome is a positive step. We're not charged with fixing everything. We're not charged with, addressing every single ill in the profession. Each one, wherever you are, you grow where you're planted, right? And leadership also is really important. One of the most important components of leadership is that we create and we advance meaningful connections. I reflect back on my journey in veterinary medicine, not just on the industry side, but also when I was in practice, when I was at the ASPCA and in small animal and mixed practice, the meaningful connections that I developed then are still a part of my life now. And so one of the things that it's important to convey upon students is that, one, our profession really is 2 degrees of separation. You will meet people and not see them for 20 years, and your paths will cross 20 years later. Those kinds of connections are what make veterinary medicine strong. Those are the types of connections that we want to encourage our students to start to cultivate, to initiate, and then to grow throughout their profession, throughout their career. Now, we honestly could, I know Dr. Jim is going to be following me when I'm done with my presentation talking about leadership. We could spend days talking about all the ways or all the leadership qualities that we want to sort of enhance in our students, but I'm going to focus on a couple. The first one is communicate. I think for every presentation that I've ever done for AVTE or AVMA, communication always finds its way into the discussion. I am huge on communication, and the power of communication cannot be understated. One of the most important things to differentiate for students, and sometimes really to differentiate and to remind them, is that communication is as much about listening as it is about talking, especially in leadership opportunities. Leaders understand the landscape. The only way you can understand the landscape of whatever task it is that you're undertaking, regardless of how big or small it is that you listen to the people who have a vested interest in that. You listen to your stakeholders. You listen to the people for whom your leadership is going to have an impact. Now, that conversation isn't always just the face-to-face conversations, the text messages, the Zoom video conferences. Sometimes that communication is in social media. And whenever I'm speaking to or speaking on behalf of or addressing individuals or groups that are going to be working with students, I am always keen to talk about the power, both good and bad, of social media. I am not as fearless and young and youthful as the students that I deal with. I don't know how they don't understand what goes on Facebook doesn't stay on Facebook and how it can't somehow come back to haunt them. But it is really, really important to convey that, especially when they're looking to go beyond their comfort zone, they're looking to do more. It's really important to convey to them that part of their brand, their social media profile, is part of their brand. So cautionary tale there, you know, I always joke and say, you know, if you're into doing, if you're into doing naked selfies, you know, with a bong, that's perfectly fine. Just don't film it and put it on Facebook, because it will come back to haunt you. Emotional intelligence is another important quality that we want to develop in our students. And really, this is, you know, the ability to play nice in the sandbox, if you will, is absolutely critical to effective leadership. Those of us who've experienced the opportunity, had the privilege, the honor to step into a leadership position, you will come in contact with individuals who are of different mindsets. They think differently. They are different ideologies. And understanding that you have to work with them as well if you are expected or if you anticipate affecting change is going to be key. Self-awareness is one of the pillars of emotional intelligence. It really is understanding what makes you tick. And that's important, especially as students start to consider, as you start to encourage them towards stepping into leadership roles. Helping them, knowing what makes you tick helps you to determine if you are the right person to step into that position. If you are the right person, your self-awareness, if the need is met, if the need melds, if it matches with you know, your passion, then you're more likely to be effective in that position. Social awareness is understanding how to use feedback from others to build those alliances. The best leaders have the best alliances. It's almost a fool's errand to set out in a leadership position and not think about the importance of bringing along allies and having people who are able to help you bring about the changes that you're looking to bring about. And then self-management, the most important takeaway I want to convey with respect to self-management is the importance of emotional intelligence on building resiliency. We want to encourage our students to step into the gap. We want to encourage them to see the challenge and then to think of creative ways to address that challenge. And the reality is that life never goes, you know, exactly how we envision it to go. It never goes in a linear fashion. And so being able to rebound, being resilient enough to say, that didn't go as I anticipated, I didn't have the outcome that I wanted. Instead of saying, I give up, I quit, how do I refocus? How do I pivot and approach it from a different perspective? Now, emotional intelligence is strongly linked to, or it's closely linked to strong leadership, because it does provide a framework for human interactions. We are all these, you know, unique individuals with our own idiosyncrasies, and the truth of the matter is that some people just rub us the wrong way. If our students can't get beyond that, if they can't use emotion, if they can't leverage their emotional intelligence to build those meaningful connections towards the larger goal of whatever the initiative is that they're stepping into, then they won't be leaders. They won't be strong leaders or effective leaders. And so it builds a framework for human interactions and goes a long way towards helping us build those long-term connections. Identifying the gap, and this is really important because just in speaking about this, I kind of think that the order of what I'm talking about is disordered, because clarifying the need from the very beginning is important to formulating the plan. If you don't understand what issue it is that you want to step into, if your students don't understand how to be a leader, the first place to start is to first identify what the gap is. What is the challenge? The challenge is underutilization, right? Let's use that as an example. If underutilization is the gap is the issue that they want to address, what plan can they formulate to address one aspect of that? So having a sense of sort of the road ahead of them, identifying what the challenge is, is absolutely key to formulating a plan to addressing that. It's also important to note that none of the issues in veterinary medicine started today. A lot of them have been around for many, many, many years. Understanding how issues have been approached before and what worked and what didn't work is absolutely critical. It's also important to not undercut those individuals who went before you. The tendency, I think the human nature tendency is to say, well, you know, they tried that, they didn't know what they were doing, and so I'm going to do it completely different. It's important that we all remember, whether we're dealing with students, whether we're considering stepping into a leadership position ourselves, that, you know, there are people who went before you, and the trails that they paved made it easier for you to address that challenge now. It's important for students to know. How do we, you know, we have a ton of issues in veterinary medicine. How do we eat an elephant? One forkful at a time. Oftentimes, students are reluctant to step up and approach a challenge or to step into a leadership position because the task just seems so daunting. It's important to convey to them that they don't have to solve the whole problem. It's almost a trap. You want to avoid the trap of thinking that you have to fix the entire thing. The fact is that any step in the direction towards resolution is progress, no matter how big or how small. And it's important to encourage them and celebrate those steps. So avoid the trap of feeling like you have to fix the entire problem. And then getting by with a little help from your friends. The best leaders, the best advances, they know, the best leaders seek collaboration. We know that it is through cooperation and collaboration that anything really ever gets done. None of us could turn the Titanic around individually. It would take a whole army. So encouraging collaboration in small ways and as well as in big ways are some of the best tools that you can do to sort of help them develop the qualities, that particular quality of leadership. Now, empowering them to step into the gap. It's one thing for us to give them or to help them sharpen the skills that they have. Now we have to empower them. We have to give them the go-ahead to go out there and step into that. Breaking through comfort zones is one of the biggest challenges. We always want to retreat to our safe place. We want to retreat to the place where if we make a mistake, no one's going to see it. We won't be criticized for it. But the truth of the matter is that when you step outside of your comfort zone, that's where the best stuff happens. I read a quote once that said, everything that you want is on the other side of your fear. And one of my favorite t-shirts, I teach Zumba. I'm a licensed Zumba instructor as well. One of my favorite t-shirts says, but did you die though? So for my students who are like, oh my gosh, I can't go another, it's like, but did you die, right? I had a meeting this morning with a colleague. I asked her to develop a presentation for delivery at a conference, and she is brilliant. She knows more about pharmacovigilance than any human that I know. She is a technician in Pennsylvania. She is absolutely brilliant, and she can develop a killer presentation, but she is absolutely terrified to deliver it. She says she's not qualified to deliver it. And I said, you know more about pharmacovigilance than anybody that I know. And there are people out there who want to know more about pharmacovigilance, and you are the person to deliver it. And so by encouraging them that, no, you're not going to die, and that you really do have the ability to just test the waters, is sometimes just the push that they need to step out onto faith and to take that leap. Encourage ownership. You know, it's one thing to say, I want you to go and do a presentation, or I want you to go and come up with a new protocol for this. By encouraging ownership, we tend to put more thought into, we tend to take more, we have a vested interest in things that we feel ownership of over. And so that's one of the, that's a tool that you can use when you're trying to convince students, or you're trying to sort of sharpen their willingness and their eagerness to step into those opportunities. You guys all have a captive audience, right? You can create opportunities within school. One of the benefits of the role that I have with Zoetis and the previous role that I had with Hills, and also the role that I have as president of the New York State Association of Veterinary Technicians, is I get to meet a lot of students. And I am going to shout out a couple of programs And I know there's at least one faculty member from one of the programs on the Zoom call, but I'm going to shout out student leaders at SUNY Delhi and Alfred State College. I have had the opportunity, and I know that's a very small sample. I know there's hundreds of examples out there, but I have had the opportunity to witness students seeing opportunities or seeing areas where they can promote their program more, and they took the bull by the horns. They took the reins on promoting their program, both within the university as well as in the larger community. I've seen these students take opportunities to advocate publicly for veterinary technicians, to educate the public on what veterinary technicians do, and they really do stand out as prime examples of students who feel empowered to go out and speak on their own behalf, to advocate on their own behalf. And so kudos to those students. And I know, I don't want to get bad emails from you guys. I know that there are tons of opportunities where this happens every single day. Promote collaboration and cooperation, opportunities that we can do this, where we have the opportunity to do this in our classrooms. We should take that, because one of the things that students learn is they tend to appreciate, or they tend to get a better understanding of what exactly they can do when they are working collaboratively. Their skills sort of rise to the surface, if you will. And I actually need to diminish the picture pane because it was covering my slides. Reinforce accountability. That's really, really important, because part of being a leader is being responsible and having others having a positive perception of your commitment to the mission. And so if you are tasked with giving a student an opportunity in leadership, hold them accountable. Ask them to determine what the deliverables are going to be, and then hold them accountable to that. That's very, very important. We can't move forward as a profession if individuals step up into a position or step into an opportunity and then they don't follow it through. Now, with respect to opportunities, again, there's a million of them out there. I'm going to focus on a couple of opportunities here that I think really present chances for students and technicians to rise to the occasion. The first one is adaptive challenges. And adaptive challenges are basically, they come as a result of changes in society and technology and customers and competition, those sorts of things that sort of force industries or force organizations to change their values and develop new strategies. And I think probably one of the best examples of that, especially in the age of COVID, is parking lot triage, right? In January, all of our clients were walking into the practice. By the end of March, at least here in New York State, all triaging was done in the parking lot. So the ability to pivot and deliver veterinary medicine in spite of the fact that we had public health challenges, it was a great example. And technicians were at the forefront of driving what those new protocols would look like, of developing the actual plan for how we would do patient intake, how we would do payments, everything that was related to that. So that was an opportunity. The secret life of pets, right? The companion animal industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Every time I go onto Chewy, I discover some new invention that somebody created to make life awesome for their pets. Every morning, I walk 4 miles across the Hudson River, not on the water. I'm not that good. There's a bridge over the Hudson River that I walk back and forth every single day. And I know all the dogs on my walk. I have no idea who their owners are. I just know every single dog by name. And a couple of those dogs get pushed in these really high-tech strollers, right? And I'm thinking, they're not lame. These dogs can walk, but their owners are spending their money. And technicians are in the unique position as primary communicators. We communicate more with our clients than anyone else on the veterinary healthcare team. We have a unique opportunity to influence our owners, our consumers, our customers. And so whenever we as technicians see an opportunity to to communicate with our clients in a way that benefits the outcome of their animals, that benefits the well-being of their animals, that benefits and strengthens their human-animal bond, that is a great opportunity, because what they're doing is they're establishing themselves as a leader. They're establishing themselves as a reputable voice in the best interest of that animal. So that's one of the other options. Instructional modalities. All of you guys were teaching in person in January. And then suddenly, overnight, we're all teaching via Zoom. We have had to learn how to reimagine education. I was reminded of a conversation I had actually with a technician in Pennsylvania recently, who created her own business of providing content to content providers. So she and her business, they develop online content for veterinary healthcare teams that's then delivered through things like Vet Bloom or Vet Girl, that sort of thing, Vet Candy. She recognized as a technician that when she was in practice, she was leading, but she wasn't working at the top of her game. And so she took it upon herself to create her own business to satisfy a need. She saw a problem, she saw a challenge, and she provided a solution. So that was one of the ways that she did. Rocking your role. If you are in practice or your students are heading out to practice, there's always something that needs to be fixed. There's always something that can be done better. Encourage them to look around their own practices. Encourage them to look around their practices, determine what can be done better. I'm big on stories, as you guys can tell. I'm reminded of a technician, again, in Pennsylvania. I'm not quite sure what's going on with Pennsylvania, but a technician in Pennsylvania who they were issue of pet obesity. She was addressing pet obesity, and she created a Biggest Loser competition in her practice, where she would post the pictures of these very overweight dogs on the wall and measure their progress with their biweekly weigh-ins. And she created a walking group. And as a result, you had to be enrolled in this walking group. You would walk and you'd lose weight, your pet would lose weight, and the pictures would go up. And so every time you came into the practice, you got to see your own pet's progress on that walk. Every other client who came in got to see that because of a program that this technician put into place, they could see that it is possible, one, for their animals to lose weight. But one of the funny outcomes, interesting, not funny, haha, funny, outcomes of that program was that because these owners they had enrolled their dogs in this park walking program, owners started to lose weight. So it was sort of the gift that kept on giving, but it was all driven by a technician's ingenuity and the decision to step up and create something to lead from a different direction. Associations provide a great opportunity for stepping up. Now, one of the things that's really, really important to note is that associations, you don't have to be in a national or local or state association in order to be a leader. One of the challenges that I think all associations, especially in veterinary medicine, has, specifically in veterinary technology, is the issue of apathy. People are just not stepping up to the plate. When we have our annual conference, I remind our membership that NISAVIT is a membership organization. The members of the executive board are not the association, that you are the association. And I'm always trying to convey to them that the strength of the association is only as strong as the members who step up. We get lots of feedback at NISAVIT from our members. And when I get negative feedback from a member, my question is always, what are you going to do about it? We have district positions, we have, committee positions. And so encouraging your students to get involved, even if it doesn't have to be on a national level or state level, it can be on their local level. They can do things in their very own community. So sort of bringing the opportunities down to a smaller, more consumable accessibility. Addressing issues of well-being and in our profession, there's lots of, unfortunately, there are lots of factors that undercut well-being in veterinary medicine. Things like bullying. Melissa, I know she talked about that prior to this presentation. She does a lot of speaking on that. Bullying can't happen in a vacuum. And so stepping up into a leadership position may actually look as simple as, you know, telling someone that what they said was offensive, or that the way they spoke with another colleague was offensive and does not help the veterinary healthcare team. Leadership manifests in different ways. And so whatever we can do, each of us, I think we have an obligation for the outcome, for the success of our profession, that we address issues dealing with well-being. Same thing with underrepresentation. Last year at AVTE, I spoke about microaggressions. Veterinary medicine is the most homogenous profession in the United States. Our profession is overwhelmingly Caucasian, and it does not reflect the diversity. It doesn't reflect the diversity of the general United States population. Everything that I can this is my passion, one of my passions. Anything I can do to make veterinary medicine more accessible to underrepresented individuals, to members of ethnically underrepresented groups, to members of socioeconomically underrepresented groups, geographically underrepresented groups, I do, because our profession has so much to offer, and I know that there's strength in diversity. And so I take the opportunity when I can to speak at high school career fairs in urban areas, in rural areas, just to make the profession that much more accessible. Professional advocacy is huge. You know, in our profession, there is a lot of blurring of lines, sadly, and it's important that we convey to our students the importance of standing up and advocating for what they can do, both in their practices, within the profession, as well as out of the profession. Part of professional recognition is being acknowledged by your proper title. I know that one of the big challenges in veterinary medicine is a sense of underutilization, underappreciation, veterinary assistants being referred to as technician, you know, the technicians who earned their credentials, feeling underappreciated by virtue of that. You know, wherever you can in a profession, whether you're in practice, whether you're in academia, whether you're in industry, whether you're communicating with a client, being recognized and acknowledged by your proper and legal title is crucial to professional recognition, and so and dignity. And so it's really important that we advocate for our profession and for our titles. And then each one teach one. Encourage your students to develop a mentor mentality, right? Their mentorship can extend to a student in a year before them. Their mentorship can extend to, you know, they might be a BTS and their mentorship can extend to a technician who's working towards that. Every chance, every opportunity that they have to step into that space and to bring someone along, to positively influence someone, is leadership in action. All right, a couple of pearls of wisdom, because I know that I think I may be over my time. I forgot to time it at the beginning. Fear is a dirty 4-letter F word. It's bad, all right? I am afraid of a lot of things, and I force myself to be afraid and do them. And that is something that, again, this is one of those leadership qualities that it is reinforced with multiple, doing it over and over and over again. Encourage your students to be afraid and do it anyway. But did you die though? Okay. I was honored to be selected by Zoetis earlier this year to attend the Simmons Leadership Conference. It was supposed to be in Boston, but COVID. And so it was virtual, and it was an amazing day of learning and leadership lessons from women who are very, very accomplished in their profession. Serena Williams spoke. Maria from Sesame Street, spoke. But one of the most compelling stories was from Pat Mitchell. And those of you may know Pat Mitchell from long ago. She was the very first female CEO, very first woman CEO of PBS and of CNN Productions. And one of the most important lessons I took away from that was assess before yes. Assess before you say yes. One of my weaknesses is when someone asks me, especially professionally, asks me to help with something or to do something. I usually say yes before I think about it, and then I regret it down the road. That's something that we really want to give. That's a strength that we really want to convey into to students. When you assess before you say yes, you're determining, does this really align with what what my priorities are. Does this really align with something that I feel passionate about, and therefore am going to give my all in all? One of my favorite writers, she says that she experiences the same thing, and she says that she's formulated an answer to when people ask her to do things that she really wants to say yes to, but she knows she can't. She says, "My heart says yes, 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 but my time says no." And so taking ownership of that leadership experience means sometimes being able to say no, and that it's not the right opportunity for you. Thinking outside the box. Leadership doesn't always present itself in a nice, shiny package. Sometimes we discover areas where we can step in, even if it's just a small gesture. Encourage your students to look for the tiny victories, look for the tiny opportunities where they can step in and just sort of test the waters of their leadership skills. And then catching more flies with honey than with vinegar. And I know that resonated with every single one of you who live south of the Mason-Dixon line. It is true, right? There are a lot of prickly personalities in veterinary medicine. But the truth of the matter is that if we only worked with people who we loved and who were in our camp, then none of us would ever grow we would never grow. And so being able to be conciliatory, being able to bridge gaps, being able to mend fences is absolutely critical to leadership. So I'll finish up with a couple of resources that I referenced. If you guys were looking for resources that you can use to sort of start to develop or to continue developing leadership qualities in your students, these were the resources that I use. I absolutely love Lyconomics. It's such a great book. And my contact information is there at Zoetis. So if you need to get in touch with me, you can reach me there. And I do believe that is it. I'll put my contact information back up. Okay.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Garnetta. Oh, I so look forward to you speaking at AVTE every year. You always mess me up in a beautiful way. And
is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing. And your thinking, your posture, your belief, and your passion on leadership has just come through so well. And question, Evelyn says, can you return to the book resource list page?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And also, I believe, and Todd or Jess, let me know if this is not correct, but for all registrants, they're going to get a copy of these PowerPoints available to them, I think, in addition to the recordings. I believe that that's going to be the case, but if not, please let me know on that. You have done such a tremendous job of leadership thinking here, Garnetta, and we talked on the phone yesterday, and I said, hey, I want to send you my PowerPoint. You said, no, that'll mess me up. I'll change all my slides. Oh, I don't want you to change your slides. I'm so glad that you didn't share. I didn't share it with you, but I will tell you on the QT that I asked Jess to send me yours to me. I didn't change my slides because we were so Vulcan mind meld on this mindset of leadership. And I'll take a little different tweak on it, but again, wow is all I can say for the things.
So I have to share with you. I got your voicemail yesterday. I had gone out on an errand. I got your voicemail, and so I am not a Trekkie or like I have never ever sat through an entire episode of Star Wars in my life, right? And I oftentimes confuse Star Trek and Star Wars to the bane of my husband's existence, and my daughter, they just roll their eyes at me. So when I told him that you said we had a Vulcan mind meld, I know what a mind meld is, but then I said to him, Vulcan, isn't that like Star Wars, whatever? He rolled his eyes at me, but he said that you were his new BFF because you managed to work it in.
I love it. Oh dear. Thank you so much for sharing your passion, your wisdom, and again, your leadership. You are a great national leader, and we're just grateful and honored that you do so much for this great profession, moving it forward. We have some wonderful questions that have come up, and lots of thank yous. Oh my goodness! Can you see the chat? You're just rocking and rolling with all sorts of wonderful. Wow. Just awesome stuff. I'm going to get to, I had to put the questions on a separate Word document for myself because they're coming so fast, but let me just throw out some questions for you. By the way, you're fine on time. And I have to tell Jen and Trish, I did not tell Garnetta to finish early to give me more time. But she did finish early. So, but anyway, we'll just go with questions because as much as we can pick your brain on this wisdom of leadership, bring those questions, you guys. Michelle has a question. She says, do you have suggestions on how to incorporate leadership skills into the classroom? Wow. I'll let you handle that one.
Yeah, it's funny because I was looking at the Q&A section and Robin started to ask the question and I formulated an answer in my mind, but I think it applies to Michelle's situation as well. One of the things about the classroom setting is that we tend to see it as sort of like this standalone entity without seeing the connection to the community. And so I think people are naturally community minded. And I think opportunities to take what they're learning in the class out to the community. I don't mean just, the college community. I'm talking about the community that they eventually are going to be serving is a great idea. So organizing things like in our county, they have something called Community Health Day. And it deals with things like, how to put a car seat in properly, how to avoid sunburn, that kind of thing. And I said to them, you really do need a place for veterinary medicine in here. We have great information on how to keep your pets safe in the summer, how to not walk your dog on the bridge when it's 90 degrees and the asphalt is 117 degrees. So opportunities to take the learning beyond the classroom into the community is one of the best ways. I think that technician students are very proud of what they're learning. What technicians learn is so different from other disciplines, and they're proud to show off what they know. So giving them the audience of the community, their neighbors, the people in their town, and so they can show off what they know, I think is a really good opportunity.
Oh, wonderful thought. Wonderful, wonderful thought. Sam is saying, what advice would you give new grads trying to navigate bringing new ideas into their clinics? And quote, when I was in school, we did it this way to bring innovation. This is tough to teach. Any thoughts on that?
It is tough to teach. This is one of those leading by example moments, I think. I did a presentation, I did a panel discussion for some veterinary students at Mississippi State University in March. And these are students who are nervous about going out into practice because they will be the new associates. There are super techs there who know more than they do. And how do you how do you find your voice in that? And I said, you just do it. You just do. So the example was, one of the students said that she was, they learned a certain technique. I forget what the procedure was. And when she did it, the people at the practice, the other associates said, well, that's not the way that we do it. She was able to explain the why behind why she does it and win people over, if you will. So by doing, by trying new things or trying new procedures and trying new protocols, trying new techniques, sometimes just the actual process of doing it is enough to show, oh, maybe there's more than one way to, forgive the pun, skin this cat. We'll say peel this onion. We won't talk about skinning cat. In my personal experience, I've had that situation where I wanted to try something a different way than the way everybody else was doing it, but I felt like I don't want to rock the boat. I did it anyway. For some people, it was eye-opening. For other people, they wanted to keep continuing doing it their way. But the only way that you can take ownership of your pathway is to be able to, if you believe in what you're doing, then you do it, right? The one thing that we don't want our students to feel is that they never have a voice in their experience in the practice, that they don't have ownership in this. By saying, I see that this is the way we've done it, here's another way we can look at it. Even if no one else buys into it, you at least advocate on behalf of yourself.
Awesome. Wow, good stuff. Cindy says, Is there any data that evaluates cultural diversity in veterinary technology specifically? Great question.
That's a really good question. And I will tell you, I have been searching high and low. There's lots of data on the veterinary student side, on the colleges of veterinary medicine. There is nothing on veterinary technicians. It baffles me, considering that there are 7 times as many vet tech programs as there are colleges of veterinary medicine. There's no one place where that kind of information is collected. It may be on the individual collegiate level, on the college administration level, but in terms of compiling it in one particular location, if it exists, I've not found it, and I've looked everywhere.
I'm going to just throw this out because I know there are some CVT people here today, and maybe that's something to put on the agenda for their fall meeting, is to talk about getting some of this data, because it's become very critically important, not only in veterinary medicine, but veterinary technology for sure.
It's extremely important. You know, there are, lots of organized veterinary medicine associations are doing they've launched initiatives to rectify it. But again, surveying the land, if you don't know what the landscape looks like, how do you know exactly how to approach it?
Yes, truly. Evelyn has a question. With COVID-19, we are being limited within the classroom teamwork. Students cannot linger on campus. Physical study areas are closed. Office hours are not being done in person. Do you have any tips on how community, quote, community, can be built for each one, teach one concept when we are social distancing and sending everyone home to learn and study on their own? Wow, great question.
That is a good question. I think I see an opportunity to, the same way you have to deliver education at a distance, you have to deliver it virtually. We also have to, in a lot of cases, deliver veterinary medicine virtually. Client communication. We can't be face-to-face always with clients and with pet owners. The opportunity to challenge our students, or the opportunity to develop a way for technicians to deliver that information virtually, I see that as a great opportunity. There are, I lost my train of thought for a second. Oh my gosh, so creating pamphlets, creating materials that can be given to clients, creating digital materials that can be shared with clients, challenging students to come up with innovative ways. If there's one thing that students know better than we do, and I say we because I'm 52, meaning old people, if there's one thing that our students know better than me at my stage in life, is technology. And so the ability to deliver information, to be able to reimagine how we educate clients, how we deliver information to our clients, is an opportunity. So while we physically can't be in person, having students work on a shared project, take leadership of a shared project where they basically create a digital tool that can be shared with clients for client education, preventative information to convey, summer safety information. I think that might be a good project.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I'm going to just share a couple of comments here, Garnetta. And as I do, if you think of anything else you'd like to share with the group, this has just been a phenomenal talk from a great leader. I so appreciate you and honor you and respect everything you really emulate to our great community, our educator community. A couple of quick thoughts here. Virginia says, thank you, Garnetta. Applause. I especially liked assess before yes. Vet techs like to help. We need to remember ourselves.
Absolutely.
Man,
absolutely.
And I did have to throw this one in. Mary says, I'm a true Trekkie. So I just, and again, so many different thank yous, truly inspirational. It's just wonderful. Catherine said CVT collected that on their last survey. So perhaps we'll get some specific information from CVT on some of these things. So
it really needs to, I wish there was a way. It's difficult to do it in the graduate population. It's
Mhm.
probably easier to do it at the academic level because the colleges collect that information. They automatically collect that information, but that still only gives us a snippet of the population. So
Mhm.
it doesn't tell us, those technicians who've been out in the field for 30 years or for 5 years or for 6 years. It's really difficult to capture that information, but it
Yeah.
is crucial. It is absolutely crucial. And one of the challenges is that not only attracting people from underrepresented groups to veterinary medicine, but retaining them. That's
Mhm.
attrition is highest among, the underrepresented groups. And, it's very difficult to see yourself thriving or doing well in a profession where you don't see yourself represented.
Yeah.
I'm going to give a shout out to Dr. Sandra San Miguel at Purdue, I absolutely adore Dr. San Miguel, but she created, this was a great opportunity or a great example of a leadership. There was a huge gap, the gap of representation, and she stepped into that gap. And so she had done a survey many, many years ago, a study where she went into an elementary school and she provided books on veterinary medicine, children's books on veterinary medicine, and she gave the books to the children. And they could pore over these books, they could flip through them, they could look through them, the whole 9 yards. And at the end of her survey, at the end of her study, she was talking with one student. He was an African-American boy. And she said, so what did you think of the books? What did you think? He goes, oh, this is so cool. Vets can do so much stuff. This is awesome. So she goes, what do you think? Do you think you could be a veterinarian? He goes, no, I can't be a veterinarian. And she said, why? And he said, because none of these people look like me.
Mm.
And so she took the findings of her study and she applied for a grant from, I think it was Department of Education, U.S. Department of Education, and she received the grant and she developed children's books about veterinarians, about the veterinary profession, and all the books feature the rainbow of individuals.
Awesome.
African Americans, Latino Americans, Asian Americans, Native Americans, Americans with disabilities. I mean, it just really covers the broad tapestry of the country. So little things like that, when those types of things are provided to children, when you see yourself represented, you think, okay, I can do that. So I do this at high school career fairs. I do this at urban schools to show them, this is,
Yes.
yeah, this is attainable.
Mm.
Yep.
Wonderful. Any closing thoughts?
Hey, Jim, it's Trish. Sorry to
Trish,
interrupt.
hi. Absolutely.
There is a question in the question and answer section.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Let me pop over there real quick here. And let's see. I'm seeing.
Is that the question about credentials?
Yeah,
There's a
for the
Yeah.
states that do not require credentials to practice.
Okay, so one of the important things to convey, I think, to students is that our profession, wherever they are, wherever they're learning, our profession isn't limited to that geography alone. And so while you may learn in a state that doesn't require credentials, your best opportunity, your number one professional opportunity or the job of your dreams may be in a state that does require credentials. And so encouraging them to receive their credentials, one, it gives them mobility that they otherwise wouldn't be able to have, professional mobility that they otherwise wouldn't be able to have. And there is something about, and the number of states that don't require credentials is far lower than the number of states that do. Those credentials carry weight. Those credentials open doors. And so, if they're in a state that doesn't require credentialing, but they have the opportunity to get their, to graduate and take the VTE and get their RVT, CVT, or LVT, or LVMT, they should absolutely do it. Because, I'm fond of telling students that they shouldn't be afraid to move. And if you are constrained or you don't get those credentials because your state doesn't require it, but your dream job is 2 states away and they do require it, you've just handicapped yourself. And so because the opportunities abound in veterinary medicine and veterinary technology, you don't want to be the stumbling block in your own advancement. Get the credentials.
Program directors and educators, if you are listening to this right now, and you happen to be in a state that does not require credentials, I encourage you to step up to leadership to do something about it. And I want to do something in my state of Texas, and I know there might be some other Texas folks here. If that's the case, would you contact me offline? We need to get something done because the state of Texas needs to be requiring credentials for the LVTs in their state. So
Yeah,
go ahead.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
and that goes back to the professional advocacy that I was talking about before. You know, in New York State, we are very fortunate in New York State that we have very strong support at our legislative level. It is a crime in New York State to call yourself a veterinary technician if you are not a licensed veterinary technician. And we have teeth, we have legislation, we have teeth behind that. But I also recognize that New York State is an outlier and that there are states that don't have as much backing, the level of backing at the state level. Your credential is only as powerful as you stand up, it's only as powerful as you make it. And
Absolutely.
So we all have a voice, we all have a representative, whether it's a council person or assembly person, however way your state is set up. It's incumbent upon us in each of our geographies to advocate for our credentials as well as the protections that come with it. So, you know.
Oh my goodness, Garnetta, what can I say? This was just awesome sauce, as I hear the millennials talk about. And please tell your husband, I'm so glad that I've educated you about the Vulcan mind meld.
I still don't, I honestly, Star Wars, Star Trek, it's all the same. It doesn't happen here on Earth, you know? It's like, I don't know the difference. I can quote every word from Thelma and Louise, but I have no idea about Star Trek.
Well, I could give you a homework assignment, but I won't do that. Thank you so much, Garnetta. You are awesome.
You're so welcome.
Again, we have a little bit of a break here, gang. So, so I'm wondering if Jess wants to do something at this point before I get started.
Yeah, so I have a couple of announcements and reminders, and then we're going to try that video again.
All right.
So first, I just want to say that we appreciate everyone coming today, and we appreciate.
Whoops, you went mute.
Oh,
there you go. Now you're back.
I tried to click that box that said I've been told to click for sharing the computer sound for when I do the video, and it took me to a weird screen. So, okay. Hopefully you can see our many thanks to our sponsors now.
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Okay. So we know that at some point you're going to want to get up. You're going to want to walk around, stretch your legs. I know that I'm going to. So don't stress out that you're going to be missing anything. If you have to leave, you can reuse the same link to get back in, but we are recording and it will be available the week of the 17th. For those of you who are interested in the race CE credit, when the conference is over today and the Zoom screen exits, the survey will pop up for you to complete. It will also be sent out tomorrow, and I believe it'll be sent out again next week. And then I just want to really thank our sponsors again. We have the American Association of Veterinary State Boards. Wonder if I can talk today, okay. The National Association of Veterinary Technicians in America, Vet Tech Prep, Hippo Manager, and Sindaver. Sindaver. Did I pronounce that correctly? Sindaver?
It's Sindaver.
I wrote down a reference to pronounce it too, and then I forgot how to pronounce it. So that's all I have to say, and then we're going to try to share that video again from Ken Yagi from NAVTA. Just give me one moment. I clicked that box, so hopefully this works this time. Fingers crossed. Here we go.
And I know that the AVTE Symposium was something that was supposed to go annually in person starting this year. And here we are in a virtual platform because of the obvious reasons that exist today. When we think back on the pandemic, there's really no other group that has been affected most immediately than you by having to move educational content to virtual platforms. As educators, all of you have gone into full gear very quickly to move the curriculum content online and prioritizing the student's experience. For their graduation, there were probably moments where normally you would have been able to walk down memory lane, reminiscing over the years of the hard work that was spent working towards their degree together. And that all has been taken away from you. The moments of being able to exchange thank yous and farewells and sending them off to their careers, all were affected by the pandemic. But with all that said, educators have always been in the forefront of upholding and raising standards for our profession and nurturing the future of our profession. On behalf of NAVTA and as a member of this profession, thank you. NAVTA has the privilege of having established relationships with many of the veterinary technology and nursing programs out there through something called the student chapter of NAVTA. This is where student leaders gain experience in developing their leadership through the guidance of the student chapter advisors that provide guidance. They work towards promoting veterinary technology and veterinary nursing and being involved in the community to promote our profession as a whole. Each year, we accept nominations for the NAVTA Student Chapter of the Year Award, and also the Student Chapter Advisor of the Year Award. And today, I'm here to present the Student Chapter of NAVTA of the Year Award. We believe the Foothill College Student Chapter of NAVTA should be considered for the NAVTA Student Chapter of the Year due to the scope of activities and the fact that 95% of all enrolled veterinary technology students at Foothill College are active Student Chapter of NAVTA members. Yay. To kick off the events of the year, we welcomed students back to school and celebrated National Veterinary Technicians Week with a Halloween party and open house. During Foothill College's Club Day, our chapter manned a booth to generate interest and educated the school community about the veterinary technology program on campus. We have participated in our local shelter's Vets for Healthy Pets event every month as a part of our goal to serve the pets of the homeless by providing vaccinations, parasite treatment, and physical exams. In addition to donating our time and skills to the organization, the Foothill College Student Chapter at NAVTA held a pet food drive in December to donate the proceeds to the pet owners that attended the January clinic. Our student chapter is in the process of planning what we are calling the Pet Ready Emergency Preparedness event, with the goals of educating the general student body about caring for their pets in the event of emergency situations such as wildfires, earthquakes, evacuations, or pandemic. Due to COVID-19, hands-on activities have been canceled, and our Agile chapter quickly pivoted to take our message online. Now we are regularly posting informational flyers on our chapter's social media accounts, teaching basic pet first aid skills, bandaging techniques, and addressing pet health misinformation. Twice a year, our school program holds Small Animal Surgery Day, where the Veterinary Technology Department provides the materials and manpower for dozens of small animal spays and neuters. Local rat and rabbit rescue groups were able to participate and prepare animals for adoption because of these free surgeries. Additionally, we donated additional funds to the House Rabbit Society to help with our patients' veterinary bills. To expand member knowledge, our chapter attended different behind-the-scenes trips, which ranged from local clinics to zoos. Through this, students were able to gain hands-on learning through guided tours and demonstrations on topics that may not be otherwise covered as in-depth during the veterinary technology program. They also allowed students to reach out and make connections in more specific fields that they may be interested in working in after graduation. Thank you very much for your consideration. Signed, Foothill College Student Chapter NAVTA Officers, President Cabby Mack.
Awesome.
Congratulations to the Foothill College Student Chapter of NAVTA for being awarded the 2020 NAVTA Student Chapter of the Year Award. Your activities and accomplishments certainly serve as a shining example for emerging leadership and collaboration within our field. Congratulations. We'd also like to thank all of you out there with programs that have established the student chapter of NAVTA, and the advisors who continue to provide guidance for the emerging leadership within our field. If any of the programs are interested in establishing a student chapter of NAVTA, please reach out to us and the student chapter of NAVTA committee, which is headed up by Tammy Eggy and Barbara Robinson. With the award presented, I'll leave you to enjoy the rest of your conference and the amazing content that we have at the AVTE Symposium. Thank you again, educators, for being who you are, continuing to adapt to everything that's being thrown at us, and nurturing the future of our profession and making it the great profession it is. Take care.
Hi, Jen.
Hey.
Did you have a couple of thoughts?
Well, I have to introduce our next speaker.
Oh. We can do it now or take a break, whatever works good for you.
Well, I'm a little worried, Dr. Hurrell, because you tend to like to talk. So I'm wondering if maybe we can start early. Otherwise, I have the gong and the hook to
yes,
shut you down.
So let me see here. Let me share screen.
Well, let me do your intro. So,
okay.
Is that okay, Jess, to just start early?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So thank you, Ken, and congratulations. That's awesome for our new NAVTA student chapter. So our next speaker really doesn't need any introduction. I think he's pretty much, you walk in the AVTE conference or even the regular veterinary conferences and everyone's like, hey, Dr. Hurrell. I think everybody pretty much knows him. But he did receive his Doctor of Veterinary Medicine from the College of Veterinary Medicine at Michigan State University. He owned a small animal practice for a few years, but he's been a program director and professor at 3 AVMA accredited vet tech programs over the past, good gravy, 30 years, and has over 2,500 students graduate from these programs. That's pretty incredible and pretty impressive. On a personal note, I've known Jim for several years now, and I would like to say that he has just been a tireless promoter of vet tech education. He is one of the most positive role models that I have ever met in the decade and a half that I've been doing this. He instantly makes you feel like you're his best friend, and he's just so incredibly positive and supportive of all of us as vet tech educators. So without further ado, here is Dr. Jim Hurrell.
Thank you so much, Jen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah. Oh, good. So it's on my big screen. So the technology is cool that you can see my slides then. I'm assuming.
Yeah, we can see. You're good.
Awesome. Well, this is a delight to really come and speak to you guys. And I'm very excited and honored and a little nervous that I follow the great Garnetta Santiago about leadership. And I want to talk about two major focus points today. That would be leadership mindset and fundamentals and technician utilization. Those are two of the significant things that we as educators need to be teaching our students in all programs in the country. And I'm picking on myself as much as I will empower and challenge all of you also to do the same. And again, I'm passionate about the soft skills that technicians need. I kind of wish that CVT had more soft skill requirements in the clinical list, All of us with AVMA accredited programs graduate awesome technicians with clinical skills. I hope that we all really focus in on, as much as possible, teaching those soft skills that are being more and more important every day in not only this profession, but every profession in the country. And I love Cabot Roberts' quote here on the first page: 85% of the reason you get a job, keep that job, and move ahead in that job has to do with your people skills and people knowledge. So let's go ahead and get started here. I like to start all of my webinars the same way. I'm going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm proud of this great country, even though we have struggles. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I want to give a shout out to anybody who is a military family member or first responder family member. Anybody here like that? I can't see the screen right now because I'm presenting, but I just want to thank you for, whether your spouse, active duty, retired, thank you for your service, your sacrifice for keeping our country great, safe, free, and secure. So thank you so much. All right, let's put things in perspective. And I'm watching my timer here, Jen. Putting things in perspective. Who are your students? Here's what I've seen over the years. Many students coming into our programs are introverts. Not all of them, but many of them are introverts. They are shy and often brilliant and want to become perfect at all academic and clinical skills. Are they workaholic perfectionists? I use that term a lot. I'm a recovering workaholic perfectionist. Do any of you want to type that in and just say, yeah, that's a lot of my students? Do you see students like that, the introverts, the workaholic perfectionists? They're usually not interested in soft skills at all. So how do we teach them how to have leadership skills and how to increase their value and utilization on their future veterinary healthcare teams? Wow, that's a pretty powerful one. I think that came up in our last one of the questions for Garnetta. How do we teach this in the classroom? So let's just look quickly at what in the world's going on in this world. 2020, between COVID and kind of all sorts of unrest in the cities. I saw recently an interesting, I should have put this one in as a picture. I saw a picture of one of my favorite movies, Back to the Future, where the professor was getting out of the DeLorean, and there was Michael J. Fox leaning down, and the professor said, go to any year except 2020. So again, we've got a lot of stuff going on, a lot of challenges, but again, in some ways, silver linings have come out of this also. So how are our students learning about leadership? So I just throw this out here as a thought. Are they learning from leadership from the barbarian mindset, playing video war games, or maybe drama on social media? Do you have social media for your classroom? We have quite a few thousand in our Facebook group, and I have to be the sheriff every once in a while in case there's drama in there. But, drama seems to be everywhere in every Facebook area anymore. So are they learning leadership from barbarian mindset? Are they learning leadership from political, which too often is barbarian mindset, whether it's breaking news or someone in politics? Is this how they're learning leadership? Again, we're a technology-driven world anymore, and our millennial students have so much technology on their fingertips. Are they influenced about what is leadership by barbarian thinking? And here, let's talk about some great positives. Where is this great profession going? Okay, good medicine is good business, and again, the AVMA survey that was mentioned by Dr. Dennis McCurnin earlier, college-trained credentialed veterinary technicians adds 93,000 to the veterinary practice bottom line. I remember when that came out in AVMA Journal, Dennis. It was April the 15th, 2010. That's pretty nerdy on my part to know that. But you sent me an email and said, Jim, we've been talking about this for a long time. It's finally in print. And we just want to throw it out there. We'd like to see AVMA do the survey again. Now, Melissa told me that there's a more recent survey that shows that the bottom line for college-trained credentialed technicians is $160,000 per college-trained credentialed veterinary technician. If that's the case, we need to teach our students how to ask for a raise, okay? If they're bringing in 160 grand bottom line for the practice, they should make more money. There's increased demands for credentialed veterinary technicians, especially because of COVID. Again, it boils back to they can get a certain level of income by their clinical skills, but what's going to move them forward in a practice or other career opportunities? Their soft skills, their leadership skills, their management skills. And the last two under clinical skills here, technician appointments and telemedicine, these trends are huge now coming out of this COVID thing. So are we getting our students prepared for the leadership with these types of opportunities? I know Dr. Dennis had a higher number than I do. I'm seeing probably throughout the country $14 to $16 an hour. I don't know what you're seeing. What are you seeing in your state? You might want to type it in here so we can have some of that information from you guys. I've heard it as low as 10, as high as 17 or 18. You know what? Being an educator for many years, it's the same number that I saw at the beginning of the year 2000, 2001. So guess what? Technicians are working harder than ever before and still getting the same pay as 20 years ago. I think there's more respect for technicians, especially in practices that utilize and understand them better. And I love the fact that NAVTE is going after a national credential. I would hope that, as Garnetta talked about last time in the last talk, I hope that our credentialed veterinary technicians can learn how to play nice in the sandbox. There's a lot of different feelings about what should we call ourselves. And I just want to tell you guys that the real key is let's get the national credential. Is it going to be the RVN, the CBT? Let's get the national credential and let's see if we can move towards teaching even more leadership as we get more and more states to get this into the Veterinary Practice Act, that only those people graduating from a college-trained credentialed AVMA accredited program can become called a veterinary technician. So here comes the question. And Garnetta, we had such a Vulcan mind meld, truly. So how do we teach leadership skills to our students? Isn't that a great question? And I'm going to give you a couple of thoughts coming now. And what I'd like you all to do, whether you agree or disagree with me, what I would like you all to do is put on your thinking caps and marinate on this, ruminate on this, think about this, and see what you can do maybe with a different paradigm shift in your programs. And I'm talking to myself as well as all of the program directors that are here represented today. So how do we teach leadership skills? And here's my thought. Let's teach and model mindset first. And by the way, I borrowed this from one of my students as she was joining our program a few months ago. She had this on her Facebook page and I thought, oh, this is awesome. So everybody remembers Wonder Woman. I could have put Superman up here too, but this was a woman student coming in. She's a badass with a good heart, soft but strong, unapologetic and honest. Now, isn't that good leadership? I think so. How about this one? Your mind is like a parachute. Your mind is only going to work if it's open. So I encourage you to think about this as I talk. I hope you agree or disagree, but think about what I'm talking about, because I'm pretty passionate about this leadership concept, as is Garnetta. And we just need to do a lot better job. We need to quit talking about the problem like Garnetta talked about, and we need to talk about solutions. So here's the solution. Let's change our mindset on leadership. Mindset. I love this. Watch your thoughts. They become words. Watch your words. They become actions. Watch your actions. They become habits. Watch your habits. They become character. Watch your character. It becomes your destiny. And once again, I just feel very passionate about that thinking process is where success happens in someone's life, whether it's in veterinary technology or any other career or life journey. It's so important that the thinking gets right. Mindset, I truly believe, is our biggest asset. Truly, I believe it's all about mindset, okay? Leadership is a mindset. And I love this. Train your mind to see the good in everything. Positivity is a choice. The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. Leadership is a mindset. Be strong. Now, I love this. I'd hire a technician in a minute that had this concept. Be strong, but not rude. Be kind, but not weak. Be bold, but don't bully. Be humble, but not shy. Be proud, but not arrogant. You know, and that goes back to my very first credentialed technician I ever hired, Julie Jones, way back in the day. Julie was the epitome of this. And I didn't realize it at the time because I didn't see this quote until just recently, but she was everything that I talk about, hoping that our technicians become over the years. And I love this one on the right. Mindset is what separates the best from the rest, even if they don't spell correctly. Some of you, I'm a little anal about spelling, and separate is not spelled correctly, but it's the right concept. Mindset is what separates the best from the rest. And here we have a look at leadership mindset is really growth mindset. And let's look at the growth mindset on the right. Believes ability can be developed. The ultimate desire is to learn and improve. Wow. Don't you love those hungry students coming in the first day? She embraces challenge, pushes through setbacks. Believe her effort is most important. Uses feedback and criticism as a way to improve. Not all of our students are like that. Some of our students have fixed mindset. So we have to help encourage them somehow, to mentor them and encourage them to get growth mindset, and is inspired from and learns from others' success. Again, the fixed mindset, again, it's kind of negative, avoids challenge, gives up easily. You know, I've seen students over the years, especially the last 10, 12, 15 years, they so easily give up on their dreams. And sometimes what takes them out of the game is unbelievable to me. If they truly love animals, do they want to persist, you know? And I don't beat them up. I try to encourage them. But do they give up easily? I think with the technology today, it's easy to go in a different direction, and, you know, it's in a new screen, so I'm just going to quit, okay? Sees effort as temporary, gets frustrated or ignores feedback or criticism, feels threatened by others' success. Do we see that in our students? Do we see that in our profession? I'm just throwing out things to think about. Veterinary healthcare team. Together, everybody achieves more. All right? This is out of Dr. McCurnin's book, by the way. And do you teach this mindset of team to your students? How do you feel about your team? I love this. Are we teaching our students that when you have that team and you know you're going to have a good shift? Now, it's a little harder to do this virtually, but are we teaching team, and that every team member has a unique and different skill they bring to the table? They all have strengths, they all have weaknesses. And again, are we teaching them to surround themselves with those on the same mission as them, okay? Because they're going to be part of a team when they go to work in veterinary practices. Did you know that AVMA on their website has a brochure that practices can purchase called the AVMA Veterinary Healthcare Team Brochure? Now, this is the old edition because it shows everything on one page. The newer edition, it's a threefold handout, doesn't show it all on one page, but look at what it says. The veterinarian leading the team. And then the veterinary technician, I love what it says here, performs valuable medical and non-medical services in clinical practices. They are graduates of an AVMA accredited program in veterinary technology, usually leading to an associate or bachelor of science. The veterinary technician is educated and trained to support the veterinarian by assisting with, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So once again, they're the number 2 person in the veterinary practices. Now, do you know practices where this is not known by the veterinarians or not respected by the veterinarians? They're out there. There are some great practices. There are some not so great practices where they don't understand the role of the veterinary technician. Let me give you an organizational chart. This is the typical veterinary practice organizational chart of the veterinary healthcare team. And this is the hierarchical mindset. That's where we see that the leadership theoretically comes from the owners or medical directors, and then we have tiers downward from there. Please notice in this 2-doctor ownership pet clinic organizational chart, veterinary technicians are on the bottom rung, okay? Now, that's top to bottom. A lot of the practices, whether they're corporate or even small individual practices, it's top-down leadership and management, which could be good or bad depending on the leaders at the top. Another way to look at the same thing, again, the veterinarian leads, and now they have actually on this particular picture put the credentialed veterinary technician in charge of the assistants and the kennel technicians, okay? So that's another way to look at it. Now, when I used to teach this, Dennis McCurnin is such an awesome mentor. If you ever get any personal time with him, you will learn so much. I shared this with Dennis once. He says, Jim, you're missing one of the most important parts of the team. I said, what's that, Dennis? He said, the clients. I said, oh, the clients. I never thought about that before, but the clients basically, not in a hierarchical chart, but bottom up, we have many, many more clients than team members. They should drive the leadership of any practice then. So what I put together in my own little mind, maybe I should get a copyright on this, is the client patient-centric mindset. Maybe you've seen something similar to this before, but what about the veterinary healthcare team that's all working together to service the clients and patients? To me, this makes better sense for good medicine is good business, and keeping the client and patient centered. And how can each one of these people on the team bring their best to the table to help the pets have a better life and the owners have a better life? That's what I think is a better look at the veterinary healthcare team. So let's talk about what I think is the ideal leadership mindset in a veterinary practice. And I love this quote: the speed of the leader determines the pace of the pack. Okay? And how is the leadership at the top in veterinary practices? Well, if you have no leadership, it could get kind of nasty. Now, I'm going to throw this out there to you. Have any of you ever worked in a practice where there either was no leadership or toxic leadership? Maybe the veterinarians were so shy. How shy were they? They were so shy they let anything happen. They just let the manager take over, and the manager either was a good or a bad leader. If any of you have been working in practices like that before, could you just post that up in the chat? I'm curious to see. I used to work for Attila the Hun when I first graduated. I was fired, or did I quit? It all happened the same day, 6 months later. So it's just really kind of sad to see things like that happen. So I started my own practice after I got fired, by the way, so it was okay, silver lining. But once again, have you seen tough practices or been in tough practices before? So when we have the hierarchical chart, do we have leaders at the top or bosses at the chart? And that visual shows what a boss does. It drives, it manages, it drives the team. Or do we have a leader that's leading the team? Okay. And I like Steve Jobs' quote, management is about persuading people to do things they do not want to do, while leadership is inspiring people to do things they never thought they could do. Wow. So the problem, leadership mindset is pretty thin in many practices. Why? Well, we're going to get to that on a slide pretty soon, but I don't think they teach that in vet school very well or very much. It's hard to soar with eagles when you work with turkeys. And how many people have ever been in a practice where there was a lot of foot dragging, or maybe an institution where there was a lot of foot dragging? What we need is a decision, not more foot dragging. Is leadership mindset taught in veterinary colleges? Now, you might disagree with me, and I respect that. I'm just saying right now, I don't think so. Wasn't when I was in school. I don't think it is today. I looked for the professional curriculum of any vet school in the country on Google, and this is what I found. Now, University of Illinois is not bad. It's just, I think that all 30 AVMA accredited schools in the program in the country right now are probably a similar type of thing. They teach clinical practice. Is there leadership there? I don't know. It's mostly clinical. They teach all sorts of structure and function, pathobiology, treatment, prevention, disease, and all that good stuff. Professional development. Do they do any leadership there? I don't know. So I did find this also on the internet. Lessons vet school didn't teach you. if you could design the vet school curriculum, what classes would you add? I would add leadership. I would definitely add leadership. Doctors need to come out not only with thousands of dollars in debt and good clinical and surgical and medical skills, they need leadership skills to be a leader in the practices where they'll work. The vet school disconnect, once again, I'm not going to click on the link, but you can click on that link at your experience or later. How about in your veterinary technology program? Are you teaching soft skills and leadership mindset? Now, that's just a question for you to ruminate on. Here's what came from this particular website. There's a disconnect between required classes in vet school and required skills in everyday practice. So let me ask you this question. I'm asking myself the same question. Is there a disconnect between required classes in veterinary technology programs and required skills in everyday practice? If the answer is yes, it's probably in the soft skills arena, okay? So once again, this DVM 360, this is about what they didn't teach us, emotional intelligence in veterinary school, like Garnetta talked about previously. So I'm going to stop for a minute. I wished I could see the screen. What is your definition of leadership? Can you type that in for all of us? And I'm curious.
I can read it for you if you want me to.
Oh, wonderful, Jen, please. That'd be great. Could you all take a minute just to either think or type it right away? What is leadership to you? What's a good definition for yourself on that?
Amanda says the ability to lead with or without authority. Paula says being a mentor.
Awesome.
Leading
Good definition.
By example from Amy.
Ooh, leading by example, big time. Any others?
Here we go. Casey, leadership, one who strives to understand how to perceive others and what is needed for the best comfort and performance. Christy
Awesome.
says, don't ask your people to do something you're not willing to do yourself. Lisa, great leaders equal great listeners. Elian says, setting good examples. Oh, wow, these are coming in fast.
Awesome.
Bringing out the best in others, assembling the skills of the team to achieve a common goal, promoting change and respecting others, taking up the yoke together, cultural diversity and what that might mean in practice. Lori says, being knowledgeable and patient, serving your team to help them succeed. Lori, the ability to motivate people and reach their goals. There's a lot. Owning your decision while listening to others' opinions. Leadership and fairness to all on the team. Natalie, translating vision to reality by leading by example. Elia, just listening.
Wow, these are great quotes.
Dr. McCurnin said there's a disconnect in vet school from practice because most instructors have never been in a practice. How can they teach what they don't?
Oh, amen. And I'm going to use Garnetta's, one of her initial words of wisdom in her presentation. Leadership is influence in a positive way. That's so powerful, so important. And I throw this at all of us because we are all leaders. And I love this one. This came from Vet Tech Life, which the amazing Moira Fitzgerald, a retired credentialed veterinary technician who worked at UC Davis Vet School for years. This is her website, and I love her website. It's got a lot of soft skill stuff. Although there may be those born to be great leaders, they are few. But what is vast are leaders that have grown and developed throughout their careers. Leaders are continually learning, continually doing, and therefore impacting those that are around them. Veterinary technician leaders are always looking for ways to improve patient healthcare, client interactions, and team growth. They are visionaries and pioneers. I love this one. Are you? And that was Pamela Moore a few years ago at the Vet Tech Life website. If you've not become a free member of Vet Tech Life, I encourage you to do that. So, throwing this out to all of us, are you a leader as a veterinary technician educator? The answer is yes. And why? If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. That's from John Quincy Adams from years ago. So, I'm giving a homework assignment. You do not have to write a book report for me, but I'm doing old school teaching to you right now. here are two awesome books, and I'm reading Dare to Lead right now. Oh my goodness. Has anybody read anything by Brene Brown before? Wow. We're talking about, this is not about the statistics, the metrics we can get. This is about the heart, okay? The heart of leadership, Dare to Lead. And I just got this promoted to me just about a week ago, and I'm going to be ordering this immediately. Carol Dweck on Mindset, The New Psychology of Success. These are two awesome books. I'm reading number 1, and I'm going to be reading number 2. I encourage you as leaders of your students to think about reading both of these, commit to getting these and reading these. Just a thought. So, teaching leadership mindset. How to become a great leader. And here's just a good checklist I've seen, the 13 most important tips for becoming a great leader. And this, some of you have already shared this in your definitions. Encouraging others to grow. Mel talked about that earlier. Lead by example. Oh, modeling is so important. Have a strong vision. Garnetta talked about this. Increase your emotional intelligence. Keep developing yourself. Learn from your mistakes. Find a mentor. I'm blessed to have a mentor like Dennis McCurnin. Understand your own motivation. Engage in honest, open communication. Keep a positive attitude. That's that leadership mindset. Care about everyone on your team. They're all unique. They're all different. They all have different skills. Empower your team and practice empathy. Wow. And Leadership First, if you're on LinkedIn, you can connect with Leadership First. I see their quotes nearly every day on LinkedIn. Research clearly shows that positive, inspiring, and empowering leaders always turn out to be great leaders. They are valued more by their team, and they create great performing teams as a result. Are we modeling that with the team that teaches our students? Are we also teaching our students how to do that out in the real world? I think that's so important. A team is not just people who work at the same time in the same place. A real team is a group of very different individuals who share a commitment to working together to achieve common goals. Here's another checklist for you. Just leadership mindset. Check, check, check. Are we teaching these? I'm not going to go through all of them right now for sake of time, but you can read these over. I love some of them. I love this one. You have to try and fail and try again, okay? Persistence, gnarliness. That's so important as a leadership concept. Are we teaching about toxic workplaces? Now, have you worked in a toxic workplace before? If so, just type it in to the chat, okay? I have. I was fired because I think I was too nice at that first workplace, so I set up my own practice anyway. But once again, are we teaching our students what to do if they're working in a toxic workplace? I've seen posts in my Facebook group, in Facebook groups, in many of your different Facebook groups all over. There's so many awesome Facebook groups for veterinary technicians, veterinary nurses. Have you seen people say, what am I going to do? I've got this toxic person, or I've got a toxic workplace I'm in. And how about this for an answer? Get out of there. Why struggle through that? That would be leadership. Like Garnetta said, go to a different state, go where you are celebrated, not where you are tolerated. We just have to teach our students to take better self-care of themselves. If they're in toxic workplace, go somewhere else where they can find that perfect team that's going to work perfectly with them. And once again, there's 15 signs of a toxic workplace. Number 1, too much drama. Number 2, favoritism. Number 3, narcissistic leaders. Oh my goodness. Do we see that in veterinary medicine? All professions for sure, okay? Toxic workplace solution, get rid of the bad apple. Nothing will kill a great employee faster than watching you tolerate a bad one. So guess what? Do you see that sometimes leaders, managers, veterinarians especially, are afraid to fire a bad person? They might have great clinical skills, but they're messing up the team. They need to be fired. I feel strongly about that. We have today, our last speaker today. I am so excited that Dr. Bob Lester will be here to talk with everyone. And he writes for this particular publication, and this is Today's Veterinary Business. And Dr. Bob is amazing. He has been a great leader in the national, this wonderful veterinary profession. He is not only a founding member of Banfield and Lincoln Memorial University Vet School, he's vice president of North American Veterinary Community, and he's speaking on 2 topics at the end of today. So don't miss his session. He's talking on techs and tech. Oh, and I'm not going to spoil it for you, but he believes that what's going on right now is very disruptive in veterinary medicine to the advantage of techs and tech. So once again, consumers will get what they want when they want it and where they want it at a value they deem appropriate. And once again, he's talking about a client-centric practice, a patient-centric practice. And I'll just go real quick, click on the link so it'll be in the recording. But basically, again, as you can see here, he's done this in Today's Veterinary Business, and there is his, there literally is his article in Today's Veterinary Business. So just use that link on the PowerPoint, or click on it or find it, but we can't afford to wait. Things are changing so quickly in veterinary medicine here. Whoops, let's see. I got to find my, did I lose it? Oh dear. Did I lose my share?
No, we still see it.
Oh, okay, I don't see it. Let me see. Oh my goodness, I'm not sure where it went here. Oh dear, I shouldn't have done that. Well, the low-tech man in the high-tech world. I am screen sharing, so let's go back there. Oh dear, I'm going to have to go quickly to the page I was on. Are you seeing my slides? Because I'm not at this point.
So now we're just seeing your PowerPoint, not the share screen PowerPoint, but just.
Oh, okay.
So I think if you go back up to present, hopefully it'll work.
Present.
Or slideshow.
Which one?
To your slideshows. Go ahead and show your slideshow again.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully that'll work.
From current slide. Oh dear. I'm highlighting it, but it won't click for me. Well,
I don't see your cursor on here. Do you need to like click back? Are you on, because did you click on the link to his article?
Yes. That was my mistake.
Yeah, so somehow you need to get back, because I don't even see your cursor on here.
Okay. Stop the video. Okay, let me do this. I'm going to share again. Okay, let me just click up on the share screen. And I have to find my PowerPoint. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, you guys.
You're good, and you're good on time too. It's only
okay. So let's see where I was. There we go. Okay, I found it, I think. Are we good?
Hang on. Yep, there we go.
All right, so I'm back to the right screen again. Thank you guys for my technology glitch caused by myself. Okay, so let's see if I can go to the next slide here. Let's talk about leadership roles for veterinary technicians briefly, okay? And truly, it's an awesome profession that's moving forward. My future's so bright, I gotta wear shades. And I'm gonna talk about the big 4. Modeling servant leadership mindset by technicians, thought leadership, animal advocacy, and increased veterinary technician utilization through respectful disruption. So once again, let's talk about how can our students learn how to model leadership, servant leadership to their team, because the speed of the leader is the speed of the group. And here's what servant leadership is. I love the visuals at the bottom. Traditional hierarchical leadership on the left, servant leadership on the right. No job too small is truly the servant leader. The servant leader should model everything that they want their team to do. And the definition is golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Once again, display this mindset as what you want to do for others on your team to follow that along, okay? Servant leadership focuses on the team employees for influence, power, and direction, not by the leader of that team. It's servant leadership. And servant leadership mindset is this: a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Walk the walk and leave a good trail. That's servant leadership. Another thing that we should be teaching our students is thought leadership. They should see how important they are in a veterinary practice for their thinking. And I have seen this over the years, that technicians will make a difference when they come into a practice. If the doctors are open to their ideas, they will increase standard of care, especially for the animals, okay? Definition of thought leadership: the ability to influence an industry. They don't have opinions about they don't just have opinions about their industry, they challenge the status quo. And begin powerful trends that others follow. Now, how to challenge is important. Garnetta talked to this. The key word, I borrowed this, I took this from Abby Hathaway at Banfield, did a tremendous job on technician utilization on a presentation at VMX for veterinarians. And she was highly favored at the end of her presentation. She used the word respectful disruption. And I'm going to talk about that because that's so important. Examples: I think there's a better way, or why do we do that like that? Because once again, thought leadership is so important. And who more passionate at the practice about their animals would be except the credentialed veterinary technicians? They are the most. Most people working there are, but credentialed technicians especially so. And what's the definition for animal advocacy? Moving toward improvements in animal care and a reduction of animal suffering. I'm sure we teach that in our programs to all of our students. Again, what I've seen over the years is technicians will make a difference increasing the standard of care for patients. Fear-free techniques, others also. And I love this quote: animal lovers are a special breed of humans, generous of spirit, full of empathy, perhaps a little prone to sentimentality. Do any of you relate to that? And with hearts as big as a cloudless sky. So let's just finish up talking about veterinary technician utilization. And this came from Abby's presentation. I love this, and I wish doctors would learn this in vet school. This is their role. They went to vet school, paid thousands of dollars, went to college for 8 years to become doctors. All they should do is diagnose, prescribe, and do surgery. Everything else can be done by their team. The credentialed veterinary technicians use skills and knowledge to the fullest to assist veterinarians in all areas of veterinary medicine. Let's not forget the amazing veterinary assistants. They assist both the veterinarians and the technicians. And I think this really gives us a great look at what the ideal veterinary healthcare team should be about. If the doctors would only learn this in school, it'd save them a lot of stress and pressure and make them a lot more money and have a happier team to work with also. Now, this is amazing, and I love what I've seen with the Ontario Association of Veterinary Technicians. In 2003, they did this study, increased veterinary technician utilization. Is it like Garnetta has said, we've been talking about this problem for so often, let's talk about the solution, okay? And here was the goal that they found from their utilization survey in 2003. 2 credentialed veterinary technicians per veterinarian, 1 veterinary assistant per credentialed veterinary technician, and the veterinarian's role was diagnose, prescribe, and surgery and prognosis. The credentialed veterinary technician should do everything else. I love that. We should be following that lead, by the way. Questions for students to think about, and these are real questions we should bring up to them and have them talk about solutions. How do we get paid better? How do we get respected more? How do we get utilized better and use all the skills we learned in school? And the answer is mindset, okay? The answer is truly mindset. So, and here's the mindset: be respectfully disruptive. This is leadership. Now, this is not being respectfully disruptive. This is Dilbert. What would you say are your weaknesses? I have a deep disrespect for authority, but you don't act on it, right? Let's not take the surprise out of it. Have you worked with people in veterinary practices before that was this guy in the purple shirt? Okay. Sadly, it can happen out there in any profession, I guess. So here's what Abby had, and I asked her if I could borrow her slides, and she said yes. It's time to disrupt. I love this. It's time to disrupt respectfully. Being a disruptor means that we, in peaceful and nonviolent ways, we will publicly challenge any organization or individual that presents false information. We are compelled to disrupt wherever necessary. Being respectful means that we will respectfully challenge, because most individuals, companies, and organizations are composed of good people. And this is important to remember. They're all good people, and they've done good things. They're just doing the best with what they have. And sometimes it's like, why are you doing it that way? Well, we've done it this way for years. Well, that's where can we respectfully disrupt that thinking, okay? Last, I'll just talk quickly about how do I become a leader? Do we look in the mirror and do we see leadership? I think, I know over the years I've struggled with imposter syndrome, and I think one of our previous speakers talked about that. Do you struggle with imposter syndrome? It's so easy to do in today's world. It's like, oh, I'm not worthy of that. I couldn't possibly do that. We have to change that mindset to a positivity mindset. I can do that. It's a challenge, but I can do that, okay? So how do you see yourself in the mirror? Do you wake up in the morning and talk to yourself positively in the mirror? I do. I hope, I would think that some of you might. I just hope that the guy in the mirror doesn't talk back to me at the same time. So anyway, how do you do that? Be a good follower. Develop yourself and learn from other leaders. So here's just a page to look at quickly. Learn, 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 learn. Mentor. Seminars, webinars, conferences. I'm so proud of you all for being here. Books, online resources that are on track. Try new things and change. And if you're looking for a great website to read books or get free videos, short video clips to share with your students, simpletruths.com is amazing. And I'm not gonna go there just in case I can't come back again to my slides. But simpletruths.com has awesome books. My favorite kind of books. I'm a slow reader. They have big print and lots of pictures, but they talk about leadership, team, customer service, a lot of wonderful things here. And also the motivational videos are all 2 or 3 minutes long with great messages for free. They do promote books from the videos, but oh my goodness, the videos are just awesome. And I'll finish up with this. My 3 top leadership mindset takeaways from what I've said is edification is the secret glue in a team. Lift up your team. Lift up your team and be a servant leader. Servant leadership, no job too small. Don't just assign it. Show people you're willing to do it, and model this 24/7. And finally, respectful disruption. Why do we do that? Okay. So I was really nervous to present this to my fellow colleagues, but I think it's pretty important. Leadership mindset and technician utilization. And I didn't get it done in 30 minutes, but it was close, Jen. So
No,
any
you're good.
questions?
It's 10 after, and we don't start the next session. Well, we take a break from 2:30 to 2:35, so you're good.
Ah. Oh, wow, right. That's good.
And I just want to say that was fabulous. Your presentation and then all the other ones today, it inspires me to be a better instructor, but also a better program director. So thank you so much. And
thank you.
This was great. So if you guys have questions, go ahead and type them in the Q&A box so Dr. Hurrell can answer them. First question we have is from Alex. It says, where is the recent data of 160,000 per credentialed vet tech come from?
Ooh.
I would love to have that resource as we're working
Yeah.
towards mandatory credentialing in Minnesota.
I will get that from, I think Melissa Supernor gave that to me. Mel, I don't know if you're still here, but if you can get that to me, I think it was a follow through in a business follow-up, possibly through the AVMA Journal, but it was AVMA Business, I believe, at some point. And it was just in the last 3 or 4 years, I believe. But again, I'll see if I can't get that for you. If you can send me a message on that. I'm in the Facebook group for the program directors and the members. So if you want to send me a message on that, I'll certainly find what I can find out to give you the actual where that was posted. So that'll be good.
Another question on thoughts on promoting veterinary practice management. Whoops. On promoting a veterinary practice management following the AAS and vet tech, or as an alternate program in lieu of veterinary technology.
Practice management, that would be good for anybody who works for a practice. There are multiple places to go for such training. And I would think that if they can get some good practice management skills, they can really help out their practices. I think too often in veterinary practice, a hardworking technician is promoted to practice manager when they may not have a clue how to be a practice manager. And so same thing, but sometimes a hardworking veterinarian is promoted. Some practices will hire business degree people to do that. There are some places throughout the country that have practice management programs. We happen to have one at Penn Foster. I'm not doing a shameless promotion, but we do have a practice management program there. The Veterinary Hospital Managers Association can give you some leads on where to get some great training for that. But I think it's really vital to have a good practice manager in place, because veterinarians don't get as much business practice knowledge in vet school, and certainly in tech school. There's with two-year associate degree, there's not a lot of time to do that with everything else required to teach our students.
Mary says, thank you, Dr. Hurrell. I do believe that leadership is the way to go in teaching our students. Too many burn out within 5 years or so and leave practice due to underutilization and underappreciation. If we can show them that leadership is the way to take what they have learned and help others through this process, this may keep technicians in their careers that they've worked so hard for.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mary.
Just a lot. They're thanking you. Good job, Dr. Hurrell.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions?
We have two more wonderful presentations today, gang. Don't miss them both. They're going to be wonderful, wonderful information for you to learn about.
Here we go. So where do you feel client communication responsibilities fall? As a DVM, I've had clients get upset when I delegate communication to an LVT.
That's always an interesting one. And over the years, Dr. Dennis talked about it, when veterinarians, before there were even technicians around, veterinarians kind of did it all. They were the one-stop shop for information and everything else. I think it's a matter of teaching clients that, you know, I want to have my awesome credentialed veterinary technician come in to share with you about that. It's about promoting technicians at the practice. Do you have your credentialed veterinary technicians promoted in the front, maybe on a bulletin board or whatever? Do you have business cards for your technicians that the technician can then go in and share the business card if there's ways to answer questions for the clients? Because client education is huge. And again, good medicine is good business. And if doctors can stay to medicine and surgery, then they can allow the technicians to do the teaching, the client education. If clients are concerned, I think it's the doctor's responsibility to educate the client to how important the training is that their college-trained credentialed technicians have gone through, and they can help to answer what needs to be done with client education.
Yeah, and Dr. Peterson followed up with exactly that perhaps it goes back to the general public lack of understanding of the veterinary nurse.
Yes, truly.
Sam says, Dr. Hurrell, go to the state conferences and tell them this.
Oh, thank you. I just went to Arkansas before COVID, and I was scheduled to go to New Jersey, but it's been pushed back to next year. So by the way, I'm available for any state conference that would like me to either do virtual or come live to visit you all. So just
She wants you
know.
to come to Hawaii. So
I think we should have our next AVTE conference there, but that's just my own personal thoughts.
yeah,
I agree with it. I would agree with Jim. Hawaii should be the next one.
Thank you, Paula.
Any other questions? And I will say, I'll just chime in on the soft skills. We instituted using Franklin Covey models
Awesome.
with both our vet assistant and our vet tech programs, and we've been doing it a little over a year now, pretty faithfully, and it's made a difference. And I actually really get a lot out of it, and the kids like it too. So
Wonderful.
that's mine. Someone's voting for an AVTE cruise. Ooh,
Ah, wow.
I'm on board with that one.
Me too.
We did discuss a cruise as
Yes,
a
we
board.
did.
Mhm. Well, we have a few minutes because we're not scheduled to start the next speaker until 2:35. So we can do a potty break if you want to go grab a soda or a snack and kind of stretch your legs. You guys are welcome to do that. And then we'll pop back in here and be ready to hit the ground running at 2:35.
Sounds
Also,
good.
great suggestions on future AVTE meeting places.
Yes, truly. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, you guys. We'll see you back here in about 20 minutes.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I just have a couple of brief announcements before we get started with our next speakers, who I'm moving into the room now, just so we don't forget them later. Sorry about that, Jenny and Sydney. Get you going in a moment. All right, so same things as before, but it's always nice to have a reminder. If you run into any technical challenges, give us a shout out in the chat and we'll do what we can to help. They'll come directly to me and I'll do what I can. If that's not available, you can always email help@avte.net and we'll see what we can do there. Again, we're recording, so these will be available the week of the 17th, just in case anyone needs to get up and do some more stretching or you have a meeting or anything. We completely understand life, so they'll be available the week of the 17th. And I would like to thank our sponsors one more time. We have Syndaber, Hippo Manager, Vet Tech Prep, NAVTA, and AAVSB, who are sponsoring us, and we are very thankful for their sponsorship, and we are very thankful for our speakers and for all of our attendees. That's all I have to say. So if we want to go ahead with Jenny and Sydney, they can take it away.
I get the opportunity and the privilege to introduce both Jenny and Sydney here today. They're doing a tag team. I'm so excited to have the tag team, and aloha from Hawaii for both of you. I'm really excited you're coming in to see us from the beautiful state of Hawaii. Let me talk about Jenny first. Dr. Jenny Kelly is the Windward Community College Veterinary Technology Program Director and an assistant professor for the program. She's a graduate of Purdue, yay, University College of Veterinary Medicine. Dr. Kelly is a board-certified large animal surgeon and worked in private practice prior to returning home to Windward Community College in June 2015. Dr. Kelly is the recipient of the 2020 Hawaii ACTE Post-Secondary Teacher of the Year Award. Wow. And now for Sydney. Sydney is the Career and Technical Education Retention Specialist for Windward Community College. She has a master's in education from Lewis and Clark College and provides student support for all CTE students at Windward Community College. Her position was established under a Perkins grant in fall of 2018. She was previously the student support specialist at Kapiolani Community College with the Native Hawaiian CTE project. And for both of you, aloha and mahalo. That's about all of the Hawaiian that I know. Your topic is awesome. Any of us that have ever started programs, if any of you have ever started programs, type that into the chat. I have started a program. You guys, anybody that's done that, click it in, because these wonderful, wonderful folks are going to talk about, let's see, your topic is, I have it in front of me here, program adaptability, doing whatever it takes. And I know that that's what we've all seen with every program being so uniquely different. So with no further ado, Dr. Jenny and Sydney, have at it.
Thank you, Jem, for that introduction. I appreciate it. And yes, we had to wake up a bit early here. We're still in the morning. It's 8:30 in the morning. So good afternoon to all of you. And thanks for joining us. So the caveat to our presentation is that it was submitted before COVID. So our adaptability strategies we don't talk much about COVID, though I know that you all have had to adapt because of our challenging times for sure. And it's been rough, and we are obviously continuing to adapt. Sydney's getting ready to share our screen with our presentation. So another thing is that the pictures, a lot of them are taken around the Hawaiian Islands. So talking about coming out to an AVTE in Hawaii. This will give you a little glimpse of the beautiful scenery and surroundings. The title slide for our program, Adaptability, Doing Whatever It Takes, that's taken up at the top at Haleakala on Maui. So moving forward, this is just a brief overview of Windward Community College. Our AS degree in veterinary technology is one of the 4 associate degrees that students can earn at Windward Community College. One thing to note about the demographics of the college is that the gender, it's about 62% women, and we serve quite a large Native Hawaiian population, approximately 42%. This is just going to be our intro video that we have just to show you a little bit of it. So I'm not sure if everybody got to hear the volume on that, but that's an introduction video that we have on our website. It is a beautiful campus. We are on the windward side of the island, so we get a lot of the rain, and so it's usually a very lush green campus year round. So for my education and training, I am from Hawaii, and then as Jim said, I am a Purdue vet school graduate. And I was always planning to come back home, and had always had a part in education and trying to figure out getting back. I saw the position advertised and I thought to myself, how could a vet tech program last in Hawaii? There's no way, it's an island. And you know, there'd be market saturation right away. How would there be a continued source of students? So I didn't think it was possible for a program here. However, getting here, I did actually then take the position or get offered it when I applied. And I found out that indeed there is a need for it. And we have, with our program Adaptability, been able to stay afloat and continue to get students coming in. So today we're going to talk about I'm going to give a brief overview of our particular program, and then we'll talk about our adaptability strategies. They are our CT retention specialists, aka Sydney, our non-trad leadership funds that we've worked with, and then branching out a statewide hybrid program, and then briefly sum it up with successes and lessons learned. I chose this picture here. That's actually the silver sword. It's an endemic plant to Hawaii. It's probably one of the rarest plants in the world. There's 2 subspecies, one's found up on Haleakala and one on Mauna Kea on the Big Island. And it is an adaptive plant. It came over supposedly from the tarweed in California. It lives up at these higher elevations. It has those beautiful silvery leaves, they're called, that help it to retain moisture in order to live. And it basically blooms only once in its lifetime. In its lifetime, the range I've seen is from 3 years to 90 years. So it's an amazing plant. And it's, you know, just put on this slide just because of how adaptable it has been to survive where it lives up in the high elevations of the volcanic mountains. So briefly, a program overview. Our mission statement is basically to increase the quality of veterinary care in Hawaii. And that's my dog who passed away with my little girl when we moved back home, in the picture there at the beach. And a bit about our history. How it all began is there was 2 of the local veterinarians approached Windward Community College, and Dr. Ross Langston was one of the main faculty members of the time, to create a vet tech training program. They saw the need for an actual training program versus on-the-job training. And so they got it put together with Dr. Ross Langston at the helm. And in the fall of 2009, the first classes for the Certificate of Achievement started. And then in fall 2012, the classes were offered for the associate's degree for the vet tech program. Then in March 2013, and this was before I was here, I arrived at the program in 2015. So Dr. John Kaya was the program director at the time. And he had a lot of the great faculty such as Sam Geiling on board at that time to help through this process of the initial accreditation by the AVMA. And then they were lucky enough to get a grant that helped to build our veterinary technology annex, we call it, or the veterinary teaching clinic. And then in spring 2016, the University of Hawaii, so each UH Board of Regents approved the AS Veterinary Technology degree as an established program. And then in March 2018, in the spring, we had our AVMA site visit again for the full accreditation, which we did receive. These are just a few images from students in surgery class and our dentistry class in our veterinary teaching facility. And that's with dentistry class. And that's our campus. And we have one more tour video that Sam leads. So that's Sam Geiling for those of you who know her. And this is of our facility. And Sam actually helped design the facility when it was being put together with the grant. That's one of our instructors, Kathleen Baxter. And then she's just going to show our cat facility and then our dog rooms after this. Coincidentally, one of my dogs was in the facility that day. That's Ernie. He's a rescue, very problematic problem child. And there's our students. There's footage together from the dentistry course that we teach, and that is in the spring semester. So those were, some of these images were taken from the spring semester prior to COVID. So no masks. Dr. Smith, who's one of our instructors, talking to students. And then Sam's going to show the very last component of our facility, and that's the surgery suite. So our faculty, we have some full-time faculty, myself as program director and Sam Geiling, and then Stacy and Kathleen Baxter as well. And they were all featured in the video. And then we have a bunch of lecturers, which we are so fortunate to have. And a bunch of them are actual graduates of our program. Those are with the asterisk. And then we have some veterinarians that help to teach some of our courses as well. So program details, our enrollment, we have what we call our first year and second year, and VETA is what we refer to as our first year, and that's to, we have stackable credentials where if you do your first year, you can get the Certificate of Achievement in Veterinary Assisting. And so for that, it's open enrollment because we're a community college. We have 48 seats for on-campus and 24 for hybrid, and we'll talk a little bit more about the hybrid program later. For the second year of the program, it does become a competitive application process, and that is to fulfill and complete the AS degree. We have 24 seats for on-campus and 16 for hybrid. And we usually, for the 24 seats on campus, we usually get between 30 to 35 applicants for those positions. The courses have to be taken in sequence because they build upon each other. And we do have a C or better policy in our classes. And our classes are named animal science courses. And that's, the system already has animal science courses in place through the University of Hawaii system. And that's why I think the heading of animal science versus any vet tech or other type of nomenclature for our classes. We also have a mandatory attendance at a information session prior to entry into the program. And this slide, that's just what we put out regarding advertisement or promotion of our info sessions. And this is an overview of the curriculum. This is our veterinary assisting, or what we call our first year. And these are the classes that run. And then they also have some support courses. Second year courses, we actually start in the summer. So it's actually 3 full semesters. So we have a summer semester and then our fall and spring. This is an overview of our graduates. So our first vet tech graduates were in 2013. And we had, 7 total and 1 male in that year. And then we've fluctuated usually around approximately 20. We've had 156 graduates, 10 male students only, so only 6% males. And that picture there is last year's students in the fall. So our 2020 graduates. And that was on their field trip out to Coconut Island. And this is just some of the pictures of our past graduating classes. Where, like I know most programs, the demographics is predominantly female, 1 maybe male, per group or cohort that we have. And this is our VTE results. We have been above the national pass rate over the years, but we do have some work to do. We've been in the 73 to 83%. And, I'm in awe of your programs out there, you guys. Kudos to everybody out there. I know there's a lot of you that are in the 90+%, and we would love to be there up with you guys. So that's a goal we are working forward to.
Okay, so I think it's my turn to take over. Hopefully you can hear me. So hi, I'm Sydney Dickerson. I'm the CTE retention specialist. And one of the things from what we've learned about the program is that we need to adapt. And one of the things that the Vet Tech program has done to adapt to the current situation is a CTE retention specialist. So I'm funded through a Perkins grant to provide outreach and retention services to students to help them complete CTE programs.
If you could be a little closer to the mic, Sydney, that'll be good. So.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Thanks.
The 50%, the first year of the grant in 2018, 50% of my funding came from Agri-Pharmatech and 50% from Vet Tech. That's my boss at the time who hired me. And he gave me my marching orders to find ways to recruit students, but with Perkins funding, you can't call it recruiting. Identify best practices for student retention, and also provide students with support, but without funding, which is quite a challenge because typically what all students need is money to pay for school. And all of this, and come back with a plan in 2 weeks. So this is how I felt when he gave me this task, and I always equate it to being asked to build the plane while I'm flying it. So I hit the ground running, needed to come up with a plan and start providing support services to students. So what I did was what I call intrusive exploration. I introduced myself to everybody on campus, from the registrar to the financial aid department. I met with all of the program directors for the CTE programs. As you can see, Dr. Kelly, our Agri-Pharmatech program, Sustainable Agriculture. I attended any department meeting that I could get myself invited to, the counselors meeting, TRIO, any department. And then I just volunteered for everything that I could help with. So if there was a college fair or some presentation on campus, I signed up to help man the registration table or clean up after, just so that I could get my face out there and introduce myself to people. I also contacted our information resource department to get class lists for Agri-Pharmatech and Vet Tech. I attended early college. I did presentations at early college classes for Agri-Pharmatech. I visited classes on campus, and I attended almost all of the monthly information sessions since I've been at WCC. So 19 information sessions in the last 20 months, plus presentations or exhibits at about 29 different events.
Cindy, you're still going out a little bit, like your voice is hard for the attendees to hear.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I also created a Laulima, a website to post announcements and scholarships, job and internship opportunities. And that's just some of the data. And I also took over responding to the Vet Tech email address. So in the first year of the project, I responded to 79 email inquiries. And in this last project year, it's jumped up to 252. And still, that's just basic emails that doesn't count phone calls. And then these interventions have resulted from the classroom visits to the vet tech classes. In the first year, I got 68 students registered as students that I was supporting, and then in the second year, 81 students. And I provided them with individualized interventions thanks to mandatory advising sessions that they had to come to. The vet tech faculty had them submit any paperwork to me so that they would be forced to come and see me. And then when they came and saw me, I would sign them up for appointments to complete financial aid applications, scholarship applications, or any other support that I could find for them. And it wasn't just giving them the application to complete. I sat there with them and would complete it, or I'd walk them over to referral services such as TRIO or mental health counseling. I post as many financial aid and scholarship opportunities that I can find for them. In the first year, with the forced mandatory advising, I got one student to apply for the system scholarship. And in this past year, I got 35 students started on the application process. That first year, we had 3 applicants for scholarships. And this year we have 15 applicants for 5 scholarships. So we've had a huge increase in the number of students applying for financial aid, as well as other scholarship opportunities outside of the UH system. We also have a program called HighNet, which provides SNAP or food stamp benefits for students, as well as other tuition supports. And then mental health services on campus. And in this last year, we got 10 students in the program to utilize services. So, you know, a lot of our students are highly stressed because of the intense nature of the program and going to school and having jobs and families. So anything we can do to support students to keep them in the program and finish up. So it's not just about getting them in, it's about making sure they get through. Like I said, I attend the information sessions, and then I follow up with the students who attended those sessions to offer assistance with application to the college, registration for classes, financial aid. This is just a little bit of our numbers of students registering for the program. So in the first year of the project, when I started, there were 54 students in the program, 5 of them returning, and 27 second-year students. And then that's just the data from fall to spring. As you can see, each year the number of returning students has increased. And I think that is in part because there's somebody now on staff who can follow up with them. I follow up with all of the students to see what their plans are. And some of them return to the vet tech program and some don't, but a lot of them are coming back to school or staying in school and deciding they want to do something else. So our retention rates for first year students is at about 87%, and for second year students, 89%. That is actually much higher than system retention rates, which run at about 60%. So the UH system retains students from fall to spring at about 60%. So we're doing a lot better in vet tech. And, you know, like I said, some students drop out because they realize it's not for them. But I've followed up, or we try to follow up and make sure they stay in school and find a path that is right for them. Another strategy that we've done is like looking for funds to promote the program and get more students in, and show that this is a viable career option. So we applied for a Perkins non-traditional grant in 2019. It was to increase participation and completion in CTE programs, especially focused on non-traditional students for gender. So we wrote for a grant and got it to create materials that increase the visibility of male students and remove gender stereotypes in the field. And then with those materials, we did outreach to different events and venues. That first year of the grant, there was $50,000 available, and we were very conservative and just wrote for just over $8,000, which we got, and then later found out that we were the only ones who applied. This is us doing our outreach material production. So we went to Kualoa Ranch, which is a ranch here on the windward side, and had a professional photo shoot with with students and a variety of large animals. So this is just some of the materials that we produce. These are tabletop posters that I use when we do outreach. Here's some more. So, you know, wide variety of students, looks, gender, nationalities. And, you know, we've just used these photos with everything. These are our marketing materials. These are ads that we've put in Island Dog magazine or the Military Newcomers Guide. We've been featured in Kaneohe magazine, which is a local magazine. And we actually have another issue coming out in September. And then just attending every career college fair that we could possibly think of. We also used that grant money to do outreach and networking. We met with veterinarians, 4-H club advisors, the College of Tropical Agriculture and Human Resources to let them know about our program. We went to the neighbor islands to share with them our program and showcase that we don't just work with companion animals, that we do work with, you know, large animals, and to reach out to that more rural community. Then we decided, well, actually we were asked to write again for the grant. And this time we went big. So this time we wrote for 29,000 and still creating outreach materials for students. This time we're going to focus more on companion animals, pocket pets, and again, distributing it throughout the state, but also focusing this time on that secondary, post-secondary partnership that Perkins 5 is focused in on.
And so moving forward, one of the adaptability strategies was for our program, since we are the only program throughout the state, was to offer it in some form to students that wanted to participate in the program in a statewide hybrid format. So I was fortunate enough to take some trips, and I'll talk about that later. But what we first did initially was we had a Perkins grant. We did what we considered a single island cohort of just our CA, or Certificate of Achievement in Veterinary Assisting. So our first year of the program, and we launched it on the island of Maui, and that started in spring 2016. And that on the past slide was pictures of the graduates. And then the next single island cohort we did was the Big Island, or the island of Hawaii Island. And then now it's to launch our statewide hybrid program, which is launching in August. So in a couple of weeks here, August 24th is our start of the school semester. And so we are delivering our entire veterinary technology program statewide. And we spread out the program. So I was fortunate enough on a grant to go and visit a few programs. So I saw Christy was online. Hi, Christy Valtry. She's the program director at Platt College. And then I also had the opportunity to visit Madison College. And thanks to the team there, Dr. Foley, program director, Sabrina, and the rest that helped me and let me come and visit and kind of pick their thoughts on things. So ours is spread out. So it's 3 semesters for our first year, and then 5 semesters of our second year of the program. It is in order to basically, for students who are already working in the industry, for them to do a part-time program in order to fulfill and do the degree without having to move to Oahu. And we're trying, again, to increase the Native Hawaiian and traditional student participation in the program. So what we did in order to get this on the road is we did a lot of relationship building, kind of in part with our outreach as well. But we reached out to all the University of Hawaii Community College campuses and education centers. So we visited the island of Maui, Molokai, Lanai, Kauai, the Big Island, and they have 2 sites. And then we also spoke with and met with the UH Center directors who help basically bring other programs to a college or site. We also visited many of the veterinary veterinary clinics on site, as well as the rescues and shelters to partner with them. And this is a map that shows the different UHCC, so the university community colleges, and how they're spread out throughout the state. You can see us, when we're a community college, and then what we're trying to basically reach are all those red dots throughout the state. These are just some of the pictures that we got from the rescues and shelters that we're partnering with on the Big Island or Hawaii Island, Molokai, Maui, Kauai, and this is the Lanai Cat Sanctuary. So they have all the feral and free-roaming cats in one sanctuary so that they do not disseminate the native bird population, and so that's a partner that we have on Lanai. How it's set up is that we have fast-track labs for the neighbor island students, and then our Oahu hybrid students, they'll come weekly to lab. So we'll do the same hands-on skills, but for our neighbor island students, the plan is for them to come over in blocks 3 times a semester for 2 to 3 day long lab sessions to go over the AVMA, of course, hands-on essential skills. So you might have seen in our promo is that one of the enticement was getting our students to Gilligan Island. So out there, across the water there, that's Gilligan Island, also called Coconut Island. but it's actually the Hawaii Institute of Marine Biology today. And this is one of the locations where we're hoping to house our students. Of course, COVID has put some blockades in the way, and we're still figuring things out. But what we've done with the hybrid program is had online information sessions. Stacy Kissel, who's our coordinator for that, the students go through a process where they watch the info session, they do the paperwork with her, and then they can register for classes. So there's a lot of logistics and details, and that's some of the things we're doing with that. I'm hoping some of you guys out there have reaped some benefits of COVID, trying to look on the positive side. The university responded to the state here with strategic reprioritization of our Perkins funding for the CTE programs throughout the system. For phase one, they helped give us some funding to help complete the term via remote delivery. So we got some different things, virtual attendance at professional development. We got some anatomical computer software and models that we were able to use and are still using in this stage. We of course did finish up with limited social distancing and proper PPE for finishing up our skills, but when we were able to get that all done. Phase three, which is for current right now, they put out some money that we can invest into critical program improvements. So I asked for in that grant money for some extra PPE and online software and technology for some of the remote teaching and learning that we'll have to do for our lecture courses. And of course, I think one of the best things about everything that I can see positively, just like we're meeting today, is all the free CE and collaborative sharing amongst colleagues. It's been wonderful, and I think we've all reaped the benefits of that. Though this is kind of out of joint, the phase two, so going forward, we had written for our Perkins grant, and we did receive it. This is basically to support the hybrid program with textbooks that would be in libraries throughout those different red dots I showed you on the map at the different community campus libraries for students. And then also anatomical computer software and models and equipment for students to use. In the grant also, we have positions that are part-time for online tutors, lab support assistants, multimedia specialists to help us with our online courses and improvements. And then of course our lab supplies and equipment for the vet tech teaching clinic. We also had applied for a USDA grant proposal for expanding the program, continuing education. It basically was to support the neighbor island travel. We found out we did not get it this year, so that was disappointing. However, we have a good template to start with, and we will try again in order to get that support for our neighbor island students. So, our program, it's a small program. We're a small community college, and we've tried to adapt as needed. Some of the things that we've learned along the way is we do need to seek out funding opportunities. Some have come our way, and some we've seeked out. And just to apply, for those grants, get out there and apply. We, for CTE, of course, we have the Perkins. We had reaped the benefit of the non-traditional portion of the Perkins grant that our state has. And then we've had other grants that we've applied to. Another big thing, as you all know, the network and sharing strategies. We have a lot of wonderful industry partners, and colleagues, whether it's in CTE education in general or just to specialized veterinary technician education. And then of course, learning about best practices, our continuing education and professional development. We had applied also for pathways to credentials to help with our veterinary assisting. We didn't get on a team, but we have some resources that they have offered to us. And then of course, building those relationships. So, getting out there, communicating with our, the veterinary industry locally, outreach to prospective students. And as Sydney has told you about all her intrusive intervention and support with, current students. Having her on board has been a game changer for us because, as she did note, the rest of us didn't really have time to follow up with students. And now that she's on board, it's just been wonderful for students. So this is a picture of a beautiful sunset from the Kona side of the Big Island. And if you have any questions, we are happy to answer them. There's a few pictures here of our students with animals. And then at the very end slide, there's a little special resident of Gilligan Island that we got to encounter. I don't know if there's any specific questions, but we can answer. And yes, I figure maybe we'll have some people guest visits for our upcoming site visit by the AVMA. I was fortunate enough to be a guest on a visit, so we are open to that. This I filmed that of a octopus, or otherwise known as taco, on the island, while we were standing at the pier on Coconut Island or Gilligan's Island. Oh, Jim, you're still muted.
Thank you so much for your sharing. And it's so cool to watch programs that start and then have the flexibility to adapt. And I think that's the story for anyone who started a program before, no matter where they have started from. And again, the same basic essential skills that AVMA requires are done so creatively, brilliantly by each of the programs in the country. And I really appreciate you sharing. And yeah, maybe we need to do a field trip out to visit you guys. That's good. There are some questions that I want to have you guys answer, but would you all just thank Jenny and Sydney for such a tremendous job of sharing some of their creatively brilliant flexibility? That would be great. And one of the questions comes from Evelyn. She says, what kind of photo permissions do you complete with using actual student faces? Oh, Trish would like to answer that question. Trish?
Tristan?
No, I was just clearing it off the queue, Jim.
Oh, I'm sorry?
I was just clearing it off the queue for you.
Oh, okay, okay. So Jenny or Sydney, what permissions do you get from your students?
So our media department has a waiver form that students sign, allowing us to use their images.
Cool.
And we enjoy using our own students because it shows that, you know, these are actual students and are graduates to our program. So it puts that real part of it, right? The real twist of it.
Mm-hmm. Here's another question. It's for Sydney. How much does pre-admission requirements screening help you for your admirable retention attrition rate? Could you elaborate on the details of that?
So when students attend the information session, we have them sign in and they receive a change of major form. So they can't register for any of the animal science courses until they've changed their major. So if they go to our website, they couldn't just register for classes automatically. That gives me an opportunity to look up and see if they've even applied to the college. A lot of times students haven't even applied, and that's the first step. And then I can also look at their basic levels. They need to be at an English 100, Math 100 level to enter the program. And if they're not, then I counsel them to take those support classes and beef up those skills before entering the program. And if they have those classes, making sure that they've transferred in the English, psych, speech, that those classes transfer over with them so that they start up in the program. And then with our students who struggle during the program, you know, not losing them between that fall to spring semester, making sure they stay in class, continue going to school, and then come back in the fall, because the program is structured that classes are only offered in certain semesters. So then, you know, making sure that what their plans are in the fall to either come back or at least continue on in their education.
Great. And here's a question from Robin. Do all students find jobs? Sounds like a great program.
Yeah, we have a 90 or better percentage of job placement rate. Usually when our students are in internship, they're often offered jobs, but most often we tell them you need to complete the program first because of the rigors, as you all know. So we have a huge, a very successful job placement. And part of that is through their internships. The other component that we didn't highlight too much, and I should have probably highlighted a bit more, is the one reason our program probably can survive on an island is that we do have a large military attendee. So what happens with these students, because we have so many active military here, is a lot of military active spouses are in our program. And they, of course, after a year or two, after completing the program, are moving off island. So they're a pretty steady influx for new students. And then they leave the island. So if they had a job in the industry, that's a new opening that a local student graduating from our program can then fill.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you guys. You did a great job. And again, we have to look seriously at doing AVTE
Yes.
in Hawaii.
Yes.
Mahalo, you guys. Thank you so much. I'll give it back to Jess.
Thank you all.
And then we'll start our last speaker shortly after that. Thanks, you guys. Great job.
Hi, everyone. So we're almost done with the day. We have one more speaker left, but I want to thank everyone who's been here since the beginning, which I know a lot of you have been here since 10 a.m., right on the dot. And I want to thank all the speakers that have spoken already today. Jenny and Sydney, thank you very much for sharing. I also want to point out that, oh, I just lost my thought. That's so bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, no, I just want to point out that even though there was a little bit of an audio thing going on there, that all of our attendees were very, very supportive of the fact that you're coming from Hawaii, you know? It's Hawaii. I've never been to Hawaii. Sounds like a fun time. Last thank you to our sponsors before we move on to our next speaker. So I want to thank once more the American Association of Veterinary State Boards, the National Association of Veterinary Technicians in America, Vet Tech Prep, Hippo Manager, and Sindaver. And with that, I'm going to move Bob, Dr. Bob, into the room for us, and then we can get started.
All right. Well, gang, this is last but certainly not the least speaker of the day. And I had an opportunity to meet Dr. Bob Lester for the first time this year. I believe it was at Western Veterinary Conference, if I remember, Bob. And oh my goodness, we had a tremendous time. We are fellow passionate veterinarians about veterinary technician utilization. And let me just read Bob's bio sketch here, Dr. Bob's bio sketch, and then I'll let him do his thing. I love his topic today. Dr. Lester remains as passionate about the veterinary profession as the day he entered veterinary school sometime in the last century. I love it. I'm with you on that one. He's a firm believer in the veterinary profession's double bottom line proposition of doing well by doing good. Dr. Lester is a graduate of Oregon State and Washington State University's College of Veterinary Medicine cum laude and completed the American Association of Veterinary Medical Colleges Leadership Academy. In addition to his Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, he holds degrees in microbiology with high scholarship and veterinary science cum laude. He spent his early career as a small-town mixed animal practice owner before joining the founding leadership team at Banfield Pet Hospitals. At Banfield, he held positions in medicine, operations, franchising, human resources, and professional relations. After a rewarding career at Banfield Mars, he left as vice president of professional relations to help found the Lincoln Memorial University College of Veterinary Medicine, where he served as assistant dean. Dr. Lester's LMU College of Veterinary Medicine team pioneered the fourth-year community-based clinical education program and developed the professional skills curriculum, including instruction in communication, leadership, teamwork, and practice management. I love it. Bob now serves as Chief Medical Officer and member of the Board of Directors of Wellhaven Pet Health, a family of companion animal practices that believes that happy vets and teams result in healthy pets and families. Wellhaven Pet Hospitals are both new build, full service, AHA fear-free hospitals and acquired affiliate practices. Bob was a two-time gubernatorial appointee and chair of the Oregon Veterinary Medical Examining Board. He was the state delegate to the American Association of Veterinary State Boards. He serves as a site team member for AVMA Council on Education and on the Job Analysis Task Force for the International Council of Veterinary Assessment. Dr. Lesser was a contributor to the American Association of Veterinary Medical Colleges Student Debt Initiative Report and currently authors a column, I love this, Creative Disruption for Today's Veterinary Business. In addition to his board position at Wellhaven, he serves as a board member and treasurer of Pet Peace of Mind, a nonprofit which gives hospice patients together with their pets through the end of life. Additionally, he serves as vice president of the board of the North American Veterinary Community, on the board of Pets PAC, on the advisory boards of Easy Vet Clinics and Pet Desk. Bob frequently consults about business and academic opportunities within the veterinary profession. His interests include business, writing, investing, speaking, business, and leadership development. I love it. The human-animal bond, and giving back to the profession that's done so much for him and others. His family includes his wife, Crystal, two amazing daughters, Mackenzie and Paige, and two rescue Yorkies, Jesse and Woody. And Bob, I'm just delighted and honored to have met you this year. I know that technician utilization is huge in the future, and maybe even because of Corona. And with no further ado, if you'd like to speak on your topic of techs and tech, I love it. Feel free to do so. Here is the great Bob Lester. Thank you so much for being here today. I think Bob is there.
Great. Can you hear me now, Jim?
Yeah, very good. Hi, Bob.
Thank you for that introduction, Jim. Appreciate it. Really honored to speak with this group. Greetings from the beautiful Pacific Northwest, where not bragging, but bragging, 75 degrees, about 40% humidity, light breeze. That said, I'd still rather be with Jenny and Sydney. Those Hawaii pictures were fabulous. So, let me see if I can advance the slide.
If you can share screen too, Bob, that might be at the bottom of the page there.
I see a start my video. I don't see the share screen that I've seen before.
Jenny or Jess, can you help him?
You want to click that start video button? I sent you an invite to start your video.
Oh, I've lost it now. There it is, start video.
Perfect.
So are we working now?
There you are. Can you tilt the screen down just a little bit?
You
Cutting
got
off your, okay.
How's
Here.
that?
A little better. All right. So at the bottom of your screen, there should be a green share screen button.
There is not. I see your picture in my slide, but I don't see anything else.
You might want to roll the mouse across the bottom there, Bob. That's how I found it.
Yeah, sometimes it likes to hide.
Yeah, let me try escape, see if I can get to a smaller screen here. Okay, now I see little icons. Which one do I need to hit, Jess?
Share screen.
I just see pictures, arrows.
It'll be a square with an arrow facing up.
Now I see a whole series of slides. That wasn't it. Can you drive it and I tell you what to do, Jess?
I can certainly try, but I might not be able to unless your share screen is already going.
I don't see.
I've also got his PowerPoint if you'd like me to run it from my computer.
I apologize. Clearly, I'm not a digital native.
Oh, welcome to my world.
I see the screen. I see you guys, but I don't see a share screen. And I did in the rehearsal, but I don't see it now.
That's very odd.
I can share
Jim-
my screen, Jess. And
Perfect. Thank you, Jim.
Yeah.
Great.
Can everybody see the screen for Bob's slides?
Yes.
Great.
Excellent.
Okay.
Perfect. Again, my apologies. We'll get started. Thanks again, Jim. Appreciate being here.
Absolutely, Bob. Thank you.
Given a topic like the future of veterinary medicine, that's enormous. So as I gave this a lot of thought, first of all, recognizing that this is a progressive, proactive group, I thought we would not so much talk about what the future might look like, but how we might create that. And as I hope to share in the next 30 or 40 minutes, I believe a big part of that future will be created by veterinary technician nurses and technology. So we can go to the next slide. And then the next one. So a quick story. One of the benefits of COVID, as was mentioned, I have two daughters, one who hopefully will be going off to college next month. That's a little bit up in the air. And the other who just graduated from college and her dream internship has been postponed. But as a result, I get the benefit of having both my kids at home and periodically family meals. At a family meal a couple of weeks ago, I told the family that, guess what? Dad's been invited to give the keynote closing to the veterinary technician educators group. I'm feeling pretty cocky and my family's very good at keeping me humble. My wife said, what are you going to present? And I told her I'd be presenting on the future of veterinary medicine. And she got a very mischievous smile that I've learned to appreciate the last 24 years and asked me, do you recall what type of people attempt to predict the future? At which time I remembered that that is only fools attempt to predict the future. My next thought was to Jim, thinking, what was he thinking inviting me? And then the big aha, who better to invite than me? I'll spend the next 30 or 40 minutes proving the old saying that only fools do in fact attempt to predict the future. As with other speakers, I'm a big fan of quotes. I've appreciated the quotes that came before. A couple of quotes on the topic, two from Peter Drucker. One, Peter says, trying to predict the future is like trying to drive down a country road at night with no lights while looking out the back window. Peter also said, the only thing we know about the future is that it will be different. And then, of course, the famous quote from President Abraham Lincoln that the best way to predict the future is to create it. So that'll be what we try to do today is talk about how we can proactively create that future. Next slide, please. So 5 things I want to touch on in the next few minutes. One, we'll take a shot at what the future might look like. And I've divided that into the future of clinical practice, and I refer to that as the connected pet. And then to truly prove I'm foolish, I've jumped into your area of expertise and will attempt to tell a group of professional educators what the future of vet education might look like. And I think of that as the connected student. So once we've taken a look at a potential future, we'll talk a little bit about today. Been several great discussions on that throughout the day. But what's going on today? What are the current tailwinds? What are the current headwinds? If we're going to create the future, what's our baseline? What are we doing well? What can we do better at? And then as we look to that future, the potential future, how can we create that? How do we skate, as Wayne Gretzky, the greatest hockey player ever said, how do we skate to where the puck is going to be? And again, my conclusion is that future that we want to create to take a great profession and make it even better is largely going to revolve around veterinary technician nurses and technology. And we'll talk a little bit about what that future might look like. So next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit, take a stab at what the future of clinical practice might look like. Again, I think of this as the connected pet. We talked a little bit about hierarchical structures earlier. I think more in terms of matrices. And as I think to the future, at the center of this matrix is the veterinary nurse, surrounded by a veterinarian there on our lower left, and family in the lower right, technology in the upper right for both communication as well as medical data collection, artificial intelligence, sorting through all of that data. And then in the upper left is a connected pet. And where I see us going in the future with this connected pet is from the wearables we see today to eventually that will be implantables. And at the middle of this whole new ecosystem will be the quarterback, will be the subject matter expert, will be the person that keeps all these pieces connected. And I see that as being the veterinary nurse. So think a little bit more about this connected pet. So today, as busy veterinary professionals in a hospital, both nurses and doctors, we really have two main inputs. One, we have our physical, hands-on examination, data collection in a bricks and mortar facility, actually having the pet in front of us, as well as the input from the client who lives with that pet 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, collecting what we can that might be relevant from them. Based on those two inputs, we do a fairly remarkable job with a patient that doesn't speak in coming to a conclusion to best help that pet and family. Fast forward to this future when this pet has an implantable that can monitor temperature, and this is monitored continuously, temperature, pulse, respiration, body position, ECG, urine chemistry, particularly for kitty litter, some blood chemistry parameters, food and water intake. All of this is continually collected, transmitted to that data is communicated to the appropriate software that through artificial intelligence can be sorting that and flagging things. And already with the wearables that are out there that are in their early stages, we're already picking up inputs that are indicative of otitis, of atopy, of an itchy dog, of osteoarthritis, of cystitis, of barking, of feline hyperthyroidism will show up on these. It's remarkable what's coming in and what the future will look like in clinical practice. And to really pull all those data streams together, we need to move from doctor-based to team-based. In my mind, the nurse is at the center of that. And we need to be moving from the exam room to the living room and collecting all this data continuously from the pet. I believe this will be a really exciting world, and we're closer than you think. All of the things we're talking about here are doable today, and many of them they're out there of actually proof of concept, and they're out there in place on pets as we speak. Next slide, to further prove my foolishness, let's take a stab at what the future of veterinary education might look like. So in this case, I see you, the educator, at the center of this matrix, of this whole ecosystem. In the upper left, we have your student, and she's going to benefit from virtual reality, from augmented reality, from all that technology brings. In the lower left, you see a surgery suite. She's going to be trained in accredited, in approved outposts anywhere in whatever community she might be in. That might be at your college, that might be at a local private practice, that might be in a shelter, that could be anywhere. At the bottom is an iPhone. This is all going to be based on technology, that all of what we've ever learned to date is right there held in our hands today. We don't have to be in a university, we don't have to be in a classroom many times. So much can be done remotely and be done right there in the palm of our hand. To the kind of lower right there is a coffee shop. This can take place anywhere. This could be at home in your bunny slippers. This could be at the Starbucks. This could be at the kids' soccer game. This will happen when, where, and how, and often what that student is looking for. And then the upper right is an open ledger, is a ledger that is tracking throughout a person's lifetime. As we all know, we see students in their 20s, and then we turn them loose with their associate's degree, their bachelor's degree, their assistant certificate. Learning goes on throughout life. In the future, we will be tracking competencies, badges, accomplishments from primary school to secondary school to high school to the assistant certificate to the 2-year technician degree to the 4-year technologist degree, which we'll have to better differentiate and prove the value of that, to a master's degree, I believe that'll be coming up soon that will be our equivalent to a veterinary nurse practitioner, to the different specialties. All of these badges will be collected and tracked throughout life and beyond those traditional academic milestones. So throughout our careers, we've talked today about kind of IQ and EQ. The other Q that is top of everyone's mind is this adaptability quotient. Our students within 5 or 10 years, most of what we've shared with them will be obsolete. They're going to need to skill and reskill and upskill throughout their careers. And that can be tracked through this open ledger, through a learning wallet. This gets really cool. And again, I'm probably stepping in way over my head, but I'll read something quickly to you. There's so much meat on this bone. So the veterinary learner of the future enrolls in veterinary technician school via one click on her iPhone, where she sees an amalgam of free and subscription-based, self-paced credentials or badges awarded by co-branded private, nonprofit, land-grant collaborations. She has no requirement to live in a geographic location. Her learning is facilitated by a combination of rich technology, including virtual reality, augmented reality, AI-driven content, in-person, peer-to-peer, interprofessional teamwork. Faculty is now a shepherd. She is shepherded by a faculty or conveners. The days of the sage on the stage are going to fade away to conveners and shepherds and subject matter experts that are guiding this whole new ecosystem. The student experiences, like live animal skills, can occur at any number of accredited learning outposts, be it a private practice or a traditional college. She learns all through the ease of her mobile device, perhaps her avatar, and integrates all this with real-life workplace learning, all for credit, all at her pace. Her exams are AI-driven, giving her relevant content until she acquires mastery. Her badges stack, her credentials are stacking throughout, all held on this learning ledger. When she reaches a threshold for a particular licensure exam, she takes it. All of that lives in her digital learning ledger through an e-learning wallet, which never closes. It goes throughout her career. As she continues to skill and reskill, she owns that learning record. All of the ecosystem members agree. That's academia, that's industry, that's state board, that's employers, that's licensing bodies, so that we're all aligned on what skills are stacking as she continues throughout her career. And this all occurs without staggering debt. This can be done on her time where she lives without the huge overhead that's required in so much of higher education today. Next slide, please, Jim. So I always have to tease this is my youngest daughter back when she was 4. She hates this slide. So of course, Dad has to show it off every chance he gets. And that is, she's holding chocolate. Chocolate was the world's fattest and perhaps oldest living guinea pig. Chocolate made it over 10. So we just talked a little bit about a potential future, a future of clinical practice as well as a future of education. So now let's talk about today, as we're going to skate where the puck is going and have maybe a fuzzy glimpse of what that future might be. We need to know where we are today. Next slide, please. So today I am, and I think Jim mentioned this as well, I am very much an optimist. I think there's never been a better time to be a veterinary professional. The tailwinds that our profession is benefiting from are enormous. So let's just kind of talk briefly about all the great things that are going on today that we'll want to build on. Pet numbers are up, and post-COVID, they're really, really up. Emptying the shelters, who would have thought it? Pet spending is up. It's been going up for years now. Pet lifespans are up. Over my career, pet lifespans are up 20 or more %, and we've barely scratched the surface. Euthanasias are down. Shelters are not putting down nearly the pets that they were just 5 and 10 years ago. Our profession has once again proved that it is recession resistant. .com bubbles, Great Recession, 9/11, makes no difference. COVID, the pet space continues to grow and grow and grow, in part due to the continuing humanization and premiumization of pets. That just, it continues to boom. It's a wonderful thing. We've got technological advances that are helping us in medicine, practice, communication. And we've got this whole new phenomena that was touched on earlier of millennials and Gen Zs, the two of which I like to refer to as the pet gen, millennials and Gen Zs. They are outspending every generation to date and more bonded than ever. When you think about, I'm a boomer, when you think about our companion animal, the pet space today, over my lifetime, it has grown because of boomers. So think about what boomers have done. We've all largely followed a formula. We went to school. Should we go to college, we got out with not a great deal of debt. We got married, we bought a home, we had a kid, and then we got a pet. Typically that was somewhere around 30, 31, 32 years of age. As our kids and our pets grew up together, the bond grew stronger, our discretionary income grew, and we spent more and more and more on our pets. And that That tailwind has largely driven companion animal medicine. So now think back 3 or 4 years ago when those of us that are following the big trends were looking at pet gen coming up. So recall the formula. Go to school, get married, buy a house, have a kid, get a pet, and life is good for veterinary medicine. What was pet gen? What is pet gen doing? Well, they may be going to school, but they have staggering debt. They're not getting married like boomers did. They're not having kids at the age that boomers did. As we look at the trajectory they're on and we look at the proven formula for boomers, there was a real significant worry that myself included a few years ago, the whole formula that had built our profession could be falling apart. Well, now we know that wasn't the case. In fact, thankfully, where my first pets may have happened, where my first children may have been in my 30s and were two-legged, PetGen's first children are four-legged, and they're getting them at 21 years of age, and they love those pets. Those are their fur babies. They are more bonded than any generation to date. They will do more for that pet. They believe more in preventive care than any generation to date. They've been a boon to our whole industry. So thank goodness for PetGen. Again, we're a winner from COVID. The pet industry, there's been some financial numbers tossed around, and I'm a little bit of a data geek. Pre-COVID, the thought was the pet space could break 100 billion next year. That's 100 billion. Put that in context. I'm a big football fan. The NFL, huge. Where's everybody Monday night? We're watching football as well as all day Sunday. The NFL is a $10 billion business. What about Hollywood? We all watch the blockbusters. We used to go to the theaters and do that. Hollywood's a $40 billion business. The pet space is coming up on $100 billion, growing 2 to 3 times GDP year in and year out. There are a lot of tailwinds. There's a lot of great reasons to be bullish on vet med. Next slide, please. But as with any space, there's some headwinds as well. And as we work to proactively create the future that we desire with techs and technology at the center, we have to address those headwinds. And previous speakers have done a nice job of talking about this. First and foremost is just wellness. Our profession, veterinary professionals in general, suffering from burnout, compassion fatigue, mental health issues, suicide. It's tragic. We have to deal with it. Secondly, the barriers to care, the cost and convenience of care. By some accounts, as many as half the pets in America will not see a veterinarian this year. That's not right. We have to work on that. And as you well know, the cost of education, again, has been touched on by others. Veterinary students coming out, those with debt in the US, around 180,000, not to mention nearly the 1,000 US veterinary students that go offshore whose debt is even larger, frequently overlooked, not by this group, as vet techs. And I don't know the numbers, you no doubt do, but vet techs are likely coming out 30, 40, 50, 60,000 in debt and starting at 35,000 a year. Again, that's just upside down. The starting income to debt ratio is not sustainable. We have to deal with that. And again, as been mentioned, veterinary nurses are leaving our profession. A 7-year career span, that's unacceptable. 211 vet tech programs, graduating 8,000 students a year, compared to 31 vet schools graduating a little over 4,000. We should have 2 times the techs per vets. In fact, the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics data that we shared earlier, somewhere around 56,000, I think, techs out there. There's around 110 or 20,000 vets. So we have about a half a tech for every vet out there. Contrast that to physicians. My kid's pediatrician, she sees 35 or 40 kids a day. She has 4 to 5 well-paid, empowered, licensed professionals around her, RNs, LPNs, and others all day long. She doesn't see 35 to 40 kids a day. Her team does. My dentist, she's fabulous. She sees 35 or 40 patients a day. No, she doesn't. She has several hygienists, other highly paid, trained, empowered people around her. In general dentistry practice, about 70% of the revenue is driven by hygienists. Hygienists are making 78 to 85,000 a year. What a great model for us to look at as veterinarians. So we talked a little bit about where the future might be. We talked a little bit about current reality of all the abundant tailwinds as well as the headwinds. Next slide, please. And the next one as well. So how do we create that future? How do we take the future that we've talked about, the the connected pet, the connected student. How do we get there knowing where we're at today, and build that future that we all dream of, that I get excited about? And I think the answer, and I've already well buried the punchline, I think the answer is veterinary technician, nurses, and technology. Next slide. And the next slide as well. I love these graphics, so I've stuck a bunch of them in there. So the answer to creating that future is technicians and technology. Next slide. So again, as I look at today, I think the practice of today can be summed up in 4 words. I think today practice looks like doctors delivering sick care. That's the practice of today. That's one doctor, one bricks and mortar exam room, one visit, one 20-minute appointment, one time a year. Highly, highly, highly inefficient. Our challenge is to be more productive and more humane. And that can be done. And again, we're talking about a big answer is what you do and preparing the veterinary nurses of tomorrow to help us be more productive. So just to finish, to further this story of doctors delivering sick care, today, imagine the typical interaction. So I'm at my hospital and Mrs. Smith comes in with, parks her minivan. Well, pre-COVID, she comes in, 2 kids and a Cocker Spaniel. Her dog's been, Fluffy's been shaking its head. I go in and talk to her about, thank you so much, Mrs. Smith, for trusting our team and the care of your pet. We want to partner with you to have your pet live 15, 20 great years, keep your family healthy and happy, and Fluffy as well. We've diagnosed an ear infection. I talk about all of that. I take care of it. My 20 minutes are long since, and not just me, my team has done this, largely my veterinary nurse. But oh, by the way, as a believer in preventive care, while you're here, knowing that I probably am going to get 1 shot at you this year, let me also talk to you real quickly about immunizations, internal and external parasites, dental health, behavior. What am I leaving out? Parasites, immunization, dental care, behavior. Oh, nutrition, of course. So the 5 linchpins of preventive care, at this point, there is no way Mrs. Smith is going to be able to soak all this up. The kids are pulling at her, there's soccer practice, or post-COVID, maybe it's virtual chess practice. They need to get out of there. They've heard enough. They understand their dog has an ear infection and they've got the medication. They're just on overload. There's no way this can be done with today's model of doctors delivering sick care, that 1 visit, 1 bricks and mortar, 1 time a year. This future that we're going to create together, I think, looks like teams delivering well care. And teams delivering well care are driven by veterinary technicians supported by technology. That's where we need to get to. And many practices are well on the way. None of this is pie in the sky or really that future based. These are things we can be doing today. As we think about what veterinarians do, and again, so many things have been touched on by speakers that went before, as veterinarians, there's really 3 big things that we do. We diagnose, prescribe, we do surgery. Great. That's what the Practice Act says that a veterinarian has to do. That makes up a small part of a day in a practice. 2/3 or more of what goes on in practice day in and day out is not diagnosing, prescribing, and doing surgery. It's things that can be delegated to the best source to deliver that, to the veterinary nurse, to the veterinary assistant, or wherever appropriate. Next slide, please. And 1 more slide. So focusing again on the current, where we are today with doctor-delivered sick care. And I know the clock is ticking. I could go on and on about how, and this isn't just true of vet med, but human med, we've monetized sick care. We built a whole system around sick care. Imagine how we built this system if we could all go back 100 years and build healthcare around well care. It just completely changes the paradigm. So today, current state, it's doctor-driven. There's very little technician utilization. There's very little technology utilization. There is some in communication. We've got some websites, we do some social media, but that's not medicine. That's not the things that really support the health and this new ecosystem we're driving to. And the focus is on sick care. As we look to create the future, it will be team-driven, not doctor-driven. Technicians will be at the center of this team delivery. Technology will support this whole relationship with the pet and pet parent. And the focus will move to well care, which PetGen is dying for. They're dying for both technology and well care. This generation is all about tech. They don't want to be in bricks and mortar. They're not interested in my written records. Telephones are so passe, emails passe. So we have to recognize that Pet Gen, millennials and Gen Zs, are one, our dominant workforce, but two, they're now our dominant consumer. They are the big spenders, they are the big clients, and they're coming into a buggy whip, outdated model of delivery that we have to look at how we can change. Next slide. So more on the current and the future. Again, today, as many as half the pets in the US won't see a vet. IDEXX data, the last I saw last year, 1 in 3 dogs will not visit a veterinarian over the course of the next year. 3 in 4 cats will not visit. But we all took an oath to help pets, and we do our best, but many of them are not seeing us. Burnout, compassion fatigue, mental health challenges, suicide, that's a reality of today. Our consumer model, as I mentioned with Pet Gen, is a model built for boomers, and boomers are no longer our dominant workforce nor our dominant consumer. We do have a successful, financially stable, but vulnerable profession. We need to be staying out ahead of this. We're highly efficient. We see around 15 pets a day is what the typical veterinary, I want to see veterinary team, but as we know, it's likely veterinarian sees. That's just not enough. That's not efficient. And we're not saying work harder. We're saying work by embracing your team and technology, and we can do so much more. Just look at other healthcare models. And today's model is expensive. That's an enormous barrier to care. Household incomes under $75,000, which are many of today's US households, it's difficult to come up with 50, 60, 70 bucks just for the office call to get in the door. So we have an expensive delivery vehicle. We have high barriers to entry. In the future, imagine as we embrace veterinary nurses and technology, we can break down the barriers and help more pets. We can increase compensation and career satisfaction. Veterinary nurses should not be leaving after 7 years. Just like veterinarians, they should spend an entire rewarding career doing what they were passionate enough to go and get their certifications, get their license, get their associate's or bachelor's degree. We need to keep them for their whole career. Pet Gen is looking at us to do things different. The financial health of our profession booms as we move to this new future, a far better value for consumers. And at the end of the day, pets live longer, happy, healthier lives. That's what we all want. Next slide. And the slide after that. So the future, recapping, what does the future look like? We talked a little bit about the connected pet, implantables, wearables, the data we're going to get, nurses at the center of that, collecting data from the pet, observation from the client, coordinating with the veterinarian. 2/3 of what's going on in that day-to-day practice, a veterinary nurse can handle or she can delegate to the next level. We talked a little bit about where are we today? Tremendous headwinds. There is so much to be thankful for in this profession, particularly during COVID. We're employed, our teams are employed. We're helping pets and families in society when pets have never been more important, as we've all turned to home and hearth, and pets bring us that stability, that connection, that unconditional love that we're so hungry for. We are working, we're keeping our teams going, and we're making a difference. We're so fortunate to be in this profession. Enormous tailwinds, but we have to acknowledge the headwinds. And as we create this future, as we skate to where the puck is going to be, how can we deal with those headwinds? And as again, my conclusion is the way we get where we want to go is we take what we have today, veterinary technicians, we empower, we honor them, we embrace technology, we use it to what our consumer is expecting, and we get an even brighter future. That brighter future has better access to care, has greater client satisfaction, we have improved patient outcomes, increased productivity and practice success, improved well-being of the veterinary team at many levels, emotional, financial, professional. It's fun, and I follow a bunch of other optimists on the call today, but I can get as excited as I can get about where our profession is today, particularly during COVID. I can get even more excited about where we can be tomorrow. We can get ourselves there, not it happened to us. We can create it. Next slide. And then one more slide. So that's kind of my take on this future connected pet, connected student, technicians and technology. Setting that aside, I want to put my NAVC hat on real quickly. NAVC, as many of you know, is where 18,000 of our closest friends get together every January in Orlando. VMX is the largest face-to-face conference in the world. I certainly believe it to be the best. Have a great time down there. It will be live again this year. Certainly it will be diminished. There will be a hybrid as well as a face-to-face, but registration is open. But in addition, NAVC has its publishing arm. And as we saw earlier, one of their publications is Today's Veterinary Nurse, an advocacy arm, an institute for hands-on training, many certifications, and an innovation arm, the Veterinary Innovation Council, which I want to introduce to this group, something that's going on there. So the Veterinary Innovation Council, we pioneered just 4 or 5 years ago. Got some big hitters from around the profession, lots of stakeholders, including veterinary technicians. I believe Ken Yagi was on earlier. I think he is on the board of the Veterinary Innovation Council. The first thing that the Innovation Council tackled was telehealth. So think back 4 or 5 years ago, nobody talked telehealth. Now, even pre-COVID, there's a track at every CE session. There are telehealth, telemed providers everywhere. We've all gotten educated. We've started to move into the 21st century and adopt technology to follow where physicians have been for a number of years. But that is largely up and going. In fact, it has its own association now, the VVCA, the Veterinary Virtual Care Association, which has a free summit here next week or the week after with over 2,000 people already enrolled in that. If you've not seen it, go to vvca.org if you're interested. But as the Veterinary Innovation Council is looking for the next mountain to climb, having just climbed the telehealth and passed that off, they've determined that the next thing they want to tackle is empowering veterinary nurses. And probably not a big surprise to many of you, the current president of NAVC is amongst your own, Paige Allen at Purdue, a veterinary tech educator. The president-elect, Harold Davis, another vet tech educator from UC Davis. Harold just retired. Brilliant people that are at the helm of NAVC that are helping drive to give back to this profession and help the future. And the next thing the Innovation Council is tackling is empowering veterinary nurses. So 2 bullets from the talking points that the VIC is looking at now. I'll read these off to you. VIC is leading collaborative initiatives to redefine the veterinary technician nurse role, transform the way veterinary nurse technicians are engaged in veterinary practice so that the team unit as a whole is stronger. VIC will work as a catalyst to bring academic leaders, accreditors, and practitioners together to transform the role of the veterinary nurse so that we have multiple layers of support to improve animal health and well-being. So many of you are probably involved in this or have heard of it. You'll hear more next year and in the years to come. This has pulled the group together. There's some great things going on. You'll see more coming out soon. But many of us are all linking arms to drive our profession forward. A big way we can drive that forward, again, is through techs and tech. So with that, Jim, again, my apologies on the technology snafu. I will turn this back to you and any questions. Oh, I've got my contact up there. If anyone wants to reach out to me, by all means, love to hear your thoughts. Hopefully this has been somewhat provocative. I'd love to hear what you like, what you didn't like, what your thoughts are. My email is there. Would gladly hear from you.
Oh, Bob, this is just an awesome end to the day. Tremendous vision and thought leadership you shared. I get so excited hearing about the potential things in the future with not only technicians, but technology. And you really shared it in a huge way. And I'm so grateful for that. I think truly, so many of our topics and our speakers today have given food for thought to all of our educators, our educator colleagues, because there are changes happening. And I'm so glad that we have all had an opportunity to hear all of our speakers and presenters today, because they may agree or disagree with us, but it's food for thought, big time. And I so am grateful for your vision, your commitment to the veterinary profession and to the veterinary technology nursing profession. It's so awesome to see. And I'm so excited. The future is going to be so great. We got to be wearing shades. It's so bright, so. Thank you so much for sharing. Jen, I've got the PowerPoint up, but I cannot see the questions. Would all of you be sure to thank Bob, and maybe say what was one thing significant that he said that kind of impact your thinking. If you can share that with the chat, that would be good. And if you have any questions in the Q&A, that would be great. And Jen, if you want to look and see what questions might be there for Bob, wow, what a great segue from going from the today, the past, into the present and future with the vision that you just shared, Bob. I so appreciate and I'm grateful for you and honored that you would come and spend some time with us today. Thank you so much.
This was really amazing. We do have a few questions. So Nicholas wanted to know, you mentioned getting all of these stakeholders that you would need to get on board. How plausible do you see this being given the fact that we still can't get a national standard for credentialing and title and job protection?
It's certainly not going to happen tomorrow. But again, I think the example of telehealth is a good one. Catalyzed by COVID, a profession that's classically a belts and suspenders profession. We are a cautious group. We change slowly. And in academia, perhaps even slower. And there's some good reason for that. We can change. Look what's happened in the last 6 months. We are a dramatically different profession. Our society is dramatically different. Our consumers, pet consumers, are hugely different. So I think I'm more encouraged now that we can change, we can align. I think groups like AVTE, like NAVTA, what VIC is doing, industry is there. That's an easy sell. We look at the opportunity to help more pets and how poorly utilized veterinary nurses are today. We cannot wait to roll up our sleeves and get in there.
Awesome.
If I have one ask from this group, it's send me every graduate you have. I'll hire them all.
I love it.
Yeah. So here's another one regarding the AVMA CVT requires 1 instructor for every 8 students in labs with animals, which is almost all of our courses. My college typically has 32 students in a lab with 1 instructor. My requests for additional instructors that allow us to increase enrollments have been denied due to our lower enrollment in comparison. Do you think that this instructor-student ratio is financially doable? And what steps would you suggest to convince upper administration to invest in our program?
So a couple of thoughts, a lot in that question.
Yeah.
So as we look at accreditation in general, it's been based on inputs that come from accrediting bodies that talk about how many classrooms you need, how many seats in the classroom, how many instructors, what kind of a research mission, how many microscopes. It was a starting place, but it's silly. And many accrediting bodies are moving to outputs. Where we need to be looking at accreditation is how successful are our students when they graduate? Are they productive? Do they have the IQ, the EQ, the adaptability quotient that we need to be successful? How are we preparing them? Look at them post-graduation. So there is a movement afoot to change from inputs to outputs. And the beauty of our profession is we are so small. We can wring our hands or we can join the accrediting bodies. We can get on there. We can be creative and collegial disruptors. To think that you need 1 instructor per 8 students, I know just enough to be dangerous, but that's insane. Look at where society's been the last couple of 100 years, moving from agrarian to industrial to now digital. And what's happened in academia? We've moved from a chalkboard to a whiteboard. I mean, that's nothing. And it's because of rules like this. If I hear the question right, that it almost makes me angry. Why would you need 1 instructor per 8 students? In fact, why don't we have 1 instructor for every vet tech student out there? If every vet tech student has to take an anatomy, a didactic portion of anatomy, perhaps not a good one because it has so much hands-on, maybe it's a physiology course. Let's get the best instructor in the country to deliver that course virtually for every student out there, the very best instructor, as judged by students and peers and others. We could reduce costs. We don't need classrooms. Classrooms today are like Sears at the mall. We don't need them. Amazon destroyed Sears at the mall. Virtual, digital students today, the future, I'm rambling now. One instructor per 8 students makes 0 sense at all. We're in a small profession. We know who the regulators, who the accreditors, who the licensors, who the administrators are. Let's just link our arms and go tell them this is silly. And the biggest victim of that is adds cost and inefficiency that are pushing these kids out further in debt, that are further driving mental health issues, burnout, compassion fatigue, and sadly suicide.
Right on, right on. I like it.
Have you found out how veterinarians feel about this new model of pet care in Florida?
I think it's a continuum. I don't know anybody that is completely where I see this future, but I think different practices are at different stages in this path. And there are great examples throughout the country and in group practices like ours that are determined to do this on a bigger scale. Ultimately, like with all things change, it comes down to one person at a time. And from my DVM blinders point of view, sadly, it comes down to one veterinarian at a time. Veterinarians are so reluctant to delegate. And I think that's because we come from this John Wayne ethos that for generations, it was one guy in a truck going farm to farm, would never ask for help, did everything on their own. And sadly, that culture persists. But again, I'm optimistic when I look at the pet gen that is now becoming the dominant mover and shaker and productive body in our profession. They're not going to put up with that. They're all idealistic. They're about teamwork. We can get there.
And this kind of goes along with that. What are your thoughts on the creation of a veterinary nurse practitioner?
I am 1,000% behind it, and it's happening. And that's one of the things that's going on with VIC. And this will change, but early drafts that I've seen, and I think Ken's on the phone, he might know better than I. My superficial understanding is the first draft is that would look like a master's type program, a one-year program in association with a veterinary school, so that they could actually be training. Some of their training would be side by side with veterinary students. There would be a different licensure exam. And there perhaps the AVMA doesn't have to be the accrediting body. Maybe they want to come on board. I would welcome that. Maybe it's a different body that accredits. That ultimately rolls up to the Department of Education. It doesn't have to be the licensing bodies and accrediting bodies we have today. We can build a new mousetrap if we can't get people aligned behind us. We're not stuck with doing things tomorrow the way we did them yesterday.
USDA currently requires a veterinarian to perform many functions, Coggins, bangs, TB testing. This would be a perfect task to send a CVT out on and allow the doctor to do doctor tasks. How do we get the USDA to start looking towards the future? When I get my blood drawn for a TB test, it's not an MD performing those tasks.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? And my background is country, and I started as a rural practitioner. Why do I need 8 years of school and all that training to go out and go preg testing, dehorning, castrating, bangs testing, Coggins? It's just ridiculous. It's completely inefficient. It has placed the price of care out of reach of so many people. So things that veterinarians used to do under the license, we don't just because others can do it cheaper. Again, my answer goes back to before. We're in a tiny profession. There are a handful of people making the decisions. Go to Google up USDA, find out the veterinarians there, who's there, and pull others together. Get the AVTE behind it. Give them a call, invite them, start a petition. We're such a small profession that we can change with a couple of phone calls. The power of networking, have your argument ready, make it logical, do your homework, get some collaborators, get people around you, but change can happen and is happening faster and faster and faster. So if find out who the decision makers are and politely, collegially disrupt them.
Well, that was it on the questions, unless anyone else has anything they would like to type in. But thank you so much, Dr. Lester.
Thank you.
I would like to thank Dr. Lester as well. What an amazing talk you gave.
Yes.
And just to follow up with the Veterinary Innovation Council, the AVTE actually has a task force working with Dr. Jim Lloyd on this, and right, we need to get off our respective fannies and get things done.
And Bob, I just want to promote the fact that you do write a column in today's veterinary business, which I encourage all educators to subscribe to. It's free. And I believe the name of your column is Disruptive Thinking. Now, if that's not the right title, give that out, please.
It's called Creative Disruption. And Jim was kind enough to share one of my previous articles. The column that just came out also advocates for empowering veterinary technicians. So it's a like many of us, like everybody on this webinar, we're all passionate about where we can take this profession. We barely scratched the surface, but the column is called Creative Disruption, and it's part of today's veterinary business.
Wonderful. I just want to thank you again personally, Bob. I'm so glad I got to meet you this year. And again, I just love what your passion, vision, and thought leadership is all about for the future of this great profession. And it'll be fun to watch the journey as we all move forward together to enhance the evolution of this great profession. So it'll be great to see.
So I think that ends the last of our speakers for today. Thank you, everyone. Well, there's only 108 left right now, but at one point it was over 120, I think.
Yes.
It was a great day. And we learned a lot, and we ended with a big bang with Dr. Lester, getting us all hyped up, and it's the future is bright, as Jim says. So I don't have the information right in front of me because I'm a terrible president. When is our next day of virtual conference? Is September? Am I saying it right? Which day is it? 7th? Jess?
Third Saturday.
Third Saturday.
Oh, sorry, the 19th.
19th.
Oh yeah, I was close. 7th, 19th.
Right, I said the 17th, and I should know.
It's October 17th.
And so it's so it's a Saturday, and it will be on the present. And so maybe when the present happens, the last speaker will talk about the past, because Dr. Lester talked about the future. So
it was a great segue. And,
yeah, it was great.
And all of you here still on the phone or on the line with us, I strongly encourage you, if you have colleagues that did not attend, they can still come and attend the present and the future coming up. And we so strongly encourage you to have them come, because look at the quality of stuff you got today. Mm-hmm. The thought leadership that was here from all of our speakers, and it'll be the same on the present and the future coming up. So make sure you promote it, and we can have some more people come and get some wonderful information with some great race approved CE for not so expensive because it's online.
Just a couple of questions from the chat box. They want to know if we're going to get the contact information for the presenters. So I'm assuming that will be when they send out the recordings.
We'll be posting the presentation slides as well as the video recordings. So if the contact information is in the slides, we'll have it then.
And then Evelyn wants to know where our dinner is going to be tonight.
Ah.
I know I missed that. I missed
know, right?
Yeah.
Sonic? I don't know if Sonic is the answer or not.
There's one down the street from me.
Me too.
Just in case anyone hasn't seen, the full schedule is also posted on our website. So you can see the speakers for the next 2 sessions. The much anticipated CVTEA will be speaking next time.
Ah, yes.
And then VT&E on the final day.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
So bring your questions for AVMA, because it'll be an open panel discussion. So
Yeah.
Perfect.
thanks you
Okay.
guys for coming,
Thanks
Thank
everyone
you,
for
everybody.
coming.
Yeah.
and we'll see you all next month.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And don't forget the survey that pops up as soon as the window closes in case you want the CE credits.
Thanks for the
That's a little
reminder.
reminder in there.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
And thanks sponsors again.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much to our sponsors, AAVSB, NAVTA, VetTech Prep, Hippo Manager, and Sindaver. Thank you very, very much. We very much appreciate it. We appreciate all of our speakers, and we appreciate our committee members. And we're looking forward to our September session.
Indeed.
Good.
All right. Thank you.
All
Have a
right.
great day, everyone.
Bye, everybody. Have a good one.
Bye, everyone.
Enjoy your weekend.